The main character began his story and said that he had been endlessly reborn for 100 years. In his first life, the guy decided to go to Murim. He learned only basic techniques and the art of wielding a three-pronged sword, but this was not enough to protect himself. The bandits who met on his way spared no effort and brutally beat the guy. The main character died for the first time from his wounds and injuries, but in the end he was reborn, after which he died again and was reborn again. The main character retained memories of all his lives and sometimes even ended up in the bodies of other people. But after a while, the guy died again from the terrible wounds he received. In one of his lives, the main character was lucky enough to study with the best masters. Wanting to become the strongest in the world, the guy worked tirelessly. Every day the main character overcame himself and confidently walked towards his goal. Perseverance and work yielded results. After a while, the guy became invincible in battle, and it seemed to him that this opportunity was given to him by heaven. A man stood on a high rock and looked indifferently into the distance. The whole world around was gray and colorless. Only a lonely butterfly brought a bright contrast to this dull landscape with its unexpected appearance. She obediently sat on the arm of an elderly man who seemed to have been waiting for her appearance for a long time. The gray-haired old man looked carefully at the butterfly, and his exhausted face only indicated that he was very tired. It seemed to the man that his rebirths were more than the flapping of the wings of the butterfly that sat on his hand. The world around was gray and inhospitable, and the old man thought that he no longer had a goal. Now he was the strongest in Murim, and there was no one who could compare with him, but this did not bring any joy to the old man. The butterfly, which was the only bright element of this world, flew away, leaving the elderly man alone with his thoughts. The main character looked at his elderly hand for the last time, as if summing up the entire path of his life. Finally, the old man thought that most of all he wanted to just relax in heaven. After that, his eyes began to slowly close. For some time darkness reigned, after which the main character saw the light again. His eyes began to open. The inhospitable gray landscapes were replaced by bright ornaments. The old man looked at his hand. It was different. Not a trace remained of scars and wrinkles. His skin became smooth and soft. The surprised young guy lay in a soft bed and looked at his hand, not believing what was happening. The guy's face showed horror at the realization of what had happened, and his hand trembled with fear. The next moment, the main character screamed loudly, asking why he was reborn again. The guy jumped up and began to be indignant. He believed that these endless rebirths should have stopped because he lived to the fullest. Suddenly someone timidly turned to the main character and took his hand. A girl who was almost crying sat next to the guy and asked what kind of strange things he said. Suddenly the guy was struck by a headache, and he began to remember how he used to spend time with the stranger. The girl was clearly not a stranger to him. The main character held his head and tried to come to terms with the pain, and the girl turned to the guy again and asked if everything was okay with him. The young man looked at the girl and remembered that it was his nanny. She was a control freak. There was also a guy in the room. The main character recognized him. He was his childhood best friend and the sworn brother of the owner of the body. After that, our hero looked at himself in the mirror and was very surprised because he realized that the cause of death of the previous owner of his new body was suicide. The guy thought with annoyance that he had moved into this body because this guy who was looking at him from the mirror had no strength left to live. Unexpectedly, the main character turned to the nanny and asked for forgiveness for making her worry, and added that he just had a nightmare. Without letting go of the guy's hand, the girl suggested that the reason for this was recent events and the fact that the guy had been unconscious for several days. Then the nanny suggested calling a doctor. The main character refused this offer because he was fine and added that he just needed to rest. The girl continued to show concern and offered to bring food, but the guy also refused and said that he would like to be alone. The next moment, the main character, without thinking out loud, said that he needed to understand how to live in this body now. What she heard shocked the nanny. The girl immediately ran to the side and asked what the guy meant. The main character tried to get out and said that he simply expressed himself incorrectly. After that, the guy asked not to consider him crazy. The girl thought for a moment and silently looked at the main character. Finally, she said that the guy looked a little crazy and also spoke strange words. The main character exhaled and thought that it was difficult to argue with this, and it was his own fault because he immediately began to lie. The guy tried to rectify the situation and asked the girl to bring him food in an hour and assured her that nothing bad would happen to him. Hearing this, the nanny's anxious look immediately changed to a calm and kind one. The girl believed the main character. The satisfied nanny got ready to leave and said that she would prepare the guy his favorite dish. Finally, the girl hoped that the main character really just wanted to relax. The guy reassured her again, saying that everything would be fine. The girl, along with the best friend of the previous owner of the body, left and slammed the door behind them. The guy was left alone. He resignedly leaned back in bed and began to think about his further actions. The main character suggested with annoyance that this would not end. The guy looked at the bizarre patterns on the ceiling and thought about why he was reborn again. Memories of past days surfaced in the head of the main character. This happened because the thoughts of the previous owner of the body and his thoughts were intertwined. He remembered that the previous owner of the body was called Suk Jinho. He was not a rich and not very successful person. He was the illegitimate son of a member of the Sangjae family. The guy grew up in a more or less calm environment, but after returning home he had to face contempt. Suk Jinho reacted very pessimistically to this and increasingly began to refuse food and close himself off from others. It was as if he was preparing for death. As a result, when Suk Jinho began to slowly go out like a candle, and before he could take his last breath, the main character moved into his body. He was indignant that the guy decided to commit suicide while in the prime of his life, and all because of the relationship of his family. Moreover, there were people on his side who valued his life more than their own. One day the guy's best friend noticed that on a cold winter evening Suk Jinho was dressed very lightly. He gave him his outer clothing and asked permission to take him home. The nanny immediately showed up and was indignant that the guy returned so late, although he said that he would go out for a walk for a short time. Suk Jinho could only answer that he didn't notice how quickly time flew by. Suddenly the guy's named brother grabbed him and quickly carried him home in his arms. The girl asked her master to sit down quickly because the food was already ready, but the guy was unhappy that he was treated like a child. Remembering all this, the main character did not understand how the previous owner of the body could leave these wonderful people alone. After rebirth, the guy walked around the yard, which was covered with snow, and thought a lot. Finally, he returned to his room, but was still thinking that given his previous experience, the same thought kept popping up in his head. The main character suggested that perhaps rebirth was not at all a grace given to him because he could have missed something in a past life. The guy looked at the shining moon and thought that although he had seen a lot, he could not understand the choice of the previous owner of the body. Looking into the eyes of people who loved and cared for Suk Jinho, the main character became ashamed because he was not who they took him for. Closing his eyes, the guy thought about what Suk Jinho wanted and what he wanted to do before he died. The main character sat on the window and looked at the steam that was slowly rising up. The guy suddenly realized that the soul that had left the body was trying with all its might to convey its will to him through white steam. The main character seemed to turn to Suk Jin and said that although the guy was terribly weak, he was still able to convey his desire to him. The guy promised to fulfill it. The main character said that having once conquered Murim, this would not be difficult for him. The guy asked him not to worry because he could make the offenders regret what they had done and admit their mistakes. Early morning came. The first rays of the sun illuminated our hero's new home. The guy woke up so early for a reason because he remembered his promise and the fact that the previous owner of his body wanted to prove that he was right. The main character hurried to leave his room in order to begin his path to achieving his goals. To fulfill Suk Jin's desire, the main character began to train because the more wealth he had in his hands, the more strength was needed to protect it. The first martial art that the guy needed to learn was the heavenly dance of Taijiquan. It perfectly helped to improve physical fitness and build muscles. The sharp movements of the main character caused the air around to diverge in different directions. This was necessary in order to master a vision that took the guy a lot of lives to perfect. Changing natural muscles was a very painful process, but it was impossible to do without it. The guy endured grueling training. Although the main character was ready for pain now, it was simply unbearable. His whole new body was trembling in pain because it was not at all adapted to such colossal loads. Gritting his teeth, the main character continued the grueling workout, encouraging himself that he needed to endure a little longer. Despite the cold season, sweat dripped from the guy's face in a stream. But all these incredible efforts yielded results. A small clot of mysterious energy began to form in the hands of the protagonist. Having achieved the result, the guy's face remained calm and peaceful, and the energy in his hands exuded a bright light. Finally, the main character decided that it was enough to begin with, and although the result as he considered was not ideal, but now he was able to accumulate energy. The second attempt to accumulate energy in my hands went without much effort, and the end result was a little better. Suddenly, the main character was distracted by something. Someone very nervously turned to the guy calling him master. It was a nanny who was very worried and could not understand how her Suk Jinho could sweat in such a cold. She handed the guy a handkerchief and asked if anything hurt her master. The main character hastened to reassure the girl and said that she was worrying about him in vain. The guy with a smile on his face asked if he looked like a sick person. The girl was a little taken aback because it didn't look like Suk Jinho, whom she knew well, but she soon warned that if the guy was so zealous he might fall ill again. Hearing this, the main character smiled slightly. He was not yet accustomed to such attention and care from the nanny. The guy said that he was doing an unusual exercise and was studying martial art. The girl was very surprised and could not believe what she heard. Suk Jinho added that in order to protect the nanny he needed to become strong. The girl was touched by this answer but said that she herself could protect both herself and the guy. After that she again advised him to take better care of his health. The main character turned to the nanny and said that she was unlikely to succeed because he was asked to do something. The girl was very surprised because her master had not met anyone recently except her and Yoon. Suk Jinho also asked that if the nanny met Yoon then call him to him because the guy wanted to teach him this too. For some time the girl silently looked at her master with distrust and misunderstanding. Still she threw extraneous thoughts away and thought that she should have trusted the guy because she had never seen him so stubborn. As she left, the girl looked at the main character with a smile and said to herself that she would support her master. Winter passed unnoticed for our heroes. Young plants were warmed by the warm spring sun. As the main character Yoon wanted, he began training in martial arts and already had significant success. From the side, Suk Jinho silently watched the guy and made sure that the exercise was calculated correctly. Finally, he said that his assumptions were correct and did not deceive him because Yoon had the ideal physique to study the heavenly iron fist. After this, the main character clapped his hands, which symbolized that the training was over for today. Smiling, Yoon asked his master to evaluate his progress because it seemed to him that he had become a little stronger. Suk Jinho answered honestly that at first he thought that mastering this art would take a lot of time for the guy, but now he thought that Yoon would soon learn it. The main character added that if a guy masters this martial art, he will be able to resist even powerful people, so he had to continue in the same spirit. Yoon was very pleased with these words. He thanked the master for giving him such a chance and promised that he would become a strong warrior to help him. Suk Jinho asked the guy not to belittle himself and added that he was like a brother to him. From such touching words, Yoon's face turned red and his eyes filled with tears of happiness. Unable to withstand the influx of such strong emotions, the guy hugged Suk Jinho tightly. The main character was very surprised and not knowing what to say, he just thought about how emotional Yoon was. Immediately, the nanny came out of the house with a tray in her hands. She offered the guys a little refreshing water to drink with a smile. Suk Jinho happily accepted this offer. Suddenly, he heard someone's loud voice. From behind the wall that fenced off the courtyard from the street, orders were heard that it was necessary to hurry up because tomorrow guests would come to some gentleman. Suk Jinho was surprised by this and asked what was the matter. The girl told her master that tomorrow the head of the clan would have a celebration. The main character completely forgot about this despite the fact that he had already been told about it before. Suddenly the nanny asked if the guy was okay. Suk Jinho didn't understand why the girl suddenly asked this. The nanny said with annoyance that the guy would have to meet his brothers at the holiday. After that, she suggested that it would still be difficult for Suk Jinho to see them. The main character crossed his arms and was skeptical about this assumption. The guy advised the girl to worry not about him but about his brothers. Nanny was very surprised and could not believe such determination of the main character. The girl looked at her master and thought that he had changed a lot since that incident. After that, the nanny admired how brave Suk Jinho was and said that she shouldn't have left behind him. The girl added that she had already prepared the gift and therefore the guy did not need to worry about anything. The main character was surprised because he knew that they did not have money for this. The nanny said that they didn't have to buy rice with money. Besides, she sewed the clothes that Suk Jinho wore herself. The main character looked at his clothes and couldn't stop being amazed at the girl's skills. The guy looked at the smiling nanny and could not believe that the people who surrounded him loved him so much, although they were essentially strangers to each other. Suk Jinho turned to his friends and said that since he had a reliable nanny and Yoon, he could go on a holiday. The girl also added that this reception will be attended by famous personalities from all over the world, so if the main character shows his best side, he may be able to become a student of one of them. Suk Jinho, calling these famous personalities old men, said that this was not necessary. After this, the main character added that he had changed, and all this was thanks to the people who believed in him. The guy was sure that even greater changes awaited them in the future. A huge palace was visible on the horizon of fate. The main character said that today he would take the first step towards this, but so far he could not tell his loved ones what exactly awaited them then. Suk Jinho turned to his friends and asked if they were ready to continue being with him. Encouraged Yoon, and the nanny happily agreed to this and promised that they would always follow the main character. The very next day, the girl accompanied Yoon and Suk Jinho to a holiday with the head of the clan. After some time, our heroes reached the large red palace in which the head of the clan was located. Suk Jinho and Yoon silently walked forward, not paying attention to the gaze of passers-by. People were surprised to see the fourth young master here because he had never left his house before. They knew that Suk Jin's behavior had changed, but they did not understand how this could happen in just one night. The main character didn't like that strangers were gossiping about him, but nothing could be done, because the guy understood that he really had lived a miserable life. Suddenly someone blocked the path of our heroes and said that he did not believe that Suk Jinho had really changed. A tall young guy with a sword in his hand will appear in front of the main character. Judging by his clothes, he was not a commoner. Suk Jinho remembered that the guy who addressed him was called Sukman Ho. The old acquaintance continued to say that today was the head of the clan's birthday, and therefore, he could not let the main character pass further. Suk Jinho did not understand what all this was about and recalled that he was the fourth young master and the guy who stood opposite was just an ordinary student. Sukman replied that he was only a month younger than the master and asked him not to be arrogant. After that, the guy already wanted to remind who had the higher rank here. But Suk Jinho was not at all surprised and said that Sukman was just a second-rate warrior. These words hurt the guy. He replied that at his age it was a great success to reach such a post, after which he said that Suk Jinho should keep quiet because he himself lived no better. The main character easily answered that he simply knew how to enjoy life. Sukman got very angry and swung his fist. Suk Jinho, not at all afraid, suggested that the guy wanted to fight and as if agreeing said that the weather was good today and there were no witnesses. Sukman immediately calmed down because he knew that there were quite a lot of people around and some of them were already carefully watching what was happening. Fortunately, Suk Jinho said that he had work to do but asked the guy not to worry because he would soon fulfill his wish. Perhaps even tomorrow. Sukman got angry again and demanded that the main character not dare to evade. But the guy calmly walked past his old acquaintance and asked him not to be so angry. When leaving, Suk Jinho thought that he just needed an opponent to test his strength, and Sukman was suitable for this because he had a good reputation in Shijiazhong. In addition, the main character felt that he had to return the favor to Sukman for the pain he caused Suk Jinho. Meanwhile, more and more people were gathering at the clan head's palace. Yoon was surprised by so many people and thought that the organizers of the holiday had gone a little overboard. Suddenly, Suk Jinho noticed two elderly men in the crowd and said that the 5 colors of Clint could be seen on the flags of 10 central and western countries. The main character remembered that these strangers were the elders of Cheonan and Hwasan. The guy said that they were members of very wealthy families who were far from these lands. Yoon believed that their presence here was a sign of respect for the head of their clan. The guy also added that a lot of guests had come and therefore they would have to wait a long time for their turn. Suk Jinho said that nothing could be done and then asked if Yoon meant that he should have communicated more with people, but the guy replied that that was not the case. The main character thought that because of the long line they had time for a walk. The next moment the guy drew attention to Sukman, saying that it was funny to see how he revolved around people and suggested that this was the only thing he knew how to do. Suk Jinho continued to look at Sukman and was surprised that just a minute ago the guy was acting like God knows what. Yoon was trying to hold back his laughter. Suddenly the elders surrounded the main character and began to discuss the guy, saying that there was nothing to see here, but there was something strange about him. The old men continued to examine Suk Jinho until he turned to them and asked what was the matter. The elderly men admitted that it was rude on their part and asked for forgiveness, but they simply could not ignore such an unusual physique. The old people began to wonder what the guy's name was and what clan he was from. They also assumed that the main character was self-taught and therefore asked how long he had been practicing martial arts. The guy reluctantly answered that his name was Suk Jinho and he was the fourth son of Mr. Suk. He saw no point in answering other questions and therefore hurried to leave. The old men blocked his path and asked the guy not to rush because he had not yet found out who they were. Suk Jin confidently answered that he knew them and clarified that they were the elders of the Jeonnam and Hwasan clans. After this, the main character considered that it was time for the old people to leave and said that if they needed any help they could ask the servants for it. People who witnessed this conversation were surprised that Suk Jin dared to talk like that with the elders of the Jeonnam and Hwasan clans. One of the old men prepared to address the main character again. The next moment he said that he had a proposal for the guy and asked if he wanted to go to Hwasan. The elderly man promised to make the guy the best master of Murim. The second elder also offered to join his clan because all the great 36 swordsmen were from Jeonnam. Suk Jin calmly replied that he was not eager to leave his reclusive lifestyle and therefore dared to refuse the elder's offers. The old man with a gray beard continued to insist on his point, saying that their whole life was a kind of teaching and therefore promised the guy to teach him their art if he went with him. Suk Jin apologized and said that he wanted to continue studying the martial art he had already started and advised the elders not to waste time on it. The main character said goodbye again and began to leave, but one of the elders did not want to let him go so easily. The old man sharply extended his hand to grab the guy's hand, but he failed to do this. Suk Jin made some barely noticeable movement which caused a small wind to rise. Because of this, the old man was unable to stop the guy. The elder was dumbfounded in surprise and silently looked after the main character for some time. The older man couldn't believe that Suk Jin had just managed to dodge. The second elder assumed that the guy was just lucky, but if this was not the case, then he had great potential. In any case, the old people did not expect to meet such a boy here. Stepping aside, Suk Jin said that they should have left immediately because they wasted their time. Yoon was worried whether everything would be fine because those old men were elders of powerful clans. Suk Jin replied that he did not owe them anything. Suddenly a man turned to our heroes and asked what he was doing here. Suk Jin greeted his uncle and said that they were waiting for their turn. The man was very surprised and asked why the guy was standing in line because they were not guests or strangers. After that, the uncle asked them to follow him. Suk Jin asked if it was possible to do this. The man replied that of course it was possible and he himself had never stood in line. The guys thanked their uncle for his help. Following his uncle, the main character thought that even he had until recently ignored Suk Jin. The guy suggested that his conversation with the elders interested him. Suk Jin smiled insidiously and continued to think that because of this his uncle did not even hesitate to talk to him. Our heroes entered the palace of the head of the clan. For some time they had to wait until they were received. A formidable gray-haired man sat on a magnificent throne. This was the head of the clan. The servant followed his master's orders and tried to quickly leave the room. The head of the clan began to be indignant at the fact that he had no one to rely on because everyone did nothing but remain silent out of fear and suck up. Unexpectedly, another servant said that Suk Myung and Suk Jin wanted to meet Mr. Man and allowed them to come in. A moment later, our heroes were in a hurry to appear before the head of the clan. Suk Myung greeted his master and said that he came with Jin Ho-gai holding a large box in his hands. The main character bowed respectfully before the head of the clan and congratulated him on his birthday. Handing out the gift, the guy said that Yoon and his nanny had prepared it. The man accepted the gift but was surprised that usually everyone said that they gave the gift themselves. Opening the box, the man said that there was nothing better than sincerity and therefore he accepted the guy's gift with joy. The head of the clan appreciated Suk Jin's gift and said that it was excellent. He also said that he heard that the elders from the Jeonnam and Hwasan clans were interested in the main character. The guy confirmed this. The man asked which of the two clans the guy would like to choose, but Suk Jin immediately answered that he was not interested in either of them. The main character again insisted that he wanted to continue studying the martial arts that he had already begun. The head of the clan laughed and said that he thought that the guy was hopeless, but it turned out that he had big plans. Suk Jin replied that he simply decided to start life from scratch. After this, the man offered his help to the guy, but the guy, thanking the head of the clan, replied that for now he could cope on his own. The man praised the main character but suggested continuing the conversation next time. Suk Jin bowed respectfully again and said goodbye to his father. Within a moment, the head of the clan was left alone and could think about what had happened. The man was surprised that elders Hwasan and Jongnam showed interest in Suk Jin. Moreover, the guy himself spoke to him confidently. The head of the clan smiled and thought that he should have followed the main character. The next moment, the man called to himself a servant who was ready to fulfill any request of his master. The head of the clan threateningly ordered his faithful subordinate to look after Suk Jin. The servant immediately obeyed. The man decided to take these measures because he felt that there was clearly something in the main character and he should have found out more about it. Suk Jin left the palace of the clan head and breathed a sigh of relief because he thought that there was one less problem. Yoon asked his master not to talk about this out loud because someone might hear, but the main character reassured the guy and asked him not to worry about it. Suddenly a guy appeared in front of Suk Jin, which attracted the attention of our hero. Jinho didn't know this guy. The stranger looked defiant and rudely asked the main character what he was saying. Suk Jin also rudely replied that the guy blocked his way and demanded that he step aside. The stranger was surprised by such impudence and said that he was originally going to have a friendly conversation. The main character did not believe these words and said that in his opinion the guy was only doing what he called for a fight. Then he looked at his opponent with a stern look. People who watched from the sidelines did not understand why the conflict arose but recognized the stranger as a member of the Yi family from Hebei province. Yoon suggested that his master call someone for help, but Suk Jinho replied that this was not necessary. The main character assumed that the stranger was simply jealous because the elders did not approach them, so he decided to humiliate him in order to attract attention. The bully became very angry. Suk Jin remained as calm as ever and added that the stranger had no other reasons for fighting. Unable to withstand the humiliation and disdainful attitude towards himself, the stranger tightly clenched his hand into a fist which trembled with anger. The next moment he swung furiously to hit Suk Jin and punish him for those offensive words. But the main character managed to easily dodge the attack. Jin thought that his opponent was completely unfit for anything and even fell for his provocation. The stranger could not stand on his feet and fell to the ground, which further aggravated his shame. The bully couldn't comprehend what had just happened. Suk Jin asked if the guy was ashamed of his behavior. The main character continued to say that the stranger received a rebuff from someone who had recently started training and added that he had overestimated himself. These words again angered the bully. He shouted and ordered Suk Jin to shut up because he was just lucky and was already pretending to be someone I don't understand. The main character said that the guy was the first to start the conflict and therefore it was just self-defense on his part. After that, he rushed at his opponent. The next moment, Suk Jin delivered several powerful blows. The stranger could not resist because the opponent's movements were too fast. Still, he managed to attack back, but the main character was easily shortened by these blows. For some time, Suk Jin continued to dodge the enemy's attacks and thought that the bully considered himself very smart. But in fact, his blows were too predictable for the main character. The stranger was surprised and could not believe that his opponent was able to dodge all his attacks. Suk Jin replied that there was nothing difficult about it and even an idiot could do it. The bully was very angry because the main character humiliated him in front of everyone. Out of despair and anger, the guy decided to take extreme measures and grabbed his sword. The next moment, the angry stranger released his weapon and threatened that he would kill Suk Jin. The people who stood nearby were very scared and asked to call the guards so that they could stop the crazy guy. But Suk Jin himself was not at all afraid. On the contrary, his eyes burned with determination. For the guy, this was a challenge and an excellent test of his abilities. A moment later, an armed stranger attacked the main character, but he still rushed at his opponent without fear. With one precise kick, Suk Jin managed to knock the sword out of the enemy's hands. The stranger was amazed and silently watched as his weapon flew away. Time seemed to stop for the guy. Suk Jin asked his opponent what he was staring at and then punched the guy in the face with all his might. From such a powerful attack, the shocked hooligan flew back. After this, the stranger lost his balance and fell to the ground with a crash. Meanwhile, Suk Jin deftly caught the sword that he had recently knocked out of the villain's hands. People could not believe that a guy from the Suk family, who had just recently started training, could easily defeat a stranger who had been practicing martial arts for a long time. Some of the people also said that the main character was definitely a genius and that the elders of the Hwasan and Jeonnam clans had a trained eye. Suddenly, several men wearing the same clothes appeared out of nowhere. They turned to Suk Jinho and asked if he was okay. The next moment these people surrounded the stranger who was still sitting on the ground in the middle of this defeat. One of the men looked angrily at the bully and told him not to even hope to escape. He threatened to directly contact the Yi family so that they would pay for this. Suk Jinho turned to the guards and said that he himself wanted to kill the stranger. The men were very surprised. The main character brought the sword to the bully's throat, while he sat quietly and trembled with fear. Suk Jinho said that the stranger should be glad that he did not draw his sword in a temporary fight, otherwise today would have been the guy's last day. After that, the main character looked at the bully with a crazy look and suggested that he should have taught the guy a lesson. Very frightened, the hooligan asked for forgiveness from the master and admitted that it was all his fault. Suddenly there was a sound of metal cutting through the air, after which the sword was thrown to the ground. The stranger fell on his back and white foam came out of his mouth from fear and excitement. Turned out that nothing terrible happened. Suk Jinho only cut off a clump of the scoundrel's hair. After this, the guy turned to the guards and said that he had left the scoundrel with them. The man, amazed by what he saw, said that they would do everything properly and the gentleman didn't have to worry about it. After that, our heroes went home and the guards began to discuss what they had just seen. They were amazed by the guy's movement during the battle and his impeccable strategy. All this was also observed by some girl who was sitting on the balcony of the Red Palace. She thought that Suk Jinho had really changed a lot. Judging by the expensive jewelry, the girl was from the nobility. She smiled slightly and said that she was becoming more and more interested. The servant turned to his mistress and asked if it was worth observing the main character a little more. But the girl suggested another option. She thought it would be better to grab him right now. She admitted that maybe she was wrong, but it was better than staying on the sidelines and waiting for the guy to go over to her brother's side. After that, she ordered the servant to find out everything about the main character and even the smallest details. The man immediately obeyed the order. The girl looked after Suk Jinho as he left and thought that she would be glad if he continued to sit in his kennel. This girl's name was Sukmi Ryung, and she wanted to use the main character for her own purposes, because that was the only way she could win. Soon after the holiday, our heroes returned home and went about their usual business. Some guy was holding several small bags of money in his hands and begging Yoon to help him in some matter because he didn't ask for much. The guy was discouraged and said that he could not accept this. Moreover, he did not have such power. But the stranger continued to insist on his own because he knew that Yoon and Mr. Suk Jinho were like brothers. He said that there were rumors that Yoon became very strong after training with his master, and even recently saved a servant when he fought against 5 hooligans. The stranger himself studied the martial arts of Sanj for 5 years and still achieved nothing. This upset the guy, and therefore he really asked for help. He promised that if the master refused to take him as a student, he would retreat, but given his age, this was his last chance. Yoon felt sorry for the guy and he agreed to help, but immediately warned that there was no point in hoping for success, because everyone knew the gentleman's difficult character. Suddenly Suk Jinho appeared out of nowhere and asked what the guys were doing here. The guys bowed respectfully to Mr. The main character ordered Yoon to kick out everyone who interfered with his training. For some time the stranger silently looked at the gentleman and tried to gather his thoughts in order to turn to him and ask for a favor. The guy only thought that the gentleman's aura was seriously frightening, but he had to pull himself together because this was his last chance. The next moment he fell to his knees and said that his name was Ma Ryong and said that he had been friends with Yoon since his childhood. Suk Jinho believed that the guys were really close because Yoon still hadn't kicked him out. The main character immediately realized that the guy had come to him to learn martial arts. Ma Ryong promised that the master would be faithful until his death. Suk Jinho was skeptical about this and therefore asked why he should have accepted it. The guy assured that the gentleman would not regret his choice because he could be useful in many ways. The main character looked at the guy and thought that his character seemed to be not bad, and his eyes were full of perseverance, and it was clear from Yun's face that he wanted to help his friend. In addition, Suk Jinho thought that in order for Yoon to devote more time to training, it was necessary for someone to take on part of his responsibilities. But besides everything else, Suk Jinho also had his own reasons for accepting this persistent guy as a student. The main character asked if Ma Ryung was aware of something. The guy did not understand what the gentleman was asking him about. The next moment Suk Jinho, as if with contempt but at the same time with caution, explained that the guy had no talent at all. Ma Ryong did not argue with the master and admitted that he had no talent for martial arts at all. Suk Jinho was surprised that the guy knew this and still didn't give up. Ma Ryong also said that his most important goal in this life was to become independent. He wanted to manage his life like charlatans who despised everyone. The guy knew that a drawn blade could both kill and save someone. Because of these words, Suk Jinho remembered unpleasant incidents from his past lives. Ma Ryong forgave the master not to think that he was just a stubborn dreamer because he understood perfectly well that he could die at any minute. But the guy was sure that life was given to everyone in order to challenge Suk Jinho. This brought back old memories. After thinking a little and scratching his head, the main character nevertheless agreed to leave the guy on a probationary period. Ma Ryong sharply raised his head with sincere joy and looked at the master, not believing what he had just heard. But the guy's mood quickly changed when Suk Jinho threatened that from now on he would watch Ryong's every move, and the guy would immediately be thrown out for the slightest failure. Yoon encouraged his friend by saying that the master still gave him a chance to prove himself. Hearing this, the guy jumped to his feet and sincerely thanked the main character. Finally, Suk Jinho warned that the guy should under no circumstances set foot in the house, but he could be in the backyard. Ma Ryong agreed to all the conditions and added that the master would not regret giving him a chance. Suk Jinho asked Yoon not to let anyone into the house anymore. After the main character left, Yoon said that his friend was lucky that the gentleman was nearby. Ma Ryong thanked the guy for being the first to give him a chance and not kick him out. The unexpected conversation of the guys was interrupted. Guests came to their master. Yoon was very surprised by this. A tall man with a sword in his hand stood in the courtyard and asked if Suk Jinho was at home. Yoon timidly replied that it was so. Hearing this, the man ordered the guy to take him to the master because he had to deliver a letter from Mrs. Sukmi Ryong. Hearing this, Yoon became nervous and asked if something had happened to the mistress. The man rudely said that the guy was not here to ask questions and ordered him to just take him to his master. Suk Jinho, having heard about the arrival of the guest, became indignant at the fact that today everyone decided to ruin his day. Yoon asked his master to be quieter. The man approached the main character and rudely apologized for coming without warning. Suk Jinho could not believe that this person allowed himself to communicate with him so disrespectfully, and even thought that he had heard him incorrectly. The man asked what the problem was because he came here to deliver a letter from the lady. After that, he decided to escalate the situation even more and said that he did not know that a dog lived in this estate. Suk Jinho decided to answer no less rudely and warned the man to be careful because this dog bites. The man got angry because he couldn't believe the guy's impudence, and Suk Jinho in addition smiled insidiously and asked if the stranger knew that mad dogs could not be intimidated. The man suggested that someone had become too bold after their newly acquired fame. An ominous atmosphere hung between Lady Sukmi Ryung's servant and the main character. The next moment, the man rushed at Suk Jinho in order to attack him and teach him a lesson on behalf of his mistress. The fist is approaching the protagonist's face with great speed, and the stranger is mentally making fun of his opponent, thinking that he didn't even have time to react, which is what was to be expected from the brat. But unexpectedly, Suk Jinho somehow managed to dodge the attack at the very last moment, which greatly surprised the man. Now it was the turn of the main character to attack his opponent. While he was in shock, the guy hit the man in the face with all his might. From this attack, the wind rose and the man was thrown to the side, and all this was just from a blow with a fist. The uninvited guest could not resist but said that no matter how painful it was for the man, he would have to endure it. After this, the main character began to deliver many blows to different parts of the man's body. His fighting skills helped him with this. The man was scared and couldn't believe that Suk Jinho was aiming straight at the points through which the blood circulated. The last thing the arrogant man saw was how the protagonist's fist flew at him. Suk Jinho, without hiding his sincere joy and smiling broadly, asked his opponent to taste his blow. The next moment, there was a loud sound that spread throughout the area and scared the birds sitting on the branches. Throwing Mrs. Sukmi Ryung's letter aside, the guy was indignant at the fact that weaklings loved to wag their tongues, and even dared to do such a thing in his own house. Yoon asked his master what to do with the letter. Suk Jinho indifferently replied that because of this idiot he had a headache and he had no time for it now. Satisfied with himself, the main character looked into the sky and said that his defeated opponent had not completed his task and therefore he and Yoon should have taken care of it themselves. After some time, Suk Jinho arrived to Mrs. Sukmi Ryong. She met him at her estate on the shore of a small pond. Everything around was strewn with flowers and greenery. While pouring tea for the guest, the girl said that she was informed about everything, after which she asked her brother why he reacted so sharply to this. Suk Jinho replied that this was an excellent example for those who considered it their duty to humiliate him, because now they will know that the main character will not leave it so easily. The girl was amazed that the guy had really changed. Jinho replied that if he had not done this, he would not be here and only 2 people would have attended his funeral. Sukmi Ryung laughed at this answer and was touched by how her Jinho had matured. But the main character was serious and crossed his arms over his chest and rudely asked since when did he become her. The girl asked the guy not to be so cold with her because she was his older sister. Suk Jinho doesn't want to stay here for a long time and therefore asked why she called him. Sukmi Ryung sighed and decided to get straight to the point and said that she needed the help of the main character. The girl wanted Suk Jinho to help her become the head of the Suk clan. Hearing this, the guy, without thinking for a moment, categorically refused. Mi Ryung immediately became nervous because she suggested that the guy had already accepted the brother's proposal, but he replied that he didn't take anyone's side and in general he wasn't interested in it. The girl began to shower her brother with promises that as soon as power was in her hands, she would help him achieve whatever he wanted and even appoint him as the head of the detachment. Clenching her hand into a fist, Mi Ryung added that their clan would have incredible power that the guy could not even dream of. But Suk Jinho saw no point in this because it would only benefit the clan. The girl reminded that the guy was also part of the clan and it was beneficial for him. The older sister continued to insist and said that now her brother needed support, but the main character easily refused this too. Sukmi Ryung looked at the main character and could not believe that he was not at all interested in support and the struggle for power. The girl suggested that this could be so because as soon as her brother succeeded in martial arts, he immediately attracted the attention of the elders of powerful clans, but he did not follow them. In addition, Suk Jinho was able to defeat the lady's servant who had been studying martial arts for several years. This happened because powerful chi energy circulated through the guy's veins. Sukmi Ryung believed that with the help of this energy the main character was able to demonstrate his potential and talent, and therefore he had no reason to deceive her. Suk Jinho broke the silence by saying that the lady could handle it without his help, after which he got up from the table and prepared to leave. Sukmi Ryung accepted her brother's decision but asked him to spend more time with her because she was not that close to her brothers, and she felt more comfortable with Jinho. Finally, the girl hoped that she and her brother would become closer, after which she smiled insidiously and reminded that she was not one of those people who quickly gave up. The news that Suk Jinho was able to defeat an experienced fighter reached the head of the Suk clan, who could not believe it. But the servant assured his master that his son was very dexterous during the battle. The man was interested in how much progress the main character had made in the study of martial arts. The servant said that during the battle the guy was able to defeat the man due to the fact that he aimed at the point where the blood flowed, and it was not just luck. The head of the clan wanted to meet with the guy, but the servant said that this couldn't be done. The man couldn't understand why and suggested that Suk Jinho was injured during the battle. But everything turned out to be much simpler. Early in the morning, the main character left his estate alone and went to wander through the dense forest. Overcoming one climb after another, the guy noticed that the mountain remained the same, and thanks to it he would not get lost. Suddenly he heard strange but familiar sounds that were not typical for this place. This immediately attracted Suk Jinho's attention. Let's quickly find out what's wrong. He quickly jumped up in order to quickly get to the source of the strange sound. Overcoming an increasing distance, the sound became louder, and now the main character could definitely determine that it was the clang of a weapon. Finally, he saw the source of this sound. In the distance stood 2 people, one of whom was armed with a halberd. It was a girl whose clothes were stained with dirt, and she herself could barely stand on her feet. The stranger, gritting her teeth, looked angrily at her opponent. Her opponent, although unarmed, looked frightening. His long beard and sharp claws betrayed his wild origins, and his crazy look only confirmed this. The man said that he was just bored and invited the girl to have some fun, after which he laughed, but suddenly something distracted him. The reason for this was Suk Jinho, who appeared out of nowhere and stood between the opponents. The guy immediately understood what was happening here. The main characters turned to the crazy man and asked if he wanted to have some fun with him first. The savage immediately snapped at Suk Jinho and rudely asked who he was, but the main character replied that it didn't matter. The guy continued to say that the only thing that mattered was that the man dared to attack a woman in broad daylight and was walking out, so he was still that bastard. The exhausted girl said that this man was a demon of lust and asked the guy to be careful because he used poisons, and it was because of this that she was now in such a pitiful state. Suk Jinho felt sorry for the poor girl who suddenly encountered trouble like this. Unfortunately, in Gango not such things could be seen. Soon the guy's thoughts were interrupted. The wild man ran towards the main character in order to attack and said that the guy should not have let his guard down. But this was not the first time Suk Jinho had encountered a similar situation and therefore was able to calmly dodge the attack of the demon of lust. The main character laughed at this ridiculous surprise attack from his opponent. The demon got nervous and asked how Suk Jinho was able to dodge so much, to which the guy replied that he did not intend to stand like an idol. The main character noticed a stone lying nearby and decided to demonstrate to his opponent what a truly unexpected attack should have looked like. The next moment Suk Jinho kicked this stone with all his strength, which flew towards the demon of lust with great speed. In order to protect himself from this attack, the wild man put his knee forward and took a blow from the stone. After this, the demon said that this would not stop him and believed that if this was all that Suk Jinho was capable of, then he was a mediocre idiot who just wanted to impress the girl. The man felt that he should have acted more decisively, and to do this he concentrated dark, otherworldly energy in his hands. He threatened the main character that he would finish him off with one blow, after which he tried to attack his opponent again. Suk Jinho was again able to dodge the blow without much effort and said that the demon was even more of an idiot since he was confident in the unpredictability of his attacks. The main character added that he was no longer used to fighting with guys who were only good at wagging their tongues. After which he hit the demons in the stomach with all his might. The enemy was shocked and his eyes hardened from piercing pain. The outcome of the battle was already a foregone conclusion. The wild man, having been severely injured, could no longer continue the fight, and with his last strength stood on his knees trying not to fall to the ground. Suk Jinho looked at the defeated opponent and waited for the continuation because he knew that this was not the end. The guy prepared to finish what he started. He struck the villain several blows on the back. Unable to resist, the exhausted demon of lust fell to the ground, but he did not die. The main character just blocked his acupuncture points. Suk Jinho turned to the stranger and said that for now this was enough because the main thing was that the girl was now safe. The girl could barely stand on her feet but still found the strength to thank her savior. The guy assured that for him it was nothing. Suddenly someone from the forest turned to the stranger. This attracted the attention of the girl and Suk Jinho. The tall man was worried and asked what happened here. The stranger was glad to see him and called him her uncle. The girl rushed to the man and began to apologize and say that it was her fault because she should have taken care of him properly. Suk Jinho watched this conversation from the side and was surprised that the girl left her family and guide and walked to Gango alone. The man continued to ask the lady what happened to her because she had no face because of fatigue. The girl replied that she had inhaled poison. The man sat the girl down on the ground and said that it would not be easy, but he would try to cleanse her of the toxin. The uncle put his hands on the lady's back and began to concentrate the chi energy in order to separate and extract the poison. The next moment the girl's whole body glowed brightly, and the man asked if the lady felt better. The girl replied that she felt better and thanked her uncle. The man was glad to hear this. After that he approached Suk Jinho and bowed respectfully and thanked him for his help. The man introduced himself by saying that his name was Baek Sang-gon. He was from the younger Peng family. The girl's name was Pang Na-young. The main character suggested postponing the acquaintance for now because now it was better to take care of the guy who was lying on the ground nearby. Suk Jinho was mentally indignant at the fact that every time it turned out that he was getting involved in someone else's business. And at this time the girl told her uncle that this guy was a demon of lust. The man examined the guy and thoughtfully said that usually demons were quite strong creatures and could easily defeat even an experienced fighter. The girl said with admiration that Suk Jinho was able to deftly deal with the demon and defeated him with just one blow. Hearing this, the main character thought that he should have left here as quickly as possible. The man was interested in these words. He turned to the guy and asked who he was, but the next moment he fell silent. The place where Suk Jinho had recently stood was now empty and the guy himself was nowhere to be seen. He seemed to have disappeared. The man wondered who this stranger was who could easily defeat such an opponent. He still felt the power of the demon because he had personally experienced the power of his poison. The girl was upset because the guy disappeared without even saying his name. Seeing this, the man promised to definitely find the stranger because there weren't many warriors of his level here. The lady was glad to hear this. Suk Jinho went deep into the forest but still heard the voice of a man who said that he and the girl roughly knew where to look for him and it wouldn't take much time. The man added that it was not customary for the Pang family to remain in debt for the rescue and they had to properly thank the guy. The girl promised to make every effort for this. Meanwhile, Suk Jinho continued to wander through the forest until late at night. Only the light of the moon did not allow him to get lost. The main character seemed to be looking for something. The guy told himself that what he needed was definitely somewhere here because everything was exactly the same as before. Suk Jinho continued to walk through the dark forest and looked under every bush without losing hope of success. Suddenly the guy began to smile because he had finally found what he had come so far for. Suk Jinho looked at some unusual plant that was illuminated by the moonlight and was pleased with himself because his memory did not let him down. The main character was about to pick the plant, but something caught his attention. A black cat with big yellow eyes looked at the guy and hissed as if defending his schedule. Suk Jinho realized that the animal was stubborn and therefore politely asked to be allowed to use a little force. The cat seemed to understand what the guy was saying and therefore was completely covered in chi energy. The main character immediately realized that this cat was a spiritual being and also very young. Suddenly the cat calmed down and turned his attention to something. The next moment the animal jumped away from Suk Jinho and hissed again. The guy realized that the cat was scared because he could see his inner strength. The main character extended his hand to the cat and asked him not to be afraid. The guy wanted to feed the animal and therefore began to look for another plant, which was ginseng. Sometime later, Suk Jinho and the cat found a suitable place for a meal. The guy managed to find 2 ginseng roots that were 60 years old. Suk Jinho and the black cat began to eat this plant with great appetite. Chewing well, the main character thought that judging by the taste he had made the right choice. The guy already felt with all his might how energy filled his body. He knew that he had to immediately absorb it and pave the way for 100 years of energy in his body. With her help, Suk Jinho planned to combine his chi energy with the energy of the great god of the earth. The main character began to sit quietly and concentrate on the task at hand while chi energy hovered around him. After some time, the guy finished his meditation and breathed out a sigh of relief because the goal for which he had come all this way had been achieved. Suddenly, a black cat appeared behind Suk Jinho. The guy was very surprised that he had been waiting for him all this time. I got to my feet. The guy thanked the animal for protecting him and promised that if they met again he would definitely repay him. But the spiritual animal seemed to not want to be separated from the main character and therefore pressed against his leg and then began to purr. Suk Jinho was surprised and assumed that the black cat wanted to go with him. The animal meowed approvingly. The guy did not argue and put the cat on his shoulder and said that he had already come up with a name for him and now he would be called Blackie. It was early morning. The main character was only now able to return home. The black cat looked around like a proprietor and climbed onto the roof. Seeing this, Suk Jinho said that now this territory was under the protection of Blackie. The animal meowed approvingly. The guy didn't take his eyes off his new friend and said that he didn't know how long he would stay in this estate, but while he was here, the cat suddenly someone addressed the main character in an excited voice and attracted his attention. It was Ma Ryong, who was going to the guy along with Yoon and the nanny. The servants were very worried because Suk Jinho left without warning them and didn't even leave a note. The nanny happily hugged the main character and asked if everything was fine with him, but there was nothing to worry about. Yoon asked his master how his mission went. Suk Jinho replied that everything went well, because he was able to do everything he planned. The nanny drew attention to the black cat that was clinging to her and very surprised asked where it came from. Suk Jinho stated that his name was Churnish and from that day on he would live with them as his subordinate. The nanny was stroking the cat and did not understand how such a small ball of fur could act as a subordinate, but Suk Jinho replied that the animal was now very dangerous and quite strong. The main character explained that the cat had eaten a sufficient amount of ginseng, and therefore now there was great power in his body, but the girl still did not believe that the cute animal could be dangerous. Ma Ryong envied the black cat because the animal was already a subordinate and the guy was still on probation. Suk Jinho saw the guy's puzzlement and asked what happened to him. Ma Riyong decided to answer that he just got excited when he saw his master. After this, the main character asked how the guy's training went, to which Ma Riyong replied that he worked hard with Yun. Suk Jinho replied that he would check it later, but for now the guy wanted to rest, so he ordered his subordinates not to disturb him and mind their own business. The main character went to his chambers while his comrades tried to get to know the black cat better. The sun was already high. Blackie was still sitting on the roof and doing the usual things for a cat. The general silence and calm was interrupted only by the loud screams of Ma Riyong. The guy tried to advance in the study of martial arts, but the black cat was not impressed at all, and he yawned from boredom. Ma Riyong noticed this and took it as a personal insult because the cat clearly considered himself superior to him. The guy tried to count the animals, but it soon became clear that it simply ignored him. Suk Jinho and Yun laughed when they saw this because they couldn't believe that the guy was quarreling with a black cat. It seemed to Ma Riyong that Churnish was not an ordinary cat. This guess was confirmed by the main character and said that he could be upset if he was treated so rudely. Suk Jinho added that the cat could even hit the offender, but Ma Riyong complained that the only one who was insulted here was him. The next moment Churnish hit Ma Riyong in the face as if punishing him for rudeness and lies. Yun was shocked by what he saw, and Suk Jinho reminded him that it was better not to anger the cat. Suddenly the animal began to walk in a circle and meow. The main character immediately assumed that it wanted to show them something. A moment later Blackie pushed off the ground and jumped high. While in the air, the cat began to perform some kind of bizarre dance which was accompanied by various acrobatic elements. But this performance did not last long. The cat sank to the ground and went about his business. Ma Riyong was shocked and did not understand what had just happened. Out of surprise and fear, the guy began to lose his balance and fall to the ground because he could not stand on his feet. He couldn't believe that the cat was capable of such a thing. Suk Jinho explained that Churnish was not just a cat but a spiritual being, and this was nothing to him. The main character ordered his surprised comrades not to dare talk about this to anyone else. The conversation about the animal was interrupted by the sudden visit of a guest noticed by Suk Jinho. The guest approached the owner of the estate with confident steps until he suddenly stopped nearby. A tall man dressed in black bowed respectfully and greeted Mr. Suk Jinho. With a sincere smile on his face, he announced that the head of the Suk clan wanted to meet with the main character. After some time, Suk Jinho was already visiting the head of the clan. This time, the guy met with his grandfather. They greeted each other, after which Suk Jinho asked if his relative was feeling well. But the old man rudely replied that he could not feel good when his grandson ran somewhere without warning anyone. The guy replied that he did not see the need to report his every step. The elderly man was unhappy that the main character contradicted him, but Suk Jinho said that this was not so, and he was only telling the truth. The old man recalled that most people in conversations with him were always afraid or deliberately lied to Suk Jinho, but he did not answer anything and only remained silent. Still, the man suggested forgetting about it and said that something good had clearly happened because the guy was literally glowing. The main character confirmed this and said that the head of the clan was very attentive. After this, the old man asked if the guy had changed his mind about leaving the estate to study martial arts. Suk Jinho confirmed this and said that there was nothing for him to do here. The elderly man tried to convince the guy there by saying that this was his house. Suk Jinho knew about it, but this did not mean that he had to always stay here. The head of the clan agreed with his grandson but said that usually it was daughters and not sons who left their home, after which he made a gloomy expression on his face. The main character became just as gloomy and said that he was no longer what he was before. After that, the guy looked up and mysteriously said that the previous one would not have dared to leave the house. Suk Jinho assumed that the head of the clan had some other reason why he did not want the guy to leave, but the old man denied it and explained that he was just worried about his grandson. The main character thanked for the concern but said that he was not such an important person whose family could somehow influence the entire life of the estate. I heard this old man cross his arms over his chest and asked his grandson to stop hanging noodles on his ears because now no one would believe these words. Suk Jinho smiled wickedly and suggested that the head of the clan must already know a lot of things. These words made the old man think. He couldn't believe that this kid had long ago come up with a plan to escape from the estate. The head of the clan took into account what happened the other day and decided that the guy was quite capable of creating a brilliant plan. The elderly man decided to ask his grandson a question but asked him to answer it honestly. He asked what the guy was going to do after leaving and whether the dragon's tail was not enough for him. When he heard about the dragon, the main character began to smile and acted as if he did not understand what his grandfather was talking about. But the old man immediately realized that the dragon's tail was not enough for the guy, so he asked what Suk Jinho thought about growing a dragon himself. The main character calmly replied that this did not concern him and that his brothers should have dealt with this. But the head of the clan recalled that the legacy of Buddha flowed in the guy's blood. Suk Jinho clarified that this was only half and therefore he did not want to interfere in family affairs. Finally, the old man realized that the guy could not be convinced and assumed that the guy would not return here again. Suk Jinho confirmed this. The head of the clan asked her grandson to stay at least until his birthday and not to forget to come and chat with his grandfather more often. Suk Jinho was surprised but could not answer anything. But the elderly man looked at the guy with a stern look and asked him to fulfill at least this request. Reluctantly, the main character agreed. Hearing this, the old man was pleased and said that now Suk Jinho could go about his business. The relatives quickly said goodbye. The main character hastily left the room and closed the door behind him. After the guy left, the head of the clan suggested that there was still something unusual about him and asked what his subordinate thought about it. The man replied that the main character had changed a lot and it only took him a few days to do this. The servant did not believe that this was possible in such a short period of time. The head of the clan thought and expressed regret over the decision of his grandson, which did not coincide with his expectations. The old man suggested that if only the guy had stayed, he would certainly have become the dragon of their clan. Soon Suk Jinho returned home with the black cat who accompanied him. Because of the conversation with his grandfather, the guy was in no mood. His loyal subordinates immediately approached him and asked how everything went. Yoon noticed that the gentleman's conversation lasted longer than usual, but the main character said that this was not so. And he was delayed because on the way he looked at Mrs. Sukmi Ryong. Yoon did not expect to hear about the lady and assumed that something had happened, but Suk Jinho assured that nothing serious had happened. The main character said that the girl did not have time to start her monologue when Blackie appeared and all her attention turned to him. One could say that the cat helped the guy a lot. Suk Jinho was very tired and hungry, so he told Yuna to ask the nanny to prepare lunch for him. The servant immediately obeyed. The main characters thought that now he wanted to spend time quietly, but something told him that he would not be able to do this. He was absolutely right because two familiar figures appeared at the entrance to his estate. A tall man and a girl stood at the entrance for some time and could not decide to call the owner. These were Baek Sang-gon and Pang Na-young, whom we knew. The girl was very happy that they were finally able to find the Sok estate. Some time before this, uninvited guests came to the main palace of the clan because they thought that Suk Jinho was here. Pang Na-young was worried and wasn't sure that they could come in without an invitation, but Baek Sang-gon reassured the girl by saying that they just wanted to express their gratitude. The man approached the guard and introduced himself, saying that they wanted to see young Mr. Suk Jinho and therefore asked to notify him of their visit. Suddenly a guy approached the man and greeted Mr. Peck and asked what business he had come for. Baek Sang-gon said that he wanted to meet Suk Jinho. Hearing this name, the guy's face twisted in contempt. The man said that this benefactor saved his mistress and they would like to personally thank the main character and therefore asked the guy to take them to him. The guy agreed and asked the guests to follow him, but he could not believe that Suk Jinho saved the lady. The guy led the guests to the main character's house, but his steps were heavy, and for some reason his legs were shaking. As if sensing the approach of uninvited guests, Suk Jinho had some kind of bad feeling. The black cat meowed in agreement with his owner. Baek Sang-gon and Pang Na-young were already very close and smiled when they saw their savior. The guy who accompanied them was gloomy. He couldn't understand how the guests met Suk Jinho in the first place. Baek Sang-gon and Pang Na-young respectfully bowed to the owner of the estate and said that they came here to personally thank the main character for the recent incident. Suk Jinho decided to show his hospitality, and assuming that the guests were tired after the journey, asked them to go inside the house, which was quite modest but rather cozy. Baek Sang-gon turned to the guy who accompanied them and said that they would handle the rest themselves. The guy asked if he really shouldn't have come with them. The man replied that they would like to talk with Suk Jinho alone. The guy agreed with this and said that later they would send someone to escort them to the guest room. When the guests and the owner of the house left, the guy turned to his subordinate and told him to look after them and find out what kind of relationship this bastard had with the Peng family. The servant doubted that he would succeed because Baek Sang-gon was a martial arts master, but the guy forced him to obey. After that, he thought that in the Peng family everyone was born with stylish chi energy, and if he could make friends with them then his place in the sun would be guaranteed. After that, he looked at Pang Naeung. I suggested that she could become a wonderful wife for him. Soon everything was ready. There were 3 cups of tea on the table for the guests and the owner of the estate. When everyone sat down at the table, Baek-san said that they wanted to keep the meeting private, but now it seemed that they had aggravated the current situation in the Suk family. The guy said that everything was fine. The man looked at the guy carefully and thought that he never ceased to amaze him. After all, such a beautiful girl was sitting in front of him, and he didn't even bat an eyelid, although his brother who accompanied them immediately noticed her. Suddenly Pang Na-young took out some kind of package and embarrassedly put it on the table. Suk Jin asked what it was. The girl began to unwrap the package and say that it was a small gift because she wanted to thank the guy for saving him in this way. The package contained a golden tablet. The girl explained that it was the tablet of their family and they often used it. It offered many privileges and cost a lot of money. Seeing the golden plaque, Suk Jin was very surprised and could not believe that his guests called it a small gift. Pang Na-young replied that the lady did not think so and added that the girl would not leave him until he accepted this gift because she was stubborn in such matters. The main character said that he would gladly accept such an expensive gift. Pang Na-young beamed with happiness and thanked Suk Jin, but the guy thought that he should have thanked the girl. The next moment the main character smiled insidiously and thought that with this, he would at least have the money that he would definitely need to escape from the empire. When all the thanks were expressed and the gifts were given, Baek-sang gone and Pang Na-young decided not to bother Suk Jin with their presence anymore and therefore got ready to leave. The main character was already saying goodbye to his guests, but suddenly the girl asked if the guy had a good rest. Suk Jin didn't understand why she was asking this, but he answered in the affirmative. After that, Pang Na-young blushed with embarrassment and tried to say something but couldn't find the words. Suk Jin noticed this but didn't understand what exactly the girl wanted from him. Finally, Pang Na-young timidly asked if the main character wanted to fight her. This question discouraged Suk Jin and began to doubt whether he had heard everything correctly. Nevertheless, the guy came to his senses and agreed with the girl and said that they could start the fight as soon as she was ready. Pang Na-young was already holding her weapon in her hand, and Suk Jin, taking out his sword, said that he would give the girl a head start for a couple of minutes. The lady grabbed her halberd tightly and promised to give it her all in this battle. The girl smoothly raised the sharp blade up in order to swing well. After that, Pang Na-young sharply cut the air with her weapon, causing a small wind to rise. It seemed that there was no point in this, but the girl didn't think so. She froze in place and began to concentrate. The next moment, many dangerous streams of chi energy flew towards Suk Jin. The main character was surprised by the girl's skills, but still without much effort he was able to deftly dodge all the attacks. Pang Na-young was shocked that she didn't manage to hit Suk Jin even once. Then the girl decided to change her tactics and sharply responded from the ground and rushed towards the main character to engage him in close combat. Not wanting to lose, Pang Na-young swung her weapon with all her might, leaving a trail of chi energy. But this blow did not reach the target because Suk Jin sat down on his feet in time. After this, the main character stated that now it was his turn to attack. His words sounded serious because the guy had no intention of giving in. Suk Jin used his speed to get close to the enemy and then tried to attack him, but the girl managed to block the guy's blow. Nevertheless, Mrs. Pang Na-young was still impressed by the attack of the protagonist. The girl knew that despite the determined appearance of her opponent, he did not really use his strength, but at the same time he was able to attack her so strongly. The lady also suggested that judging by the guy's lightning-fast reaction, he had been studying martial arts for a long time, and his piercing gaze indicated that the guy knew all her subsequent actions. Unable to withstand Suk Jin's onslaught, the girl stumbled a little and began to lose her balance. For the main character, this was a great chance to end the fight right now, and he decided to take advantage of it immediately. But the girl did not intend to lose the fight so easily because of an absurd mistake, and therefore, gathering her strength, she again tried to attack her opponent. Pang Na-young thought that she had the advantage over a long distance, and therefore Suk Jin could not avoid her attack. But suddenly, in an instant, all the girl's hopes were dispelled because she saw something that surprised her very much. Suk Jin was well aware of his disadvantageous position and therefore decided to reduce the distance between him and his opponent as quickly as possible. To do this, he used the sword that served as his support. The main character pushed away from the sword and in the next moment disarmed his opponent with one sharp kick. The halberd flew out of the girl's hands, leaving her unable to continue the battle. But Suk Jin didn't even think about stopping. The guy ran some distance to get his opponent's weapon. The next moment, the main character demonstrated his skill in wielding a halberd which struck the girl. The sharp blade stopped a few centimeters from Ms. Pang Na-young's throat, causing her to raise her hands. This was a symbol that the fight was over. Suk Jinho smiled and was pleased with his victory, but he was even more pleased with the fight with a strong opponent. Pang Na-young raised her hands up in recognition of her defeat. Absolute silence reigned for a while. The girl looked at the main character with fascination and still could not understand how he managed to win. Finally, Suk Jinho lowered his weapon and said that he was not very experienced and therefore was waiting for advice from the mistress, but the girl answered with admiration that she gently wanted him to succeed. Returning the weapon to Pang Na, the main character said that she had good technique and fast attacks, but she often repeated the same thing. The girl thought that she should have attacked when her opponent did not expect it. After that, she remembered how during the last attack Suk Jinho concentrated all her attention on his sword but ended up kicking her. The girl called the main character smart. Next, Pang Na-young asked if Suk Jinho wanted to fight her again tomorrow. The guy thought for a moment. Still, he agreed and said that it would be good practice for him. The girl was very happy and thanked Suk Jinho. After that, they said goodbye. Baek Sang-gon at first thought that Pang Na was giving in to the guy, but he soon realized that he really had incredible abilities, and now Suk Jinho was on par with 6 dragons. The girl beamed with happiness and agreed with her uncle. The man, seeing this, assumed that she really liked the main character, but from the look of the girl everything was already clear. Confused, Pang Na-young turned in the opposite direction and bitterly said that she did not understand what the man was talking about. But soon she turned to face her uncle again and asked with great enthusiasm if the man didn't want to see the peak of Suk Jinho's capabilities. Baek Sang-gon thought about it and said that after he saw the main character's abilities, he was interested in knowing what their limit was. The man hoped that as soon as the right moment came, they would get to know Suk Jinho better and properly thank him for his help. The girl agreed with this. The small table was littered with various scrolls and documents. Someone was actively working. The next head of the Sok clan, named Sok Myung-il, was sitting at this table and was scrupulously thinking about something. The man asked his subordinate whether Jinho had really changed as much as everyone was saying. The servant confirmed this because he was personally convinced of it. He said that the boy who recently could barely speak became so brave that he was able to reject the offer of the elders of powerful clans and even defeat Pang Na-young. The servant added that the talent did not manifest itself immediately. Suk Myung-il said that it turned out that the gray mouse was actually a dragon. The man also decided to say that there were rumors that Lady Mi Ryong refused Crown Prince Jin Ryong, but he still insisted on his own. Suk Myung-il, hearing this, sighed heavily and was annoyed because this child did not obey him at all. After this, the head of the clan asked what the man thought about this. The servant felt that they should not interfere in this yet. At this time, Suk Myung-il was carefully looking for something in his book. The head of the clan thought that he should have personally talked to Jin Ryong because his plan was not that bad, but the guy would not be able to make it come true. Despite the fact that the Peng clan was located on the very outskirts of the Five Lands, its members were very smart, and the most powerful Murim was practiced in the clan itself. Suk Myung-il himself wanted to get the jade leaf of this clan. The servant said that he would do this. Suk Myung-il also asked to tell Jin Ryong not to do anything stupid again, because if the relationship between the two clans deteriorates, then the guy will end. A man stroked the black cat and asked if Suk Jinho had told him about it. The main character saw this and was surprised that Churnish reacted so calmly to this man. The guest kindly greeted Suk Jinho and said that they had not seen each other for a long time. The main character also respectfully greeted the guest. It was his uncle named Doc Volt. After some time, they were already sitting at the table. The man said that he had heard rumors that the guy had changed a lot. Suk Jinho replied that he was planning to continue to become better because he was no longer a child. Doc Volt recalled that the main character was only 17 years old, but Suk Jinho replied that he was already an adult, and asked if his uncle had heard about the methods of growing up of the head of Suk. The man replied that he knew very well about these methods. Suddenly, the main character thanked his uncle. Sok Dok Volt was one of the heads of the Suk clan that ruled Pyaguk. He was the illegitimate son of the head of the clan, just like the main character. Therefore, the man was the only one who perfectly understood Suk Jinho and always tried to help him. The man never ignored the guy and was always kind to him, and after meeting the head of the clan, he always went to Suk Jinho and spent time with him. The main character believed that since he had made a promise to the previous owner of his body, he needed to show respect to Doc Volt. Suk Jin asked his uncle what was bothering him. The man couldn't believe that the boy he remembered from the cradle had figured him out. The guy replied that the man didn't know how to hide his emotions at all. The main character asked Doc Volt to tell it like it was. The man reluctantly said that he needed the guy's help. The head of the clan said that Pyakuk was in danger, and they needed the power of Baek Sanggon. Enemies had long been targeting these lands, and the man was afraid that their plans could come true. Doc Volt added that so far they had no evidence, only assumptions, but he assured that the enemies were definitely planning something terrible. Suk Jin doesn't believe that Baek San will agree to help because he was not an ordinary soldier but the strongest of warriors, and therefore the guy advised his uncle to reconsider his plan. Doc Volt said that yesterday he made an appointment with the man but he was busy. Also, Uncle heard that Suk Jin would have a special relationship with Mrs. Pang, and she even came to visit him. The main character said that these were just rumors and they barely knew each other, but he of course would try to negotiate with her but did not promise anything. The inspired Doc Volt grabbed his nephew by the hand and asked him to arrange a meeting with Mrs. Pang Na Young, and then he would figure it out entirely on his own. Suk Jin asked why there was a delay and suggested meeting them right now. The man was very surprised to hear this. The next moment the main character loudly said that the guests could already enter. Immediately the doors to the house opened and Baek Sanggon and Pang Na Young appeared on the threshold. The girl was glad to see Suk Jin again, but her uncle, who obviously heard the relatives' conversation, was in no mood. Sok Duk Volt bowed respectfully and introduced himself and said that yesterday they were supposed to meet. Baek Sanggon recognized the man and clarified whether he was the head of Sukpung Pyaguk. Suk Jin turned to the guests and asked them all to sit down at the table since they all already knew each other. Baek Sanggon assumed that the guy did not call them here to get acquainted, and believed that it was because of yesterday's incident. Suk Jin honestly said that he had a request to Baek Sanggon. The main character put the Pong clan's golden tablet on the table and stated that he was returning it. The man was very surprised because he did not expect that someone could refuse such a valuable and expensive item. Suk Jin explained that he helped Ms. Pang not for selfish reasons. After that, the guy explained that his further actions had nothing to do with what happened. The guy asked to understand him correctly and said that he had to return the sign to Mr. Baek Sanggon. After this, the main character said that he had a proposal for a man. Suk Jin said that by joining him, Baek Sanggon would kill two birds with one stone and firstly remove his curiosity and secondly gain experience. The man timidly asked what the main character meant when he spoke about curiosity. Suk Jin replied that he knew that the man was interested in one of the best bandits named Genju. Baek Sanggon asked if the guy was confident that he could go against Genju. Suk Jin replied that if the man doubted his abilities, he could test them himself. After that, the main character looked confidently at the man and asked if he was ready to fight him right now. After some time, the opponents stood opposite each other in the courtyard of the estate. Doc Volt and Pang Na Young watched them from the side. Doc Volt was wondering if Suk Jin could cope with Baek San's iron fist. The delighted Mrs. Pang Na Young was sure that the fight would last a long time. After that, the girl said that Mr. Suk Jinho was stronger than he seemed. These words surprised Doc Volt. The man thought that although the guy had changed, the opponent's forces were at completely different levels. Suk Jinho drew his sword and asked his opponent if he was ready to start the fight. Baek Sanggon was absolutely ready and even wished good luck to the main character. The next moment, Suk Jin announced the beginning of the battle and rushed into battle. No matter how sharp Suk Jin's attack was, Baek Sanggon was still able to dodge, because he was a much more experienced martial artist. Nevertheless, the man admitted that the main character's movements were fast and the aura emanating from him was serious. Although the enemy was young, Baek Sanggon decided to fight him with full strength, and therefore the man took a fighting pose. The experienced warrior began to concentrate the energy of Qi. He himself did not notice how he used the power of the divine fist. Baek Sanggon looked at Suk Jin and was already anticipating his imminent victory. But first the man had to figure out what to do with the speed of the main character, so with a sharp movement of his hand, he directed the flow of energy towards the enemy. It seemed that the blow was about to reach the main character, causing a large gusty wind to rise, but Suk Jin stood inviolably in place as if she did not realize the danger. Suddenly Baek Sanggon seemed to be struck by lightning from surprise and surprise. The energy flow smashed the stones that were lying on the ground into smithereens, but it did not cause any harm to Suk Jin himself. He continued to stand in place. The man was very surprised because the main character did not try to defend himself and did not even blink an eye. Baek Sang-gon continued to send streams of chi energy, but Suk Jin only now moved. The guy put his hand in front of him and began to concentrate energy in it that looked like a flame. The next moment, two streams of energy hit each other. This was a kind of test of the strength of their opponent, the results of which both fighters would take advantage of. Suk Jin understood that he and his opponent were on completely different levels, and therefore the guy needed to carefully analyze his actions in order to launch a counterattack. Baek Sang-gon prepared to use the Iron Fist technique and warned his opponent that he would fight half-heartedly. The main character agreed without further ado, as if he understood that it was a mistake. The next moment the man launched many strong attacks, but Suk Jin managed to survive and defend himself from these blows. After this, the main character thought that victory was not important to him. The guy just wanted to show what Suk Jin was capable of and pushed off on the ground in order to get closer to the enemy. Baek Sang-gon said that the main character intended to attack him, but could not because the guy decided to close the distance. The next moment a powerful blow hit the man, causing a loud sound that shook the air. Baek Sang-gon immediately realized his mistake because while he was thinking about attacking his opponent, the guy acted unpredictably. For this the man paid. He decided to rehabilitate himself and immediately attacked in response, but Suk Jin managed to jump away in time, which is why a powerful blow hit the ground, smashing the stones into smithereens. The man realized that the guy seemed to know all his actions in advance, and besides he was amazed by the strength of his opponent. But the battle continued and the opponents decided to attack each other again with particular zeal. It seemed that they were fighting on equal terms. The blows did not cause any harm to any of them but only raised huge gusts of wind. The opponents again bounced away from each other to recover and think through further attacks. Baek Sang-gon was worried and wondered if he would be able to see the limits of the main character's powers. The man examined Suk Jin and decided that it was worth the risk for him. The guy asked his opponent not to give in to him and attack with full force because he knew that the man wanted to see his abilities. Baek San decided to accept this request and began to concentrate. He thought that before this he had only used part of his strength, but now the guy would not be able to dodge his attack. The next moment a huge amount of chi energy was released from the man's body. He was determined to see all the guy's abilities. Baek Sang-gon used the Heaven and Earth Divine Fist technique, which was comparable to the powers of a deity, and sent a powerful stream of energy towards Suk Jin. The power of the Peng clan was impressive. A huge dome of bright light rose above the estate and a loud explosion echoed throughout the area. Ma Ryong had to squint his eyes and cover himself with his hand in order to protect himself from the strong gusts of wind that rose after the explosion. The guy was indignant and argued that he shouldn't have gone so far, but Peng Na-young calmed him down, saying that everything was under control. Ma Ryong turned to Yoon and expressed to him his worries that something could have happened to Suk Jin, but the guy was sure that their master could handle it. The next moment the loud laughter of Baek Sang-gon, who was happy that he was able to achieve his goal, echoed throughout the estate. Suk Jin, who didn't have a scratch on him, suggested that the man end the fight there because he thought that he had already seen enough. Peng Na was happy and said that nothing else should have been expected from Suk Jin. Sok Myung could not believe that his nephew had survived the battle against an experienced fighter from the Peng clan. Ma Ryong, almost crying with happiness, swore that he did not doubt his master for a minute, and Yoon laughed because he remembered that just recently his friend had said something completely different. Baek Sang-gon told the main character that such a talent as his should have been developed and not hidden. Suk Jin assured that he had no intention of not showing his strength. After that, the guy looked at Suk Myung and added that he wanted to help a very important person to him. The man was very touched by such sincerity and care of his nephew. I saw that the main character Baek Sang-gon was capable and gladly agreed to help. Peng Na-young was very happy about it. The man thought that the more he learned about Suk Jin, the more amazed he was, and decided that it was time to write a report for his clan. Baek Sang-gon was pleased and already anticipated that everyone in the clan would be surprised when they found out that he had met the sleeping dragon of the Suk clan. Among the dense forests towered Mount Haigo, on which was located a small building of the Sok clan. Our heroes confidently moved along a small forest path. The entire territory around belonged to Sokpung Pyaguk. Among the group was one of the heads of the Sok clan who walked silently at the end and thought about whether he had done the right thing. Shortly before this, all our heroes gathered in the main palace of the clan to discuss cooperation. The man thought that this was a kind of diversionary maneuver. Suk Jin said that this was not entirely true and added that they had to increase the ranks of the guards to minimize the incidence of escapes. The head of the clan said that it was not so important because first it was necessary to return those who had escaped, and that is why it was necessary to share power. Suk Jin was not sure that the traitor escaped alone. In addition, the guy saw the symbol of Baekma Pyaguk on his clothes. The main character thought that this was the plan of the escapees and believed that they wanted to make noise among the residents of Sakpung Pyaguk. The head of the clan thought that the guy's words made sense, but he was still thinking about the division of power. Baek Sanggon asked the man not to worry and assured that as long as he was here nothing would happen. After thinking a little, the head of the clan said that since Mr. Baek himself vouched for Suk Jin, then so be it. Remembering this conversation, the man was indignant and justified himself by saying that he had no choice since they insisted. After some time, our heroes approached some kind of fortification. The head of the clan thought that she looked suspicious. The man was very worried and hoped that everything would be fine. The next moment, the head of the clan, seeing something, experienced extreme surprise. The reason for this was Suk Jin, who without further ado with one strong blow knocked out the flimsy door that led to the fortress. The head of the clan was nervous, but the main character calmed him down by saying that everything was fine with him, but the man could not remain calm when this happened here. Suk Myung Il assured that the man really didn't need to worry because Suk Jin was able to stand up for himself. Suddenly an armed man with a scar on his face appeared and rudely asked our heroes who they were. Suk Jin decided to deal with the ill-wisher on his own. Suk Myung Il told the head of the clan that now he himself will see how much the main character has changed. The next moment the guy grabbed his opponent tightly by the throat and then lifted him high up. Suk Jin had the strength and skill in martial arts to punish the criminal without the use of weapons. Suk Jin grabbed the bandit tightly by the throat and then lifted him high up. Suk Myung Il told the head of the clan that now he himself will see how much the main character has changed. The scoundrel, who clearly did not expect this, began to choke and ask for mercy because he was giving up. Hearing this, Suk Jin threw the weak enemy aside and headed deeper into the fortress. Suddenly a lot of bandits came out to meet the main character. They looked pathetic and not all of them had normal weapons. Nevertheless, they ordered the guy to stop and stand where he was standing. The angry men were indignant that the main character dared to attack their lands and threatened that they would make the guy pay for it. Considering the large number of opponents, Suk Jin decided to use his sword. It was clear that the guy liked it and was already looking forward to an easy victory. In the next moment, the main character like lightning rushed over several bandits and immediately killed them with his quick attacks. Seeing this, the head of the Sok clan was shocked. Of course, the man had heard rumors that the guy had become stronger, but he didn't think that much. The cold-blooded murder by the enemy impressed not only the head of the clan but also the rest of the bandits, who were afraid of Suk Jin and began to retreat back. The main character asked the villains what they were waiting for and ordered them to attack, but the bandits only trembled with fear and tried to avoid the fight. Without waiting for resistance, Suk Jin asked what such cowards were forgotten in the green forest and ordered the bandits to answer faster because the guy was not one of the patient ones. Having received no answer, the main character set the condition for the bandits that if they wanted to get mercy, then they should immediately bring their leader. Suddenly someone asked if Suk Jin had not done enough here. Then a formidable man with a sword came out from behind the villains. He grabbed one of his subordinates and loudly asked all the bandits how they could be afraid of this kid. Next, the scoundrel leader looked sternly at the same frightened subordinate and asked how after this they dared to call themselves bandits. The next moment, the man said that it would be better if his subordinate died, after which he hit his head hard on the ground. The guy with a scar on his face lay motionless on the ground and tried to say something, but he didn't have enough strength. After this, the bandit leader turned his attention to Pang Naeon, who was standing nearby. Having taken a good look at the girl, the scoundrel smiled and said that he was already upset about the mess that Suk Jin had caused. Therefore, the bandit agreed to accept this girl instead of apologizing to Pang Na-young. Such an offer was clearly not to her liking. Suk Jin was already tired of the useless chatter of the bandit leader and asked him to stop talking nonsense and come to him because the guy wanted to solve everything quickly. The man was very angry at these words and the disdainful attitude towards him from some petty bastard. The enraged bandit sharply swung his sword in order to finish off his insolent opponent with one blow. But he failed to do this because in the blink of an eye, Suk Jin effortlessly grabbed the bandit's blade with his bare hands. Baek Sang-gon and Pang Na-young were very scared because it seemed to them that the main character was in danger and was about to lose the battle. But this was not so. The guy confidently held and did not let go of the bandit's sword as if that was what he had originally intended. The leader of the scoundrels himself was surprised at this. The man could not believe that his opponent had such strong knowledge in martial arts that he was able to grab his sword with his bare hands. Suddenly the weapon in Suk Jin's hands began to tremble. The bandit leader guessed what it could be but still couldn't believe it. The next moment all doubts disappeared and the man's guess turned out to be true. The iron sword began to become covered with cracks under the pressure of the protagonist's hands. Suk Jin turned to the villain and said that he had defeated all his friends and therefore he could cope with him. From these words the bandit was very scared. The fear was complemented by the fact that his weapon was completely discharged into smithereens. The man could not believe it because he had never met such a strong opponent before. The leader was stunned and could not understand that he had been overcome by this little brat. In surprise the man began to lean back. Suk Jin decided to finish what he started and jumped on his opponent, knocked him down and hit his head on the ground. The villain was still conscious but could no longer say anything. The main character managed to defeat him even without using his weapon. Suk Jin laughed at his opponent because he thought that he could hold out longer. After this the guy turned to the rest of the scoundrels and said that their leader had been defeated, so he asked them to quickly inform everyone about it. All the bandits, frightened, began to carry out the order of the protagonist, but one man thought that he needed to grab everything he could get his hands on and run away from here. The scoundrel's path was blocked by Pang Na Yong. The girl asked where he was in such a hurry. The man took out his sword and ordered the girl to get out of the way. He was ready to teach her a lesson. The girl could not tolerate such an attitude towards herself and, concentrating her chi energy, attacked the villain. Pang Na Yong's blow was so powerful that it threw the bandit above the ground. The man clearly did not expect this. Finally she said that even though she was a girl she could stand up for herself. Within a moment the defeated enemy was lying on the ground unconscious. Suk Jin praised the girl for her good work. Pang Na Yong replied that she learned from the best. Then the girl said that they should have caught the rest of the fugitives. At this time, the main character leaned towards the defeated enemy. Suddenly Suk Jin opened the villain's mouth and examined him. The guy explained that he needed to check if she had anything in her mouth because the bandit could have committed suicide. Sometime later, a very important conversation was taking place in the main estate of the Peng clan in Hebei. The head of the clan, named Peng Jin-guk, asked his subordinate to tell him more about the main student of the Suk clan. The servant said that his name was Suk Jin Ryong and he was 25 years old. At the moment he was the main contender for the throne and was quite capable, but his character left much to be desired. The head of the Peng clan asked what was known about the guy's martial arts, but the servant said that the guy had no special talent for it, and therefore he had not yet been announced as the official successor. Pang Jin-guk nervously tapped his finger on the table and did not understand how such a brat dared to propose to his daughter Na Young. The head of the clan was very angry and considered this to be impudence on the part of the Suk clan, but the servant calmed his master and asked him not to get so excited. The man suggested returning to the main topic of conversation and asked the servant to tell him about Suk Jinho, whom he had heard that the guy was quite capable. The subordinate said that the guy was first noticed only last year, and before that he led a miserable lifestyle and even tried to commit suicide. The head of the clan was surprised that even such a guy could master the power of 6 dragons and even lead an operation to return escaped criminals. After that, Bang Jin-guk looked at the scroll and said that this time he liked the conditions of Sukpung Pyaguk. He was pleased with the fact that they were worried about more than just profit. But the man was worried that his Peng Na Young had fallen under the spell of the main character. The servant suggested that they deal with this before rumors spread. Peng Jin-guk agreed and ordered people to be sent for the girl and added that if she manages, then let her take the guy with her because the head of the clan wanted to meet him personally. At this time Suk Jin looked at the servants passing by and was content with the reward he received for good service. One by one the servants carried large loads of various supplies on their backs. Large wooden boxes were bursting with an abundance of rice and various meats. The nanny beamed with surprise and happiness. Seeing this, Suk Jin asked if the girl liked what she saw. The main character understood her joy because before they were poor, but now everything has changed because they got a lot of money and treats for capturing the criminal. The nanny, wiping away tears of happiness, said that she didn't care about the reward. She was just glad that the guy was able to do a good deed. Next, Suk Jin said that His Majesty the head of the Suk clan asked him to stay. The girl for a moment hoped that the guy would listen to his grandfather. but the main character replied that he refused him. The nanny said that there was nothing wrong with that because the main thing was that His Majesty recognized the guy. The girl said that the head of Pyaguk would be glad to see the guy at home, but Suk Jinho didn't want to go there either, because it was better to find a quiet place. The nanny was ready to follow him to the ends of the earth. Suddenly an excited Ma Ryong ran into the courtyard of the estate and began loudly calling for his master. Suk Jinho was unhappy that the guy was making so much noise, but it only amused the nanny. The main character told his subordinate that he was not deaf and asked him not to yell like that, but suddenly he noticed something strange that worried him. When Ma Ryong ran closer, the guy saw a huge abrasion on his face and blood stains on his clothes. Suk Jinho immediately asked who did it. Suddenly an excited Ma Ryong ran into the courtyard of the estate and began loudly calling for his master. Suk Jinho was unhappy that the guy was making so much noise, but it only amused the nanny. The main character told his subordinate that he was not deaf and asked him not to yell like that, but suddenly he noticed something strange that worried him. When Ma Ryong ran closer, the guy saw a huge abrasion on his face and blood stains on his clothes. Suk Jinho immediately asked who did it. The nanny was also excited and asked what happened to the guy and where he got the injury. Ma Ryong reluctantly said that it was a long story and then began his story. After some time, Suk Jinho summarized that during a dispute with the subordinates of a high-ranking gentleman, they beat Ma Ryong. The guy confirmed this by saying that everything was like that. Ma Ryong, with tears in his eyes, said that the subordinates of the Ho Na-te Palace always pestered those for whom there was no one to stand up. Suk Jinho asked why the guy got this idea. Ma Ryong remembered the gentleman that he was still on probation. Suk Jinho blamed his negligence for what happened because he had to immediately give the guy a clear answer. The next moment, the main character decisively headed somewhere and ordered his subordinate to follow him. Ma Ryong asked where they would go. Suk Jinho replied that they would repay for touching his man. The servant could not believe that the master called him his man and therefore asked him again. The main character repeated his words again and asked the guy to hurry up. Ma Ryong would be happy and thanking the gentleman promised to try even harder. After some time, our heroes were already near the Ho Jiete Palace and were heading to the head of the palace. Ma Ryong was worried that because he was an ordinary servant, Suk Jinho would have problems, but the main character replied that by insulting his subordinate. After this, Suk Jinho asked Ma Ryong not to forget under whose care he was. The guy was happy to hear these words, which made him dumbfounded for a moment. Suddenly several guards in green uniforms noticed Suk Jinho and asked what the gentleman was doing there. The main character asked them to tell Pong Wu Ryong that he had come to see him. The guards immediately obeyed. Suddenly 2 more guards appeared on the street. One of them looked at Ma Ryong and clearly recognized him. The man turned to the main character's subordinate and called him a little rat. Suk Jinho heard this and became very angry. The angry guy made a crazy face and asked the guard to repeat again what he had just said. The man was very frightened of the gentleman and could not find the words to explain himself and justify his action. Suk Jinho continued to look sternly at the guilty guard and asked if he really thought that he would turn a blind eye to this. The man wanted to say that the main character understood everything wrong. Along the way, he thought that of course he had heard rumors that the guy had changed, but the guard could not imagine that so much. Along the way, other guards joined the dispute and respectfully asked the gentleman to calm down. Suk Jinho looked angrily at the newly arrived guards and said that he could not calm down because that man had insulted him and his subordinate. Seeing the frightening aura and decisive attitude of the gentleman, the guards were very frightened and no longer dared to speak to the main character. Suk Jinho said that there were normal contractual relations between the guards, but everything was different between him and his subordinates. The guy agreed that he shouldn't have wasted time on all sorts of scum. Suddenly someone ordered Suk Jinho to stop. It was the commander of Ho Jiete Palace named Pong Wu Ryong. The man walked accompanied by loyal guards and asked what the 4th young master had done here. Suk Jinho finally waited for the commander and said that one of the guards was pretending to be somebody. The guy demanded that Pong Wu Ryong take care of him because it was his responsibility. Pong Wu Ryong got angry because he couldn't believe that the guy was addressing him so impudently, and so he rearranged what the guy meant. Suk Jinho smiled slyly and said that the guard was so insolent that he forgot about the honor of a warrior. These words completely angered Commander Pong Wu Ryong. He drew his sword and demanded that the main character not cross the line in his expressions. The next moment the commander furiously rushed towards Suk Jinho in order to attack the guy. As was to be expected, the main character deftly dodged his opponent's attack at the very last moment. The guy looked at the commander indifferently and thought that perhaps he was strong, but not for him because Suk Jinho saw his every attack. Pang Wu-ryong continued to attack diligently because he thought that no matter how genius the main character was, he still would not be able to come back from all the attacks. After several unsuccessful attempts, the commander admitted that the rumors about the guy were true. Suk Jinho had already decided that he would finish off his opponent with one blow. The next moment he stopped the commander's attack by grabbing his sword with just 2 fingers. The fight stopped for a while and Suk Jinho asked if this was all that Pang Wu-ryong was capable of. The main character looked at his opponent and was pleased with himself because he believed that the real Suk Jinho would have apologized to the commander a long time ago, but he was not him. Being an experienced warrior in a past life, the guy decided that it was time to put his opponent in his place. The next moment Suk Jinho grabbed the sharp blade of the sword with his bare hands and snatched it from the hands of the shocked commander. After that, the main characters, as expected, took the hilt of the sword in order to finish this battle. Suk Jinho pointed his weapon at Pang Wu-ryong as if to say that it was pointless to continue the battle because the commander was defeated. The guards who had been watching the fight all this time were shocked that the guy was able to defeat their commander and did not believe that it was really the 4th young master. Suk Jinho turned to Pang Wu-ryong and said that he would have to pay for the mistake of his subordinates. Suddenly someone approached the 4th young master, causing him to be distracted from celebrating his victory. Some bald elderly man walked towards the guy and asked him if he could stop all this for his sake. This old man was the head of the Ho Jiete Palace named Ma Chan-song. He was a very respected man. The elderly man is confident that the perpetrators will definitely answer for their actions, and he will personally ensure that they are punished. Suk Jinho looked at the old man and thought that this man had been leading Ho Jiete for more than 20 years, and he was definitely one of those who truly deserved respect. The main character threw away the sword and said that since Ma Chan-sung asked him about it, he would turn a blind eye to it, but only for the first and last time because next time there would be no mercy. After this, the old man ordered Pang Wu-ryong and the arrogant guard to immediately apologize. The men immediately obeyed. They knelt down and, admitting that they had made a huge mistake, respectfully asked for forgiveness from the 4th young master. But Suk Jinho was unhappy and asked if they had forgotten anyone. The guard immediately understood what they were talking about. The man turned to Ma Ryong and asked him for forgiveness for his rudeness. The guy was very surprised and did not know how to react to this, which is why he fell into a stupor. Suk Jinho asked Ma Ryong what he thought about it. The guy timidly but nobly replied that everything was fine because everyone could make a mistake. After all this, Ma Chan-sung hoped that the conflict was now settled. The main character agreed with this. Soon Suk Jinho and Ma Ryong went home. They were followed by the gaze of Ma Chan-sun. The old man thought that now he understood why the Peng clan showed such interest in the main character. Also, the head of the palace thought that the Sok clan had a dark horse. On the territory of the 4th young master's estate, diligent martial arts training was carried out, which was closely watched by the owner of the house himself. After the main character recognized Ma Ryong as his subordinates, the guys changed and began to behave more confidently. The same could be said about Suk Jinho, who began to think more about people. Although sometimes Ma Ryong still irritated him by constantly saying that he needed to try harder. Big sister Sanggon and Na Young also irritated Suk Jinho at times. At first he couldn't get used to it because they were quite loud, but now it was part of his routine. One day Suk Jinho turned to the nanny and asked if everything was ready. The girl replied that she would start cooking now because she didn't think that he would come. The main character said that guests were coming to them. The nanny was very surprised and asked who exactly the guy was talking about. The next moment Baek Sanggon and Pang Na Young appeared on the estate and cheerfully greeted the owner of the house. The girl said that they did not come alone. Some mysterious guy was with them. He approached the main character and said that he was glad to meet him, but Suk Jinho looked at him with caution. The guy introduced himself and said that he was from the Peng clan and his name was Peng Mu Gong. He was the older brother of Peng Na Young. Peng Mu Gong bowed respectfully to the owner of the estate and said that he was the elder brother of Peng Na Young. The main character also respectfully greeted his guest and said that his name was Suk Jinho. Peng Mu apologized for coming without an invitation. The guy wanted to send a letter, but its delivery would take a long time. Suk Jin said that there was nothing wrong with it and invited everyone to the house. Pang Na-young quietly asked her brother if he had to come because of him Mr. Suk could feel awkward. The guy replied that his girlfriend did not agree to return home and therefore he had no other choice. Moreover, he wanted to see the one who turned his sister's head. The girl got angry and ordered her brother to watch his language, threatening that she would not spare him because of blood relations. Pangmu laughed and suggested that his sister really fell in love. On the table lay a black blade with white patterns made with extraordinary skill. Suk Jin asked what it was. Pangmu replied that he heard that his sister was in debt to the main character, and this sword was a kind of gift. It was made by masters from the senior family of the clan. Suk Jin drew his blade and was surprised that his blade shone and reflected the light like a mirror. The main character was amazed by the incredibly accurate work and could not believe that the sword now belonged to him. Na-young beamed with happiness and was glad that Suk Jin liked this gift. Pangmu thought that he didn't even know that this girl could make such an expression. The main character asked if Baek Sang-gon and Pang Na-young were worried about them because they had not been home for a month. Pang Mu-gon replied that they were very worried at home, but the father could not do anything since he was only in third place in their family. Suk Jin asked how this was possible. The guy explained that mom was in first place and Na-young was in second. The embarrassed girl demanded that her brother stop. But Pang Mu-gon continued and said that this is exactly what he was talking about. He had no right to speak because he was in last place. After that, Pang Mu-gon looked at Suk Jin and thought that he had pure energy and also there was nothing strange. Nevertheless, the guy felt that the main character was stronger than him. In addition, he had heard rumors about his amazing control of internal strength. Pang Mu-gon continued to think that he really wanted to fight him, but asking for it now would be rude. Suddenly Suk Jin said that since the guy had given him such a beautiful sword, he would like to try it out as soon as possible and invited Pang Mu to join him. Pang Mu-gon was impressed by the attentiveness of the protagonist and was already anticipating that the battle with him would not be easy. After some time, all the guests and subordinates went out into the courtyard and the fighters were preparing for the fight. While warming up, Suk Jin thought that it was good that he was the first to propose a fight and believed that this would be an excellent training for Ma Ryong and Yoon. The main character looked at his opponent and thought that he could not miss such a chance to fight him. Soon Pang Mu-gon announced that he was ready to start the fight. The next moment Suk Jin announced the start of the fight and rushed towards his opponent with great speed. Suk Jinho, without ceremony, immediately attacked Pang Mu-gon. Although the guy did not expect such a quick attack, he managed to defend himself. The guy was amazed because he thought that the main character would be careful because he was not yet used to the new sword, but he looked confident. Pang Mu-gon decided to retreat for a while and therefore pushed Suk Jin's sword away from him. In order to cover your retreat, the guy launches a stream of chi energy at his opponent. Pang Mu-gon raised his eyes to look at his opponent, but suddenly saw something that shocked him. The cold-blooded Suk Jin looked at him. The protagonist's eyes burned with rage, which contrasted greatly with his emotionless face. In the next moment, the fourth young master launched a series of powerful blows from which Pang Mu-gon could only defend himself and retreat back. Each time it became more and more difficult for the guy to defend himself, not to mention counterattack. Yoon was very happy to see how his master won and was pleased that he finally saw what Suk Jin's secret weapon looked like. Baek Sang-gon was also amazed by the skill of the main character, and Pang Na-young until recently believed that her brother could win, but not now. Pang Mu-gon was indignant and could not believe that his opponent pushed him back so easily. The guy thought that he could not lose because it was not for nothing that he was called the Soaring Tiger. After that, he concentrated the chi energy and with one swing of his sword sent several clots of energy at the enemy. Suk Jin couldn't let the battle end so easily and followed his opponent's example and launched several bolts of energy. A moment later, two energy charges collided with each other, causing a loud explosion and a bright flash that blinded everyone present. Yoon, shielding himself from the gusts of wind, was amazed and said that the opponents really were amazing and it was impossible to miss a second of the battle. Pang Mu-gon decided not to stop and not give his opponent time to counterattack and therefore relaunched the energy flows. Seeing this, Suk Jin believed that the energy charges were already too close and therefore he needed to act quickly. The guy was anticipating that, in order to win, he would have to sweat. With deft movements, the main character one by one cut the clots of energy that tried to harm him. When the danger was over, Suk Jin thought that in a past life he had to deal with 5 great tigers and therefore some kid could not scare him. The main character admitted that it would not be possible to finish this battle quickly, but for him it was an excellent opportunity for training which made him smile slightly. Peng Mugan looked at his opponent and did not understand how he could smile in such a situation. The guy felt that he should have used his last trump card. Peng Mugan smiled insidiously and mentally threatened the main character that now he would show him all the power inherited from the ancestors of the Peng clan. Suddenly a small lightning flashed around the guy. The next moment Peng Mugan used the divine lightning technique. In addition to the energy blasts, many streams of chi energy also flew towards Suk Jinho. Seeing this, the main character decided not to shorten himself. He took a confident pose in order to serve out the opponent's attacks. Suk Jinho concentrated the chi energy in his legs, while dangerous energy charges were already approaching him. Finding the right moment, the fourth young master released his new sword from its sheath, causing a red light to shine. In one fell swoop, Suk Jinho destroyed the clot of energy, thereby avoiding a collision and ensuring victory in this battle. Seeing the incredible skill of the main character, Peng Mugan was taken aback because his strongest technique not only did not frighten the guy but was easily defeated by him. The guy accepted the outcome of this battle and, hiding his weapon, said that he was giving up because he had nothing else to show. Suk Jinho was pleased with himself and happily accepted the defeat of his opponent. In addition, he praised him for his efforts. Yun and Ma Ryong were delighted with their master. Peng Mugan said that at first he was upset when Peng Na Young did not support him, but the guy assumed that she knew how it would end from the very beginning. Suk Jinho said that it was a great fight. Peng Mugan laughed and added that it was the first time he lost like that, and even his battle against the 6 dragons ended differently. After that, the main character invited the guy to have lunch together and said that his nanny was an excellent cook. Peng Mugan happily agreed because Peng Na Young praised her very much. Walking behind Suk Jinho, the guy thought that the rumors about the main character were not exaggerated. Peng Mugan still couldn't believe that he managed to fight him. Baek Sang-gon asked his master if he liked the fight. Peng Mugan replied that he was very pleased and Suk Jinho's skills exceeded all descriptions. Jinho was glad to hear the praise addressed to him, and Peng Mugan at that time was thinking that becoming related to the main character was not such a bad idea. It was a warm, clear day. Cicada was sitting peacefully on a tree not far from the main palace of the Sok clan. The head of the clan praised Suk Jinho for earning himself an excellent reputation. Some people called him the unfortunate wind and thunder tiger. The man who was sitting opposite said that this made him think because there were rumors that the main character was in a relationship with Pang Naeung and the whole world could soon know about it. The head asked if this was not the girl who rejected Jin Ryong and even slapped him in the face. But since Jin Ho didn't say anything, it means he didn't feel guilty before his brother. The man continued to say that something was bothering him. It seemed to him that the Peng clan was not eager to help Pyaguk, so he was wondering what convinced them. The protagonist's father was glad that with every successful business of Suk Jinho, the reputation of the Suk clan increased. The man didn't know what the guy was trying to achieve, but he was looking forward to what would happen next. The head of the Sok clan was looking forward to what would happen next. Meanwhile, our heroes approached some large palace. Suk Myung-il saw Suk Jinho with his subordinates and was very glad that they came. The man asked for forgiveness for not being able to meet them because he was busy preparing for the event. The main character replied that everything was in order because thanks to the servants, the guy's uncle arrived in complete comfort and serenely gazed out the window all the way. Exhibition fights took place on the territory of the palace, which were watched by spectators. Meanwhile, Suk Myung-il said that first the guests should have refreshed themselves and called them to the banquet hall. Walking around the palace grounds, our heroes noticed many different flags that fluttered in the wind. Yoon was surprised at such a large number of banners. Suk Myung-il explained that these were the flags of all the countries that participated in the event. There were small, medium, and of course the 10 largest countries. But the man was not particularly happy about this because of this the chances of meeting some binary idiot increased tenfold. Suddenly Suk Jinho turned his attention to something. Among the people stood a man with a beard, Suk Myung-il, who said that it was the head of Baekma Pyaguk, but due to a recent incident the status of the organization and now no one approached him. The man also said that everyone gathered for the event primarily to strengthen ties. The heirs of different clans get to know each other sparring and competing in strength. Suk Jinho smiled slyly and said that this was a good opportunity for everyone and he was glad that he came here. Uncle immediately realized that the guy was already eager to take part in the fight. The main character thought that this place was not much different from the Murim martial arts palace, and it played an important role in finding out what the future generation was capable of. Suk Myung-il said that first the guests should have eaten and invited them to the banquet hall. The man also added that he left our heroes at this point because he had business waiting for him. Our heroes were amazed that food for the rich looked different, and just the sight of it whetted the appetite. The variety was surprising, and it seemed that there were dishes from all regions. Suk Jinho told his subordinates to stop chatting and rather sit down at the table and start eating while he leaves for a while. After this, the main character asked Churnish, who arrived with them, to stay close to the nanny. The black cat meowed obediently. The girl asked where the guy was going. Suk Jinho replied that he needed to meet someone. Then the nanny asked who the stranger was, but the guy said that the nanny was not thinking about that. After a while, the main character turned his attention to the crowd. People were discussing the fact that the heir of Baekma Pyaguk challenged the heir of Gyeongsong Pyaguk, and the crowd really didn't like this, which considered it completely absurd. Having heard about Gyeongsong Pyaguk, the main character became very interested and decided to watch what would happen next. The head of Baekma Pyaguk asked if he heard correctly that the people he challenged rejected his offer. The girl shielding the young guy asked whether this kind of fight should not have been agreed upon in advance. She also added that they were not obliged to unconditionally agree with everything that Baekma Pyaguk said. The young guy asked his sister to let him into battle because this was their chance to take revenge, but the girl asked her brother to keep quiet. Suk Jinho looked at his brother and sister and thought that they were clearly not happy. The main character thought that Baekma Pyong definitely did not propose this fight with good intentions. The next moment, Suk Jinho stepped forward and stood between the heirs of Baekma Pyaguk and Gyeongsong Pyaguk. The main character turned to the girl with a smile on his face and, apologizing for interrupting the conversation, asked if she and her brother were from Gyeongsong Pyaguk. The girl was very surprised but continued to shield her younger brother. She confirmed that they were from Gyeongsong Pyaguk and asked who the person who addressed her was. At this time, the head of Baekma Pyaguk could not put up with such impudence and asked who dared to interrupt their conversation. After that, the man extended his hand forward to grab the insolent person. But he failed to do this because Suk Jinho, although his back was to him, seemed to sense the approach of the ill-wisher's hand and was able to dodge with great speed. The head of Baekma Pyaguk seemed to be pierced by lightning. He fell into a stupor and thought about what had just happened. The man admitted that such abilities could not be called ordinary. Suddenly, people in the crowd recognized the main character, calling him the tiger of the clan Sok, who instantly destroyed the 5 bandits. Hearing this, the head of Baekma Pyaguk was very surprised and could not believe that this was the work of this guy. Suk Jinho, with a smile on his face, turned to the man and said that he was glad to meet him, after which he apologized for suddenly interrupting the conversation. The guy introduced himself and asked how he could address the man. The man timidly replied that he was from the Baekma Pyaguk clan, and his name was Gang. Having heard about this clan, the main character smiled insidiously and pretended to remember that the relationship between their clans was, to put it mildly, not very good. Some people did not understand what this meant. Then it was explained to them that there were rumors that Baekma Pyaguk had contacted bandits and attacked Sukman Pyaguk. Suk Jinho admitted that he was surprised that Gang dared to directly announce the fights because the guy was sure that the head of the clan was one of those who did everything secretly behind his back. Gang was nervous and starting to get angry. It seemed that he was about to break down and attack the main character. Suk Jinho continued to say that the man must have been going through hard times to come here and suggested that the head of the clan was afraid to meet face to face and preferred a public squabble. These words angered Gang. He asked the main character to watch his words. Suk Jinho said that he did not think that these words would hurt the man, but he asked if there were lies in them. Gang and Suk Jinho looked at each other with piercing eyes for a while. Tension and general hostility were felt between them. The head of Baekma Pyaguk thought that he planned to choose an opponent in front of witnesses and calmly fight him, but Suk Jinho ruined everything, and now he will have to change his plan. Gang turned to the guy and said that Suk Jinho could become his partner in the duel. The man thought that defeating the main character would be a great achievement for him. Suk Jinho smiled slyly and then said that a training battle was effective only if the person had a strong foundation and was at least approximately equal to the partner in levels. The main character continued to say that the man seemed to have a problem with this. The guy didn't want to offend him, but he couldn't help but say that Gang was very angry with these words. Suk Jin repeated once again that he did not want to offend the head of Baekma Pyaguk, but due to the difference in their levels, he could not train him, but instead the guy offered to be an instructor. Pom One Gang suggested that the main character again decided to seek help from Hebei Peng, but the guy denied it. Suk Jin told the man that Jongseong Pyaguk was just a rival of his level. The brother and sister heard this and were very surprised. The main character will continue to say that this was perfect for holding a fight between them, of course only if all parties agreed to participate. The guy turned to the young heir of the Chongsong Pyaguk clan and asked what he thought about it. The young master agreed to this with particular zeal despite the objection of his elder sister. Pom One Gang suggested that in this battle Mr. Suk was betting on Jongsong. The man assured that no one would get hurt in this battle but still advised him to think it over carefully. Suk Jinho replied that there was nothing more to discuss and bowed respectfully and said that they would see each other again on the last day of the event. Pom One Gang also bowed and laughed contemptuously and hoped that until that day no one would run away from fear. The man was amused by the fact that the main character was seriously betting on the weakling from the Jongsong clan and was already looking forward to the fact that this brat would still thank him for giving him a chance to learn from him. Pom One Gang, pleased with himself, left the street under the gaze of the crowd. Finally, the girl was able to ask what was going on here. She didn't understand how Pom One Gang and her brother Ju-yoon could fight because it even sounded ridiculous. Suk Jin apologized for interfering and deciding everything for the girl. Next, the guy asked why she had such a low opinion of the level of her younger brother. The main character explained that he was not one of those who put his reputation on the line for the sake of people who did not deserve it. The guy was sure that luck would be on their side because he would personally do everything possible for this. The girl was indignant and wondered what was on the main character's mind since he spoke so confidently. She also did not understand that he could see such a thing in her brother. Ju-yoon was humbled and very excited that Mr. Suk saw the potential in him and personally chose him. The older sister asked why the guy was smiling because she wasn't joking. The guy replied that he was just glad that he had a chance to learn from a person like Suk Jinho. The girl was skeptical about this because the rumors were not always true and warned her brother not to believe everything that was said about him. Suddenly someone asked if it was possible to invite them to soup. There was some dark silhouette standing outside the window. The girl got scared and asked who it was. The unknown person replied that he was Mr. Suk Jinho's subordinates. It was Ma Ryong, who came to say that his master invited his brother and sister to his place for dinner. The girl was interested in the question of why on earth the main character invited them and whether he could really be trusted. She was also very interested in why he had so much hope for Ju-yoon. Ma Ryong happily informed his master that the guests he was waiting for had already arrived. Suk Jin asked them to enter. The main character greeted the guests and asked them to sit down because they had a long conversation ahead of them. Suk Jinho asked his guests to sit down because they had a long conversation ahead of them. The young heir of the Jongsong clan respectfully greeted Mr. Suk and said that his name was Do Ju-yoon and his older sister was called Do Ji-yoon. The main character also introduced himself and said that he was the fourth young master named Suk Jinho. Do Ji-yoon thanked the guy for his help, but she was interested to know why he helped them. Suk Jin understood the girl's doubts because now people just didn't do anything. The guy explained that the reason lay in the family ties of their ancestors and thus the guy simply wanted to repay the debt of his predecessor. The main character remembered how in a previous life he had the opportunity to live in the body of a young man. He was much weaker than Suk Jinho and one winter day he lay in the mountains and died. The moment came when the guy's body no longer obeyed and a veil appeared before his eyes. The main character had already resigned himself to his fate, but suddenly a man appeared. The man immediately called his servants and ordered them to carry a blanket and light a fire. This caring person then saved the main character. He was from the Jongseon clan. The man fed the unfortunate guy and left without even asking for anything in return. Until now this was the brightest memory for the main character, but he could not tell this to new acquaintances. Suk Jin said that before his death his mother told him about a man from Chongsong who once helped her. Therefore the guy decided to repay the service in this way. But the guy was an ordinary bastard and he didn't have much money. But he had a strong body. Do Ju-yoon became embarrassed and assumed that Suk Jin was going to teach him martial arts. The main character confirmed this, but first he wanted to know something. Suk Jinho said that he heard that in the past Jongseon was one of the 10 strongest fears. The guy was interested in what happened now. Du Ji-yoon volunteered to answer the protagonist's question and tell him the history of her homeland. The girl said that previously the country had vast territories and was one of the 10 powerful countries in the Central Plain. However, the Bema Payaguk clan bribed the bandits and the Sukpung Payaguk clan to steal all their goods. The father of Du Ju-yoon and his older sister Du Ji-yoon died in battle while trying to protect the treasures of their lands. The girl added that their mother left in search of evidence but never returned. Hearing this story, Suk Jinho thought about how many obstacles befell his new acquaintances. Therefore, one could say that they had not been children for a long time. The main character apologized for bringing up painful memories. The girl replied that everything was fine because thanks to this she became braver and realized that there was no need to give up quickly. After Suk Jinho's curiosity was satisfied, the guy invited his guests to move on to the most important thing and called them to follow him. Our heroes went out onto the street. Du Ju-yoon and his sister Du Ji-yoon were fascinated by the local beauties and tried to take a good look at everything. At this time, the main character was assessing the guy. Suk Jinho was pleased with himself and thought that his eyes never failed him because the guy had a good physique and he looked quite agile, but he put a strain on his body. This limited Du Ju-yoon's actions, but it strengthened his spirit. The main character continued to think that now the guy was weak, but a couple of trainings could make him a good fighter who could go against Palm-One Gongon. Suk Jinho turned to the young heir and said that they had little time, so he suggested starting right now. Du Ju-yoon was surprised because he did not understand what was waiting for him. The next moment, the main character abruptly rushed from his place and ran towards the guy. Suk Jinho attacked his opponent, but he managed to defend himself even though it brought him pain. In order to further test what Du Ju-yoon was capable of, the main character suddenly grabbed him by the clothes. After that, Suk Jinho threw the guy to the ground with one sharp movement. With the last of his strength, he continued to defend himself. The main character summed up that the guy had a good reaction, but he moved poorly. Overloaded muscles were to blame. Du Ji-yoon was very scared for her younger brother and already wanted to stop training, but Du Ju-yoon asked his sister not to interfere. The young heir said that he finally had a chance to become stronger and could not miss it. The guy wanted the bastards from Pengma to pay for everything. The girl thought that her brother was right and regretted that she had closed her eyes to it for too long. Soon Du Ju-yoon rose to his feet and, taking a fighting position, declared that now it was his turn to attack. Suk Jinho agreed with this. The young heir was determined and anticipated a positive outcome of his upcoming attack. But this was not destined to come true because the opponents of the inexperienced guy were a man who in a past life was a martial arts master and even managed to conquer Murim. For several minutes, Du Ju-yoon endured strong blows which Suk Jinho mercilessly dealt one after another. After another unsuccessful attack, the young heir could not stay on his feet and fell to the ground. The main character said that the training was over for today, after which he turned around and began to go about his business. But Du Ju-yoon asked to continue because he still had strength. Suk Jinho briefly replied that the guy needed to rest and ordered him to do what he said. Still, the guy agreed, and the main character was pleased with his obedience. The next day, Du Ju-yoon and his sister were already standing at the estate where Suk Jinho was located and were waiting for him to come out to them. The young heir looked at his bandaged hands and said that he really felt stronger. Du Ji-yoon asked what the guy meant. He explained that yesterday he had a bad time, but he didn't feel bad. At that moment, a flow of chi energy formed around the guy's hand. The same thing happened with his legs. The guy noticed that the flow of his energy had become more stable. The girl noticed that there were no bruises on her brother's body and assumed that the main character had calculated the force of the blow. The guy didn't remember the last time he felt so easy. Suddenly, Suk Jinho appeared behind the young heir and said that they came early today. Du Ju-yoon and his sister bowed respectfully and asked how the main character slept last night and if anything bothered him. Suk Jinho replied that everything was fine and asked how they slept. The young heir replied that he slept like a baby and now felt great. After that, he asked if Suk Jinho used blood therapy on him. The main characters replied that he simply removed the clamps in the guy's body. Du Ju-yoon was surprised and assumed that this was the normal state of his body. Suk Jinho confirmed this and added that the guy should have supported him because his body needed rest to grow. After that, the fourth young master threw a wooden sword into the hands of his disciple and asked if he had his own fighting style. Du Ju replied that he had a regular sword technique. Hearing this, Suk Jinho took a fighting stance and invited the young heir to begin training. Near the main palace, there was a small ring where everyone could test their fighting skills and fight their opponents. The head of Pyaguk was walking with Suk Jin. The man said that for the first time he felt cheerful at this event. He suggested that this could be due to the battle between the heir of Jongseonk and Palm Gongon. The main character asked the head not to worry. The man replied that since Jin Ho himself had put his faith in the young heir, then everything would work out because it seemed to him that Mr. Suk had come down from heaven to earth. The head of Pyaguk was happy that finally there was an opportunity to take revenge and asked the main character to show these bastards where their place was. Suk Jin replied that the man could take a walk for now. The young heir of the Jongsong clan and his elder sister were already at the event, and finding the fourth young master among the people ran up to him. Suk Jinho asked the guy how his preparation was going. The young heir was confident that he could defeat his opponent. The main character replied that this was enough. Someone loudly asked the audience to take their seats because the fight was starting any minute. Palm Gang turned to his opponent and said that he still had time to escape. After this, the man said that he heard that the previous ruler of his country ended badly. Du Juyun was already ready for battle and replied that he who laughs last laughs. Ma Ryong asked if the guy could win because even a fool could understand that the difference in strength between the opponents was simply enormous. Yun replied so that his friend would just watch. After that, he added that the young heir was trained by Mr. Sok himself, and therefore there was no need to worry. Palm Gang angrily told his opponent that Suk Jinho had brainwashed him thoroughly. After this, the man threatened that he would now show the young heir where his place was, after which he sharply swung his sword. Du Juyun was amazed at the speed of his opponent and realized that he could not only wag his tongue. At the very last moment, the guy managed to evade the attack. He agreed that Mr. Sok was right. Palm Gang continued to furiously attack his opponent, but Du Juyun, thanks to training, now saw all his movements. At that moment, the guy remembered one of his recent training sessions for which, as usual, he could not oppose anything to Suk Jin. Then he asked why not one of his attacks could hit the main character because he certainly did not fight at full strength. The guy suggested that Suk Jin had the gift of foresight. The main character replied that that was not the point, he just needed to direct his gaze at the right time and to the right place. After that, he asked where the guy's gaze was directed. The young heir said that of course he was aimed at the teacher. Suk Jin explained that this was his mistake because he should have looked at the tip of his sword. The main character added that it was necessary to act before the sword moved. This was especially important when the opponent was much stronger. Meanwhile, the battle continued. Palm Gang was already pretty tired and angry. The man was indignant at the fact that his opponent was constantly running away from his attacks. But the young heir did not react to this. He thought that the man was much more capable than him, but thanks to Mr. Sok's training, he saw all his attacks. Du Juyun looked at Palm Gang's leg and remembered another lesson that said that the opponent's leg showed where his center of gravity was. The position of the opponent's body was also important because it showed from which side the attack would be delivered. The guy also noticed that the man tensed his shoulders right before the attack. All this knowledge helped him successfully dodge the blows. Suddenly, Du Juyun seemed to be pierced by lightning because he realized that now was his chance for a counterattack. The young heir swung his weapon, and the very next moment the scarlet blood of his opponent gushed out. Palm Gang, who intended to attack the guy, was discouraged when he saw his blood. The man immediately retreated to a safe distance in order to come to his senses and think through his further actions. Du Jiyun was amazed and could not believe that her younger brother had really become stronger. Suk Jin did not share the girl's enthusiasm because it was too early to rejoice. The enemy still had not shown his maximum, and one could consider that this was only the beginning of the battle. Palm Gang was very afraid of the formidable man who stood behind him, and seeing his failure called him an idiot. He felt his piercing gaze on him. The man did not say anything else, but it was clear that he was very worried about Palm Gang. Palm Gang got angry and thought that he had not yet fought with Suk Jinho, and therefore it was impossible to let some kid defeat him because his father would not forgive him for this loss. After this, the man's eyes filled with rage and his mouth curled into an insidious smile. He said that now he would see how long the enemy could maintain the advantage. After that, his sword was enveloped in chi energy. The next moment Palm One Gang attacked the young heir, launching several streams of red chi energy at him. Du Juyun was frightened by surprise, but he still managed to jump to the side in time and avoid the blow. Palm One Gang did not allow his opponent to relax and therefore at the same moment attacked the still shocked guy again. Despite the large number of attacks, Du Juyun managed to survive and continue to fight on equal terms. But still this series of powerful attacks exhausted the young heir and therefore he had to retreat back. The head of Pyaguk said that the guy held himself well, but Suk Jinho did not relax because he knew that his student's opponent was not so simple. Hearing this, Ma Ryong asked his master what needed to be done in such a situation. The main character replied that the best option was to run away, but he did not think that the guy would have to use it. Finally, Du Juyun gathered his strength and decided to retaliate, his determination indicating that he wanted to end everything right now. The young heir approached his opponent and thought that he could no longer continue to hope for a miracle. Suddenly the guy was struck by a sharp pain in his shoulder. Palm One Gang found a good moment to attack and hit his opponent. Blood gushed out from a deep wound, but despite the momentary weakness, Du Juyun did not intend to give up. His eyes filled with rage and the guy clenched his teeth and tried to overcome the pain in order to complete what he started. The guy was getting closer and closer to his shocked opponent and thought that he shouldn't feel sorry for himself because that's the only way he could win. Palm One Gang was very surprised and could not believe that such a serious wound was not able to stop the zeal of the young heir. Having chosen the right moment, Du Juyun hit his opponent in the chest with his elbow with all his might, causing him to squirm and tremble in pain. Due to the strong impact, which clearly damaged internal organs, Palm One Gang began to choke and cough up blood. The man could no longer hold his sword in his hands. It seemed that the duel was over. Palm One Gang, huddled and trembling in pain, continued to cough up blood for some time, while Du Juyun stood behind him and recovered from such a fierce battle. Still, the young heir looked at his defeated opponent and said that it was already clear who won. Hearing this, Palm One Gang could not believe that he really lost to such a nonentity. The man began to dream that now everyone would look down on him and therefore he could not give up. He took his sword in his hands and angrily asked who said that this battle was over. Palm One Gang continued to cough up blood and his gaze was mad and furious. The man prepared to attack his opponent again. This picture was terrifying. The unsuspecting Du Juyun noticed the danger only at the very last moment. It seemed that the guy could no longer escape. Suddenly, out of nowhere, Suk Jinho appeared, and with one deft blow to the back of the head neutralized the distraught Palm One Gang. The main character turned to the man and said that attacking from behind was too mean and that it was in the style of his father. Palm One Gang, having broken a stone slab with his head, lay unconscious and now certainly could not continue the battle. The spectators who were watching the fight began to talk among themselves. They were wondering what would happen to Palm One Gang now, but they were also happy that the winner was now known. Palm One's father began to hurry away and ordered his servants to call the governor to him. The elderly man was angry and mentally threatened that those responsible would still pay for the humiliation of his family. This was especially true for Suk Jinho, whose clan head blamed his son for the loss. The happy head of Pyaguk hugged the main character tightly and shouted joyfully that they had won, and it was all thanks to Suk Jinho. Ma Ryong and the nanny also rejoiced at the victory and praised their master, saying that he was on top, but Suk Jin did not understand what they were talking about because he did nothing of the sort. After that, Du Juyun approached the main character and asked how he could thank him. Suk Jin replied that he didn't need anything because his gratitude was enough for him. The young heir promised that as soon as the situation in his Pyaguk improves, he will definitely come again. Our heroes returned to their normal lives. Ma Ryong and Yoon continued their training under the strict guidance of the main character. Suk Jinho began to live his life surrounded by people dear to him. Time flew by so quickly that the main character had already celebrated his first birthday in a new body. Someone suddenly approached Suk Jinho and asked if he had changed his mind. The main character called the stranger Mr. Jan and said that he would not change his decision. The man was a little upset because even at such a moment the guy did not call him father. Mr. Jan asked where the guy was going and was indignant because if he had not asked he would not have known that the guy was leaving today. Suk Jinho honestly answered that he was going to Hebei province, which was located in Wanhu. The man said that fortunately it was not far. The main character explained that this was the homeland of his nanny, and besides going on a long journey was not an option. At this time Mr. Can put his hand in his pocket. The man took out a red envelope and asked his son to take it because it was a birthday present. He thought that it would be useful to Suk Jinho. Mr. Jan also said that he owed a lot to the main character and asked him not to perceive this gift as an attempt to pay off the past. Finally, the man asked what the guy was going to do after arriving in Manhwa. Suk Jinho replied that he wanted to undergo combat training at the martial arts palace. Ma Ryong beamed with happiness and looked at the martial arts palace with admiration. The guy asked if he and Yoon would study there to become great people like Suk Jinho. The main character replied that it would be so, but first he had to do what he said. Ma Ryong asked if he should now call him not master but master. The next moment the black cat hit the guy. Seeing this, Suk Jinho said that even Churnish told the guy to help and not chat. After that, a servant turned to the main character and said that His Majesty had forgiven him to tell him something. Suk Jinho became interested in these words. The subordinate said that the head of the clan took into account that Mr. Sok might need a horse and therefore left the cart on which he arrived for him, and also wished him good luck. Looking around, the nanny happily said that it was much better here than she had imagined. In addition, the girl liked the beautiful view of the sea. Suk Jinho was glad to hear this, but assumed that it would be difficult for the nanny to take care of everyone alone. But the girl replied that she was only happy and was not frightened by the fact that caring for livestock was added to her responsibilities. The main character said that he hoped for her help and then handed her a small red bag. The girl tried to refuse, saying that she could not accept it, but Suk Jinho insisted on his own and said that it was from the bottom of his heart and threatened that if she didn't take it he would be offended. Nanny had to get it fixed. After that, the main character turned to Yug and Ma Ryong and said that the sooner they finish, the sooner they will go to rest, and therefore asked the guys to speed up. They immediately obeyed. Meanwhile, evening may have come. Tired, Suk Jinho complained that no one had ever spent so much time at the market. Yoon said that they needed more things than they thought because they didn't have much luggage with them. The main character was glad that the sellers delivered large goods directly to the house. The nanny asked the guys what they thought about dinner because they were probably already hungry. Suk Jinho suggested having a snack at some shop. Just at that moment, Ma Ryung heard some pleasant smell. The delighted guy turned to his master and, pointing in the direction, said that an incredible aroma was coming from that side. Soon our heroes approached some nondescript shop. Although the establishment did not look very good from the outside, it really smelled delicious. Suk Jinho opened the dilapidated wooden door and walked inside. The next moment, the main character saw how several unfriendly people surrounded a small boy and girl from all sides. Seeing this, Ma Ryong immediately became indignant and asked what the men were doing and demanded to release these children. Unexpectedly, Suk Jinho intervened and ordered his subordinate to stand where he stood. After this, the main character said that they wanted to eat, but when he saw what was happening in the shop, he assumed that they had made the wrong establishment. One of the men with a scar on his face said that they would immediately vacate the premises for guests. After that, he noticed a large number of purchases from our heroes and asked if they were in the city for the first time. Suk Jinho confirmed this and said that they arrived today. The man smiled widely and said that now they would see each other more often because he was a local bouncer named Oh Jun Zero. The main character briefly introduced himself and said that he was a member of the martial arts palace. The man was surprised and suggested that the guy was good with a sword. Suk Jinho did not want to continue the conversation, so he said that he would be grateful if the man left. Oh Jun Nal agreed. The bouncer ordered his subordinates to leave because he did not want to deprive the owners of the establishment of income. Suk Jinho turned to the children and asked if they had received guests. The little girl timidly confirmed this and asked our heroes to sit down at the table. After that, she asked if they wanted to try their noodles. The main character agreed and also asked to bring meat for the black cat. Suddenly, Suk Jinho turned to Ma Ryong. It sounded a little rude, so the guy was already prepared to be scolded. The next moment, the main character looked sternly at his subordinate and asked if they thought he acted rationally when he immediately attacked the scoundrels. It was difficult for Ma Ryong to answer this question. The guy was silent and only now realized that he had done wrong. Suk Jinho continued to say that you need to know that at the moment when you draw your sword, not everything can go according to plan, and if they taught the bandits a lesson now, they would not leave them in peace. Ma Ryong was depressed but admitted that he hadn't thought about it. The main character said that you don't need to turn a blind eye to everything, you just need to think about a solution before getting into a fight. Suk Jin once again insisted that every step had to be thought out because you would have to pay for a mistake later. Ma Ryong remembered these words. Yoon also learned this lesson. After this, Suk Jin suggested that since he told the bandits his real name, he wouldn't come here for a while because they would be looking for information about him. Meanwhile, the girl who worked in the establishment brought 4 servings of noodles and said that the meat for the cat was also ready. The nanny was very surprised that such young workers were able to cook so skillfully. Suk Jin and his subordinates immediately began to eat. In the next moments, our heroes seemed to be pierced by lightning, and they highly appreciated the taste of the dish. The girl worker said that in fact the grandmother cooked here, but while she was ill the girl replaced her. Everyone continued to eat without stopping and simultaneously praised the taste of the noodles. Suk Jinho promised that as soon as the girl's grandmother gets better, they will come again. The main character remembered the bandits and asked what they were doing here. The girl said that initially they had a small counter, but then they decided to open an establishment, but the accumulated money was not enough. The girl continued to say that they had to borrow money, but because of their grandmother's illness they stopped working for a while, and therefore were unable to raise the required amount. Soon the girl realized that she was talking too much and asked the guests to better enjoy the noodles. The main character thought that these children were left to their own devices and their grandmother was sick, so the situation was not the best. The guy assumed that the bandits were trying to take away their establishments due to non-payment of debts, and he was sure that they would not leave them alone even after that and would harass these children. Suk Jinho decided that he should have intervened because sooner or later he would have met them anyway. A clear day arrived. Large sea waves instantly developed on the sandy beach. Ma Ryung spent his time productively and trained hard. The guy was trying to develop his concentration and therefore did it on the beach. However, the battle with the water element was not particularly successful for the guy because powerful gusts of water knocked Ma Ryung off his feet. Within a moment, the water almost carried the guy into the open sea despite his cries that he was giving up. Fortunately, Yoon helped his friend in time and said that it was better for the guy not to mess with the water. Ma Ryong justified himself that because of the sand he could not maintain his balance. Suk Jinho explained that this was exactly what their training consisted of because in this way they could train their leg muscles well. The main character added that for the first time it was not so bad. These words encouraged Ma Ryong. After that, the 4th young master said that today's training was over because they still needed to check the nets that might have caught fish. The catch was small. Yoon hesitantly asked his master if it was really enough for them to just carry out his instructions. Suk Jin asked what the guy was going to do because he didn't even have a sword. Yoon explained that he would like to find some kind of work because he couldn't just train. But the main character replied that nothing more was required from them and he could take care of the rest himself. The subordinates happily accepted these words. Suk Jinho sent his friends home and said that they would see each other for dinner. Now he needed to be alone. After this, the main character thought that his life had become calmer and now he began to take care of others. The guy of course had a lot of money, but it would not have been enough for him to live his whole life in prosperity, and fighting was not an option now because he did not yet have perfectly trained warriors. So far, Suk Jinho was relying on the nanny Yoon and Ma Ryong, but the guy thought that until he got back on his feet he needed a temporary source of income. After the main character concentrated, he jumped into the water and thought that this is why he chose this place. He sank deeper and deeper into the water and thought that there was plenty of food and spiritual items from the sale of which he could make good money. This was his plan. Suk Jin sank deeper and deeper into the water and thought that there was plenty of food and spiritual items from the sale of which he could make good money. This was his plan. But since the spiritual objects were in hard-to-reach places, only the main character could get them. The guy saw a large red oyster at the bottom of the sea and thought that it was still young. He assumed that it was about 50 years old. Suk Jin took it for himself but assumed that there could probably be other mollusks that would be older. For some time the main character studied the seabed until he turned his attention to something and was very surprised. A gigantic blue oyster was located on the coral reefs. That's what the guy was looking for. It was definitely different from the previous one. Sensing danger, the oyster instantly closed. Suk Jinho suggested that it was so easy not to take it. Suddenly the blue oyster jumped up and began to burrow into the muddy seabed. The main character thought that she had nowhere to run and grabbed her long-awaited find without any problems. Suk Jinho examined the oyster and admired its beautiful color. He also assumed that it was about 500 or even 1,000 years old. The guy was very pleased with the find and thought that this should have been enough for the transformation. Soon the main character got out of the water and settled comfortably on the sandy beach. The guy was already anticipating good results and therefore tried to open the oyster. Having made a lot of effort, the main character still managed to open the mollusk a little, but he was not going to give up. Suk Jinho smiled and said that the oyster had come across the wrong thing because the guy would still achieve his goal. After this, the guy made every effort to open the oyster. The strong shell of the mollusk began to become covered with cracks. The next moment the goal was achieved and Suk Jinho managed to overcome this obstacle. After that, the guy began to look for something in the insides of the oyster and thought that 500 laziness was not enough to accumulate energy, but it was better than nothing. Finally, the main character managed to find a large pearl. This was the very treasure that he was looking for. Without thinking twice, the guy threw it into his mouth and swallowed it, pinning high hopes on it. After that, Suk Jinho took a meditation pose and closed his eyes. The guy began to wait for the desired result. Soon the main character felt as if a storm was raging inside him, and the waves one after another rushed to the shore making hissing sounds. But no matter how strong the storm was, on the surface at the bottom there was peace and quiet. Raising all the energy and throwing it to the center, it spread it to the 8 vital meridians. The guy felt that the blood in his veins began to boil and his yang energy intensified. This energy tore through the metal until it opened the last gate, and then achieved what it wanted, namely, it filled Suk Jinho's body with strength. Finally, the main character breathed a sigh of relief because the whole process, which took him 2 whole hours, was completed. The guy immediately felt the effect. He looked at his hand, which was shrouded in chi energy. After this, the main character warmed up and considered that it was definitely worth the time spent. Of course, he still had something to work on, but even this result was impressive. Soon evening came. At the estate where our heroes were located, someone's steps were heard. It was Suk Jin, who had just returned home. Ma Ryong noticed that his master came late today. The main character replied that he had some business to do. The nanny warned that it was dangerous here at night and therefore asked the guy not to linger. Suk Jin replied that there was no need to worry about him. After that, he handed the basket of oysters to Ma Ryong and ordered them to be cooked for dinner. The guy was very surprised because it was the first time he had seen such large mollusks. After that, Ma Ryong obeyed the order and the nanny took over the preparation of the side dish. Suk Jinho did not forget about the black cat. He threw him a small shellfish which aroused the animal's interest. Blackie tried to open the oyster but nothing worked. Because of this, the cat was nervous and angry. The main character advised him to try to add strength to the blow. The next moment, the spiritual being used her abilities and smashed the oyster shell into pieces. The black cat was pleased with himself because his owner praised him for his good work. Meanwhile, the subordinates informed their master that everything was ready. Oysters were baked over a small fire. The high temperature caused them to open and a wonderful aroma spread throughout the area, which made Ma Ryong's mouth water. The guy asked what kind of oyster it was because he had tried a lot of things, but this was the first time he had seen it. Suk Jinho replied that these were not ordinary oysters. Yoon was also surprised because he knew that it was not typical for oysters to grow to such sizes. Moreover, they seemed to add strength. Ma Ryong agreed with this and said that he also felt something strange and immediately felt warm inside. Suk Jinho said that he would tell about everything when they finished eating and suggested that the guys might have been led. Soon the main character explained that these oysters were about 500 years old, so to some extent there could be an effect. After dinner was finished, the nanny asked what she should do with the rest of the oysters and offered to cook them too, but Suk Jin said that he would still need them. The girl became interested and asked why her master needed them. The main character briefly answered that he wanted to start his own business. The nanny asked if the guy would personally sell them, for which Suk Jin replied with a smile that he had a person who could handle it better. The next day came. It was still quite early, but work was already in full swing on the estate. The nanny took care of the chickens while Ma Ryong and Yoon did their morning training. Suk Jinho was also here. He turned to the girl and was surprised that she woke up so early. The guy asked if she felt any changes. The nanny immediately confirmed this and said that for the first time in a long time she woke up so cheerful. After this, the girl asked if they were expecting guests today. Yoon was surprised and asked who was supposed to come. Meanwhile, the clatter of hooves could already be heard on the street. Someone was approaching the estate of our heroes. Suk Jinho was surprised that his guest arrived so quickly and on time. The servant bowed his head and turned to his mistress and reported that they were already there. A joyful Sukmi Ryung came out of the carriage and asked how her brother was doing. Suk Jinho greeted the guest and asked if the long journey had exhausted the girl. The sister said that everything was fine and said that since they were not at home now they could discard all formalities. The main character decided to play a joke and said that then he would call the girl Nunim. This was an appeal to adult women in the family. Sukmi Ryung got angry because her age difference with her brother was not that big. The girl asked to call her just Nuna. After that, Mrs. Sok asked why the guy decided to meet with her. The girl said that she was very surprised when she received a letter from him and assumed that he just missed him. Suk Jinho looked at his older sister and happily said that he called her to make a deal. Sukmi Ryung asked why the guy decided to meet her. The girl said that she was very surprised when she received a letter from him and assumed that he just missed him. Suk Jinho looked at his older sister and happily said that he called her to make a deal. The girl looked around and asked what kind of place it was and offered to give her a tour first, but Suk Jin said that she had to see it first. There was a large wooden barrel in the middle of the yard. Sukmi Ryung was surprised by the misunderstanding and asked what it was. The main character invited the girl to see for herself. In a barrel that was filled with water there was a huge pink oyster which really surprised Sukmi Ryung. The girl was excited and couldn't believe what she saw. Suk Jinho said that it was exactly what Mrs. Suk was thinking about. The main character took the clam out of the water and proudly declared that it was a 100-year-old oyster. The girl was still shocked but asked her brother if he had found her himself. Sukmi Ryung said that people had been looking for this oyster for decades but could not find it. Therefore it was generally believed that whoever could find it would gain lifelong luck. Suk Jinho threw the clam back into the water and said that he had to work hard to find it, and even for him this task was not so simple. Next, the main character wanted to move on to the main business, namely, he wanted his older sister to sell this oyster. Suk Jinho assured that he would give half of the money from the proceeds to the girl. Sukmi Ryung said that she couldn't miss such a brilliant opportunity, but first she wanted to ask a question. The guy immediately asked the girl not to even ask where he got it from. But Mrs. Sok was not interested in this. She asked if her brother could get more oysters. The guy said that spiritual beings were not so easy to find. Then Sukmi Ryung offered to conclude another deal according to which she would provide decent pay, and her younger brother would supply oysters. Suk Jin replied that the offer was tempting, but he could not promise such a quantity of clams as his sister asked for. Moreover, he did not want to see them at every corner of the market. After this, the guy asked if his sister was afraid that the palace might find out about this. He was also interested in what they could do when they found out that someone had started hunting for 100-year-old oysters. The girl did not know the answers to these questions, but she was sure that these problems could be solved. Then Suk Jinho clapped his hands in joy. The main character felt that they needed to properly discuss the details of the deal. Firstly, he hoped for the sincerity of his older sister. The negotiations lasted until the evening. Sukmi Ryung decided to hit the road, arguing that since she had bought such an expensive product she needed to sell it as soon as possible. The girl cheerfully said goodbye to her younger brother and said that they would see each other again soon. Within a moment the carriage started moving and began to quickly drive off into the distance. Suk Jinho considered that the deal was successful since the girl was so eager to think through a plan of action. Of course she paid a lot of money, but it was still worth it. In addition, the guy hoped that the effect of pink oysters would help many. Judging by the satisfied face, Sukmi Ryan was also happy with this deal. The nanny asked her master if he was hungry and offered to cook dinner. The main character wanted to eat out today and thought it was time to visit those kids. All his subordinates agreed with this. Suk Jinho said that today was a difficult day for all of them and therefore suggested that they relax. The nanny thought it was a great idea. After some time our heroes were already near the establishment where not so long ago they ate very tasty noodles, but the door was closed. Suk Jinho couldn't believe that it was already closed because it was still so late. The nanny suggested that something might have happened and hoped that everything was okay with the children's grandmother. Ma Ryung assumed that those hooligans were the reason for this, but Yoon said that if it were them they would not have left this place safe and sound. Suk Jinho turned to a man passing by and asked if he knew why the noodle shop was closed. The man replied that everyone was at the wake. The main character was very surprised by what he heard. The man said that the grandmother of those children had been ill for a long time, and yesterday afternoon she lost consciousness and could not wake up, and the residents of the district helped them prepare the ceremony. Suk Jinho asked where the funeral was held. The man pointed in the direction and said that it was not so far from here. This place was at the foot of the mountain. Our heroes set out on a quest, but they had a long way to go. Suddenly Suk Jinho felt something that greatly alarmed and alerted the guy. The main character said that perhaps he forgot to close the door, and therefore he asked his subordinates to return home and check it. Everyone was very surprised by this suddenness. Suk Jinho appointed Yoon. The guy hesitated a little but still decided to carry out his master's order. The nanny asked if it was so important now, but Yoon tried to take his friends home as soon as possible as Suk Jin wanted. The main character was glad that Yoon was so smart and thought that Ma Ryung would hardly have understood his hint. After this, the guy decisively hurried deeper into the forest, thinking along the way that he did not want to put his friends in danger, and especially his nanny. Suddenly he saw some people. They were talking about how someone couldn't cope with either the store or the debt, and therefore it was easier for him to just die. These were the same children from the noodle shop. They were surrounded by bandits and demanded to repay the debt. The guy asked where they could get so much money in one day. To this, Ojun Gol replied that it was already their problem. The girl cried and, unable to bear the stress, said that she understood that they owed them money, but was it really necessary to go that far? The girl continued to scream that there was not a drop of humanity in the bandits because they knew very well that their grandmother had died, but they still did what they did, running after every penny. Oh Junjul, hearing these words, became very angry and called the girl a scoundrel and said that he could raise her hand even despite her age. Suddenly the aggressive man waved his hand and shouted that it was time to teach the children a lesson. The children were very scared and, hugging each other, were already anticipating the worst. But there was nothing more to be afraid of, because at the very last moment Suk Jinho appeared and grabbed the scoundrel's hand and thereby prevented him from harming the children. Oh Jun-Gol tried to break free, but the main character's grip was very strong. The little boy recognized his savior and said that it was the gentleman from the martial arts palace. Suk Jinho continued to hold the scoundrel and asked the children if everything was okay with them. They replied that everything was fine. The main character was glad to hear this. After this, the guy asked the children to walk a little forward and cover their ears. Oh Jun-Gol was trembling in pain and did not understand what would happen now. Suk Jinho hurried the children. After this, the main character squeezed the scoundrel's hand even more tightly, as if he intended to break it. The next moment, Oh Jun-Gol screamed in severe pain, while his frightened comrades only watched from the sidelines. The main characters turned to them and asked if there was a brave man among them who was ready to go against him, but there was no answer. Suk Jinho said that he was glad that the bandits understood the situation. Oh Jun-Gol began to shout at his comrades, saying that they were stupid because the guy only knew how to wag his tongue and therefore should not be afraid of him. The ardor of the leader of the bouncers quickly subsided after something crunched in his shoulder, and he experienced severe pain. Oh Jun-Gol thought that there really was something in the main character. He couldn't believe that the guy was really so strong. Suk Jinho ordered the leader of the scoundrels to close his mouth, after which he turned to the rest of the bandits and asked them to listen to him well, so that they could then convey this to the others. The main character said that the bandits were like cockroaches, that is, the more they were killed, the more new ones appeared. Therefore he decided not to let them go so easily. Suk Jinho decided that in this case he was forced to take measures, because if you don't want new cockroaches to appear, it was best to destroy them on the spot. The next moment there was a sound of metal cutting through the air, and the grass nearby turned blood red. The main character looked angrily at the remaining bandits and asked them to tell their friends that if they did not want to be destroyed, then let them not run into trouble. Suk Jinho looked angrily at the remaining bandits and asked them to tell their friends that if they did not want to be destroyed, then let them not run into trouble. After this, the main character ordered the bandits to get out of here. The scoundrels obediently obeyed the order and immediately rushed away. Suk Jinho was in the blood of the bandit leader he killed. After what happened, the guy will breathe a sigh of relief. The main character turned to the boy and told him to cover his sister's eyes and, if possible, not look at his feet. The children carefully walked past the still fresh corpse of the scoundrel lying on the ground. The girl was trembling with fear and asked her brother how long she needed to keep her eyes closed. Appa asked her sister to be patient a little longer. Soon they came to a safe place. The children bowed respectfully to the main character and thanked him for saving him. Suk Jin replied that he simply could not ignore the antics of the bandits. Appa said that thanks to Mr. Sok they were safe and sound. Girl So Seol thanked her savior again. After that, Suk Jinho, wiping the blood from his cheek, asked the children to follow him. After some time they arrived at the master's estate. Here his subordinates were already waiting for them. All our heroes gathered at the table to have dinner. After the nanny set the table, she happily announced that everything was ready and they could start eating. Suk Jin apologized for the fact that he promised that they would rest and in the end forced the girl to cook dinner. The nanny, with a smile on her face, replied that it was not difficult for her. The main character picked up chopsticks and wished all his friends and guests a bon appetit. Appa invited his sister to try one of the dishes. The girl replied that she could handle it herself, but it was better for her brother to take care of himself. The nanny looked with pity at the children who had recently been orphaned and were now completely alone in this world. Suk Jinho asked if his guests would continue to do the noodle shop. Appa replied that they would continue because they needed somewhere to live. Hearing this, the main character invited the children to work on his estate. Appa was taken aback by this unexpected proposal. Next, Suk Jinho said that So Sol could be helped by a nanny and a boyfriend by Ma Ryong and Yoon. The nanny was very happy to hear this. She said that she just needed an assistant and it would be great if So Sol became her. Ma Ryung also agreed with this and said that he would just have to cook 2 more servings, and Yoon noted that Appa was not weak and therefore would definitely be useful. Suk Jin was sure that it would not be easy for the children to take care of the noodle shop alone. So he suggested that they stay in his estate until the children were ready to live on their own. Appa said that he was not sure that he could repay the master for his kindness. The main character replied that he would also get something from this. Suk Jin explained that he needed workers and they needed work and therefore it would be beneficial to everyone. The guy did not demand an answer from the children right now and they could calmly think about it. Appa thought about the fact that they could run the noodle shop, but there were many things that would be difficult to handle alone. Besides, the guy needed to become stronger in order to protect So Seol. The guy couldn't imagine what would have happened to them if Suk Jin hadn't saved them then. Appa decided that if they stayed here he could learn something. The guy rose sharply from his chair and thereby attracted the attention of everyone present. Appa bowed and said that they agreed to stay here and then respectfully asked Mr. Suk to take care of them. So Seol followed her brother's example and asked the main character for the same. Suk Jin said that he would not pay them and then asked if they agreed anyway. Appa agreed because he wanted to become stronger and that was much more valuable than money. The main character once again asked if he could not pay them for their work. Appa replied that, if the gentleman decided so then he could not do it. Suddenly Suk Jin said that he was joking and that the nanny would pay them a salary because they would mainly help her. The girl agreed with this. After that, the main character invited everyone to continue having dinner. It was not in vain that the nanny tried so hard. Despite the late hour, the fun did not subside in the Jiru plantation house. Some man with a special appetite for eating meat asked if everyone was already assembled. A fat man holding a piece of meat in both hands and smiling broadly asked where his baby had gone. This man was the head of the planting house named Ju Cheolan. A man with scars on his face said that they had received news that someone had taken all their savings and fled. The man was a bloody demon named Moonju. Ju Cheol, he asked if he was too brave, but the man with scars suggested that they quickly move on to the main matter. The third participant in the meeting was an elder named Rujuwano, and the man asked if everyone knew about the reason for their gathering. The elderly man warned his interlocutors that they needed to be careful because someone was acting suspiciously quietly. After that, he offered to see how long it would last. Moonju asked if they could only wait. The man warned that they should not forget that their enemy was from the Sok clan and Habe Penga himself helped him. Ju Cheol, he added that he even defeated the experienced fighter Oh Chun Jail, and then suggested that if they attack him, the Suk clan will not just leave it. Rujuwano smiled because he couldn't believe that the head of the planting house was worried about such things. Ju Cheol, he will answer that sometimes you still had to think about such things. The next moment the elder stated that they did not have to do everything themselves because in the end the culprit would be the one who was seen holding the sword in his hands and not the one who gave the order. Rujuwano said that this way they could get rid of this bastard and then asked what his interlocutors thought about it. The bloody demon couldn't believe that the elder hated this guy from the Sok clan so much. Moonju asked if it was too much that the old man suggested hiring a killer. In addition, the man suggested that in this case someone special would have to be sent. At that moment Ruju Wano snapped his fingers, thus calling the servant to him. A moment later the door to the room opened and a girl servant entered. She brought a small red pillow to the word on which lay a scroll and a writing brush along with ink. The elder smiled insidiously and said that now it was possible to begin writing the contract. Someone carefully wielded a brush and wrote out text character by character. The black cat was yawning and stretching out of boredom. Suk Jinho assumed that his pet was getting sleepy. The guy invited the cat to look at what he was doing because it wasn't often that you could see a brush in his hands. The main character said that it was a very delicate job in which it was important to control the strength. Thanks to this, the handwriting could change depending on the person's temperament. Blackie carefully examined the text and meowed. The main character laughed at this and assumed that the cat knew about it well without him. Suddenly the spiritual being dipped his paw into the ink and then placed the same paw on a piece of paper. A neat paw print of a black cat appeared on the white paper. Suk Jinho was touched by this and praised his pet, saying that the cat was very smart. Suddenly the main character felt something that greatly alarmed him. The black cat's gaze instantly changed and became more concentrated on something. Suk Jinho asked if Blackie felt something. The main character got up from the table and said that he found out that they were hunting for him, but he didn't think that they would come today. The black cat hissed furiously. Suk Jinho listened to the silence and realized that someone was heading towards the nanny's room. The main character assumed that this someone wanted to kidnap the girl in order to then blackmail him. Suk Jin sighed heavily because he asked not to bother him. After that, the guy deftly jumped onto the roof of the house, thinking at the same time that the scoundrel did not understand in a good way, so now he will act differently. The nanny was sleeping peacefully in her bed, and someone's dark silhouette was already waiting outside the door of her room. Someone carefully reached his hand towards the door in order to quietly open it and go inside. Meanwhile, on the roof, Suk Jinho found one of the killers whose face was hidden by a black mask. The guy asked where he was going. The main character sternly ordered that there was no need to wake anyone up because he was already in front of the killer. On the roof, Suk Jinho found one of the killers whose face was hidden by a black mask. He was very surprised when he realized that he had been found. The guy asked where he was going. After that, the main character looked sternly at the scoundrel and ordered that there was no need to wake anyone up because he was already in front of the killer. The masked man was very surprised and did not understand how Suk Jinho recognized his presence here. The killer thought that he needed to leave here as quickly as possible. The next moment the scoundrel took off and jumped with all his strength to escape from his opponent. Suk Jinho remained in place but ordered the black cat to catch up with the fugitive. The spiritual being immediately obeyed the order and ran after the man. The main character looked indifferently at the fleeing scoundrel and considered that he could have been left to Churnish. In the meantime, the guy will deal with another killer presence which he has long felt. Suk Jinho jumped up and ran in the opposite direction. In the courtyard of the estate stood another villain in a mask who noticed the approach of the main character. But it was too late. In an instant Suk Jinho was behind him. He looked angrily at the man who was going to disturb the sleep of his comrades. The masked killer tried to escape, and at the same time I was surprised that the guy was on the roof a second ago and now he was standing in front of him. The speed of the main character was truly incredible because in the next moment he closed the distance with the enemy and punched the villain in the face with all his might. The killer thought about what an idiot he was for agreeing to go against this monster. He thought that it was all over for him. Suddenly Suk Jinho grabbed the terrified man's jaw tightly. The guy looked at him with a stern look and said that he would not let him die. The scoundrel was very scared and wondered who his opponent even was. It seemed to him that the main characters were small and weak in appearance, but his energy gave the impression that he was fighting the demon himself. Meanwhile, the black cat brought to his owner the scoundrel whom he had recently chased. The man was beaten and unconscious. Suk Jinho turned to the shocked killer and said that his friend had surrendered. After that, he said that the man had two choices. The first was to voluntarily tell everything, and the second was that the guy would beat him until he told everything and then kill him. The main character looked at the man with a crazy look and added that he didn't care what the scoundrel chose because in any case he would find out everything. The killer decided to choose the first option and began to timidly talk about the fact that they were sent here by the bloody demon and his friends. After some time, Suk Jinho quickly ran across the rooftops in order to get to his offenders as quickly as possible. His comrades were also with him. The main character asked them not to engage in battle under any circumstances and in case of danger to immediately run away. The guys agreed with this. Suk Jinho continued to run and thought that since Yoon and Ma Ryong felt something was wrong, even while sleeping, it means their abilities have improved significantly. Finally, the main character saw a house of pleasure on the horizon and stopped. He thought that today his subordinates would have to put into practice the knowledge they had acquired. The guy warned his friends that they could hurt or even kill someone that night. Therefore, if they doubted themselves, it was better for them to leave now. Suk Jin continued to say that if they were ready to move on, they should have kept in mind that they would have to risk their lives. The guys replied that they had no intention of retreating. Hearing this, the main character ordered his comrades to move forward. Under cover of darkness, our heroes entered the house of pleasure. The three scoundrels sat silently at the table all this time and languished in nervous anticipation. Ju Cheol, he asked if there was any news yet and was afraid that the assassins had failed the mission because he had a bad feeling. Ruju Wano loudly hit the table and asked the interlocutor to be silent for at least a minute and stop slandering. Suddenly Mun Ju heard some noise, jumped up from his seat and grabbed his sword and asked who was there. Ruju Wano suggested that it was just the wind, but Moon Ju did not agree with this. The next moment, unexpectedly for everyone, Suk Jinho fearlessly burst into the room. The guy asked those present if they were trying to kill him and said that he had bad news for them. Ruju Wano, seeing the main character, shouted that this brat had come here and began to ring his bell loudly. A moment later, many armed soldiers appeared from all possible places. Suk Jinho looked around and said that it was even better because now he could finish off everyone at once. Moon Ju loudly ordered all his subordinates to kill the main character. Despite the fact that the scoundrels were already advancing, Suk Jinho calmly said that he had long ago realized that it was useless to talk with them and therefore he would have to use force. The next moment, the main character struck several blows and killed his enemies, saying that it was necessary to get rid of problems at the root. Moon Ju, seeing Suk Jin Hyun's skill, was scared and thought about what the guy was going to do. The bloody demon continued to think that he had a backup plan, which was to attack the guy with the whole gang if the assassins failed, but he underestimated the guy. Moon Ju turned back to find an escape route, but was very surprised. Suk Jinho told the man not to even think about running away. After all, nothing would work out for him anyway. Behind him was Yoon, who deftly defeated his opponents in hand-to-hand combat. There was also Ma Ryong, who deftly wielded a sword and fought fiercely with several opponents at once. The scoundrels were trapped. Ruju Wano understands his disadvantage and therefore threw himself on his knees in front of the main character and said that he was stupid for daring to attack him. The elder begged Suk Jinhong to spare him, and in return the old man would give all his money. The main characters were unshakable and pointed their sword at Ruju Wano. The next moment, the sound of a sword cutting through flesh was heard and the wall was stained with the elder's blood. The main character said that not everything in the world could be solved with money because their killers broke into his house and tried to kill him. Although he asked that they shouldn't be so impudent. Ju Cheol, he cried and trembled with fear. He begged for mercy and promised that from that moment everything would change and this would not happen again. But Suk Jin stood his ground and said that people did not change overnight and such monsters were not so easy to change for the better. After that, the main character attacked Ju Cheol on without giving him a chance for mercy. The body of the head of the House of Pleasure fell to the floor with a roar and his blood flowed down Suk Jin's sword. Moon Ju thought that this was an excellent moment for an attack and therefore, in a fit of despair, he rushed at the main character from behind, but the guy said that he was trying in vain. Suk Jinho effortlessly blocked the scoundrel's attack and calmly looked into his frightened eyes. Moon Ju's face expressed madness and fear, but he continued to calm himself with the thoughts that no matter how strong the guy was, he was just an arrogant youth. The next moment, the bloody demon spat out sharp needles from his mouth. Suk Jinhong was surprised because he didn't think that the man was so fast. Still, the main character managed to dodge this unexpected attack, but the guy said that the man was the nastiest of the three. Moon Ju was very surprised that his opponent dodged the attack with needles. It seemed that the man already understood that the end had come for him. The next moment, Suk Jinho dealt a crushing blow which finally ended the series of murders and assassinations. The Black Cat decided to tell us his story and said that he was special. Previously, he lived on Mount Daesan. It was there that he met the owner and now his name was Churnish. The spiritual being said that at first the Sok Palace seemed to him an unbearably boring place. Only the company of the owner saved him from boredom. Soon they moved to a new place of residence where not a single day passed without adventure because on these lands lived the king of all animals who was a big tiger. All this time the black cat was simply watching, but since his owner decided to protect people, Blackie should have taken care of the animals of these lands. At some point the spirit animal decided that it was time to overthrow the king of beasts. The black cat wandered for a long time through the dense green forests, avoiding rocks and other obstacles. Finally Churnish came across a fresh trail of his enemy, and now he knew where to look for him. Suddenly in the depths of the forest a black cat heard someone's long howl. Smart Blackie immediately realized that it was coming from a wolf cub. The spiritual being immediately took off and ran towards the source of the sound. Quickly making its way through the dense thickets, the animal smelled a strong smell of blood. Several wolf cubs bent over the lifeless body of their mother and trembled with fear. Hanging over them was a huge aggressive tiger, which was the very king of beasts. Blackie, seeing this, could not believe that he was going to kill these kids. The black cat instantly stood between the evil animal and its victims and then fearlessly began to hiss. With all his appearance, the spiritual being showed that now this was his territory. But the king of beasts did not even think of giving up his primacy and decided to instantly punish the impudent man by growling loudly and attacking him. But the black cat was not a timid one, and after he successfully dodged his opponent's attack, he hit the beast back. Churnish's blow was so strong that it nailed the huge tiger to the ground. After this, the spirit animals once again hissed and ordered the frightened king of beasts to get out of his sight. The tiger took his chance and quickly ran away without even trying to fight back the cat. The little wolf cubs were glad to be saved, but their loss could not be returned, which made the kids very sad. The black cat approached the wolf cubs and pondered for some time what he should do next. Still, Churnish decided not to leave them here and told the kids not to be afraid because now they were under his protection. The estate of Mr. Sok was alarmed. The nanny loudly called the main character and said that he had to look at this. Suk Jinho came along with the rest of the men and asked what happened. The joyful girl pointed to the trembling wolf cubs and said that Churnish had found friends. The black cat sat next to him and with all his appearance showed that these kids would remain here no matter what. Ma Ryong suggested that the wolf cubs could be spiritual beings. Suk Jin said that the most important thing was to raise them correctly, then they would bring benefits. For example, they could become excellent protectors of livestock. The main character looked at the wolf cubs and greeted them with the fact that they were now part of their big family. Suk Jinho also came up with names for them and said that from now on they will be called Yung Rang, Huan Rang, and Cal Rang. The cubs were very happy to hear this and at the same time howled joyfully, thus expressing gratitude to the people. It was a calm, clear day of which there have been many. The warm rays of the sun warmed the leaves of the garden trees. Suk Jinho was on the training ground concentrating his energy. Suddenly he turned his attention to something. The main character, using his abilities, felt that someone had left for them. It was Appa, who said that his master had received a letter from Sukpung Payaguk. The fourth young master asked the guy to come over. Appa saw that Suk Jinho was busy and apologized for the disturbance and said that he could come back later. The main character replied that everything was fine and asked to tell him what was the matter. Suk Jin thought that Yoon and Ma Ryung were also looking at him at first. Appa's gaze was uncertain, but inside there was a sense of persistence that pushed him to study martial arts. The main character continued to think that the guy was quite capable. Along the way he took the letter from Appa. It was a letter from Sok Dokvolt, who wrote that the protagonist would soon come to visit his nephew because it was a good idea and wanted to meet him in person. After that, Suk Jin turned to Appa and ordered him to tell everyone to get ready because they needed to go somewhere. The guy immediately obeyed the order. The main character looked thoughtfully at the sky and thought that he had been hiding something from his subordinates for too long, but the time had come to reveal the whole truth. Everyone was excited. Nanny didn't raise why there was such an unexpected meeting in the morning. Yoon thought that something serious had happened and Ma Ryong assumed that the bandits had shown up again. Suk Jin asked his friends not to worry but to just enjoy the holiday atmosphere and have fun. Ma Ryung clarified that their task today was to visit all the shops at this fair. The nanny thought that they took her with them to show her different dishes that can be prepared at home, and Yoon still did not have any ideas about the unexpected day off. Suk Jin led his friends to a building and then said that he had gathered them here to show them something. Appa didn't understand what was special about it, it was just their old noodle shop. Nanny asked not to say that because their noodles were very tasty. It seemed to Ma Ryong that, after the skirmish with the bandits, there was no living coal left of her. Yoon asked his master why they came here. The next moment Suk Jinho took the red cloth from the sign and said that he was introducing Kek Jan to his friends. Nanny still didn't understand what it was. The main character said that he named the establishment in honor of the nanny, or rather in honor of her future owner. It was his surprise. The girl was very surprised. Suk Jin asked the nanny to get used to it because in the future better gifts awaited her. The girl did not think that this was right and said that it was better to name the establishment in honor of the gentleman. The main character handed the girl a scroll and said that he had already arranged everything, and if she didn't like it then she would sell it to the establishment and keep the money for herself. After that Suk Jin said that he had prepared this place for the girl and he didn't need it. Then he took her hand to lead her inside and show her everything. The main character said that the first and second floors will be reserved for visitors and the third and fourth can be used as housing. The girl was worried how they would cope with the influx of clients. Suk Jin asked the nanny not to underestimate him and said that he believed in her. The girl thanked her master and promised to try. Soon after this, the official opening of the establishment took place. Rumors about it spread throughout the area, so our heroes had to start looking for new workers. Almost all the clients returned more than once. Finally, after all these events, the most long-awaited visitor came to the establishment. Suk Duk Volt greeted the main character and said that they had not seen each other for a long time. Suk Jinho replied that he was glad to see his uncle. The man patted the guy on the shoulder and said that he had heard a lot about his exploits, namely that he dealt with local bandits and even opened a luxurious establishment. Suk Jinho asked his uncle not to exaggerate because he didn't pull a star from the sky. The man sincerely laughed at this answer. Suddenly the main character turned his attention to the people who arrived with his uncle. The guy recognized one of them. It was Ken Jundeok, who was the strongest of the man's assistants. The guy didn't think that he would bring him with him. Suk Jin suggested that his close relative get straight to the point because the guy knew that he had something to say. Sok Dok Volt was sure that his nephew knew what was happening now because he was also from the Sok clan. Uncle said that he could no longer trust anyone. The man didn't know if Suk Jinho could help him and therefore offered to demonstrate their abilities to each other. The next moment Suk Duk Volt said that it was time to see what the main character's subordinates were capable of. Ma Ryung and Yoon were very surprised. Sok Dok Volt said that before making his subordinate a teacher his abilities should have been tested. The next moment the man said that it was time to see what the main character's subordinates were capable of. Ma Ryung and Yoon were very surprised. Suk Jinho agreed with this and invited everyone to go to the training arena. The main character thought that despite his uncle's words he did not doubt the abilities of Ma Ryung and Yoon. Suk Jin assumed that the man wanted to show his subordinates that they had no choice but to accept the order, but accepting a teacher who was previously a subordinate of the soldiers would be difficult. The main character turned to Ma Ryung and ordered him to prepare for battle. The guy was very surprised because he did not expect that he would be the first. But Suk Jinho insisted that he be the first and ordered him to show what he was capable of. Ma Ryung entered the arena and came face to face with his opponent. It was a bald man who came along with Suk Deok Volt. Appa didn't understand what the point of this fight was, but Suk Jin said that if the guy wasn't interested he could go, but the guy said with great enthusiasm that he would stay to watch. Appa looked at the fighters with admiration. The main character immediately realized that the guy liked it. He also thought that he had a good physique and if he trained a lot he would achieve a lot. Ma Ryong bowed respectfully to his opponent and hoped that he could learn a lot from him. The bald man also showed respect for his opponent. The guy took a fighting stance and thought that it was the first time he fought in front of so many people and he liked it. His opponent was also ready. Ma Ryong looked at the man and thought that it would be difficult for him to calm down his excitement, but he could not let his master down. The next moment the guy rushed at his opponent with great enthusiasm. Ma Ryong swung his sword with great force which was charged with chi energy, but his opponent managed to dodge this attack. The bald man was clearly an experienced warrior, but he was surprised by the skill of the guy who had only recently begun to study martial arts. The spectators who watched the fight began to actively discuss Ma Ryong and said that he was stronger than he seemed. Sok Dok Volt was very pleased with this spectacle. The enemy turned to Ma Ryong and said that the guy had really become stronger and he was surprised by this. The man further said that now it was his turn to attack, after which he rushed at Ma Ryong. He wanted to hit the guy with his fist. Despite the fact that this attack was quite fast, the guy still managed to deviate to the side, but it was clear that it was not so easy for him to do this. Seeing a good moment, Ma Riyong counterattacked his opponent, making every effort to do so, but the man managed to crouch down in time and dodge. After that, the bald man dealt a powerful blow to the guy in the stomach, causing him to tremble in pain. But this small mistake did not break Ma Riyong. Already during his next attack, the guy managed to wound his opponent. The man wondered if he should have continued the battle despite the pain, and then assumed that his opponent had learned the concept of external energy. The man didn't know whether it was technique or luck, but he decided that he wouldn't give up so easily and then rushed into the attack again. Suddenly, Ma Riyong knocked aside the hand of his opponent, who was about to attack the guy. The next moment, Mr. Juice's subordinate fearlessly hit the bald man with his forehead. Ma Riyong immediately jumped back, leaving his opponent time to recover and realize what had happened. The guy looked at his opponent and looked for the right moment for the next attack. A hematoma formed on his forehead due to a recent blow. A moment later, Ma Riyong rushed into battle again to attack his opponent. The bald man did not expect such enthusiasm from the guy. It seemed to him that he was about to lose this fight. Suddenly, the man struck his opponent in the stomach with all his might with his palm. Ma Riyong immediately experienced incredible pain, which caused him to lose control and stop attacking. The guy sat down on the ground and grabbed his stomach, and the bald man looked at his hands with fear, not understanding how he did it. Suddenly, Sok Volt suggested stopping the fight because it seemed to him that the atmosphere was too tense. Suk Jinho agreed with this and was about to announce the winner of this fight, but at the last moment something stopped him. The main character's attention was attracted by the admiring conversations of the people who were watching the battle. The soldiers were delighted that Ma Riyong withstood Mr. Kyung's attacks and not only resisted but also attacked him in response. They did not believe that Ma Riyong was an ordinary subordinate. Seeing his abilities, the soldiers were fed up with the fact that they would be able to become just as strong. Suk Jin, seeing their admiration, thought that there was no need to declare a winner. The bald man approached Ma Riyong and said, "Yes, you guy went to see a doctor because he will quickly get him back on his feet." The guy thanked Mr. Kyung for his concern. The man said that Ma Riyong learned a lot during this time and added that he himself did not understand how to use the breathing technique. Ma Riyong replied that Yoon taught him a lot, but the guy didn't understand whether this was enough to become a teacher. Mr. Kyung assured the guy that it was enough. Having heard that Yoon was a good teacher, the soldiers immediately turned to him with a request to teach them so that they could become stronger. The guy hesitated. Suk Jinho looked at his student with pride and thought that he was popular. After that, Sok Volt turned to his nephew and said that the items were what he expected, but all that remained was to decide on the prices. After some time, the main character finished writing a huge text and presented it to his uncle. Sok Volt took the sheet and read that there were courses for 30 days, 60 days, and 90 days, and when purchasing a 6-month course, another 20 days were included as a gift. The uncle noticed that the longer the contract, the cheaper it was. The man knew that this was a trick that looked tempting. Sok Jin said that the price included food and accommodation, so the price was normal. Suk Volt asked if it was possible to sign a contract today to start tomorrow. Suk Jin replied that then it would be necessary to sign a contract for at least 6 months. The uncle said that this was exactly what he wanted, but he still had some worries. The man noticed that instead of paying the tax, his nephew brought people who would sign a contract for 5 years, but only applicants of the 2nd and 3rd levels submitted applications, and people with the 1st level wanted to pay themselves. Suk Jin explained that the point was that they could soon go to another place, so he suggested leaving everything as it was for now because this was their first contract. Sok Volt agreed and thanked the main character. Sok Jin warned that there would be no compensation for those who run away. The uncle replied that they could die, but they certainly wouldn't run away. The entire estate of Mr. Sok was sleeping peacefully. At this late time, only Ma Riyong and Suk Jinho were awake. The guy approached the main character and asked if he called him. After that, he looked around and asked where the others were. Suk Jinho said that he wanted to talk to the guy alone. Ma Riyong was inspired and suggested that this was an additional training and God would teach him something new. The main character said that the guy was beaten during the day and therefore he could not train now. After this, Suk Jinho asked the guy to give him his sword. Ma Riyong immediately obeyed, although he did not understand why it was needed. The main character examined the weapon and praised the student for taking good care of it. After that, the guy said that he would now show something and therefore asked Ma Riyong to move away. The next moment Suk Jinho closed his eyes and began to concentrate. Streams of chi energy formed around his body. After the preparation was completed, the main character demonstrated to his students several new sword techniques. Ma Ryong looked at his teacher in fascination and was amazed by his skill. After that, the guy beamed with admiration and clapping his hands said that his master was very cool. Suk Jinho asked if Ma Ryong remembered what he had just shown him. The guy was taken aback by the unexpected question because he didn't think that he needed to remember it. The main character said that he should have remembered this because it was his new technique. Ma Ryong was very surprised when he heard these words. Suk Jinho said that Ma Ryong should have remembered what he just showed him because it was his new technique. Hearing this, Ma Ryong was embarrassed and beamed with happiness, not believing what had happened. The main character said that the guy should have moved on. The guy began bombarding his master with questions about what this technique was called, what level it was, what could be done with it, and the like. Suk Jin nevertheless replied that this technique was called Churgushkik, 9 styles of chasing thunder. It was high class, and if the guy masters it, he will go far. The main character added that then Ma Ryong would not need to master new techniques but improve those already learned. Ma Ryong said that he could be wrong, but it seemed to him that the movements that the teacher showed were not similar to any of the techniques from the 9 styles of chasing thunder. The main character explained that he specifically showed it so that it would be easier for the guy to see the movement. Ma Ryong himself will use the technique in a normal rhythm. Suk Jinho added that if the guy masters this technique, he will be able to strike with lightning endlessly. Ma Ryong bowed to the master and loudly promised that he would try his best until he becomes Churito. The main character asked the guy to stop talking nonsense and start learning the basics. The whole next day, Suk Jinho fulfilled the terms of the contract and trained the soldiers. One of the guys could not withstand the attack and fell to the ground. This was not surprising because his opponent was the main character. The soldier said that he could no longer continue training. Suk Jinho asked if the soldiers would be able to train tomorrow. The guys replied that this is what they expected. Then the main character said that that was enough for today and praised everyone for their excellent work. Suk Jinho was returning to his home and thought that these soldiers would quickly learn everything. Suddenly, the main character's attention was caught by something which made him dumbfounded. The reason for this was Appa, who trained hard under the watchful gaze of his sister. Soon the guy stopped and began to be indignant at the fact that he couldn't do anything. So Sol said that it was not so easy and suggested turning to the master so that he could teach him. The guy replied that the main character had already given him the opportunity to study here and asking for more lessons was too much. Appa said that if the master decides to teach him, he will work as hard as he can because he already trains even at night to master the basic movements. Hearing this, Suk Jinho smiled and thought it was interesting. After some time, the main character was sitting in his office. Appa turned to him and said that a letter had arrived from Shijia's Hong. Appa entered the room and put the letter on the table. Suk Jinho said that the guy was just in time because he wanted to call him to talk. The main character directly asked if he wanted to learn any technique, but the guy began to deny it and say that the master already allowed him to be here. Suk Jinho asked if the guy really didn't want to and without waiting for an answer closed the topic. Plucking up courage, Appa said that to be honest he really wanted this. The main character asked why. The guy replied that Sol had no one but him and he wanted to protect her at least until she got married. Suk Jinho said that the guy thought quite maturely and then asked if he had time to train. The main character began to say that Yoon and Ma Ryong would now look after the fighters, they would not have time to do housework. These words depressed the guy. Suk Jinho looked at Appa and waited for him to answer. The next moment the guy said with particular enthusiasm that he could handle everything and would try to protect Sol. Hearing this, Suk Jinho suggested the guy try to train. This really surprised Appa, which made him dumbfounded. The main character said that he planned to hire a security guard for a nanny so that from tomorrow the guy could start training with the fighters, but he should not forget to do housework. Appa was very happy and couldn't believe that he wasn't dreaming about it. The guy bowed respectfully to the master and promised that he would try. Suk Jinho said that the guy could go. Appa wished the main character good night and ran out of the room satisfied. When the guy left, Suk Jinho remembered the letter he brought. It talked about his relatives Suk Jin Ryong and Suk Ki Ryong. The main character didn't know whether it was a spy or whether his sister let it slip, but it seemed they knew about the 100-year-old red letters. Suk Jin thought that this was expected but still unpleasant, after which she concentrated the chi energy in her hand and burned the letter. After some time, the main character visited the establishment to see the nanny. They stood together and looked at the fruits of their labor. There weren't many visitors today. Suk Jinho was dissatisfied with the fact that of course there were clients but not very many. Nanny agreed with this and said that if you try there will be more clients. The main character immediately realized that the girl already knew what the problem was. The nanny said that it was just her guess. The girl explained that they didn't have special dishes but other popular restaurants had them. Suk Jin agreed with this statement and said that he hadn't thought this through. The reason for this was that the main character was too fixated on the nutrition of the fighters, so they had a lot of ordinary food and not special dishes. After that, Suk Jin said that the reason had been found and all that remained was to solve it. The nanny asked to trust her because she wanted to try to make a signature dish. The main character asked the girl not to overwork herself because he also had one way. He didn't have time to finish because Ma Ryong burst into the establishment and loudly called his master. The guy reported that Mrs. Sukmi Ryong had arrived. The main character did not raise why to make such a fuss about his sister's arrival. An excited Ma Ryong explained that the person she came with was emitting a strange energy. He was definitely a martial artist and his energy was different from others. Hearing this, Suk Jinho thought for a while. What puzzled him most was the strange energy that his subordinate was talking about. Very soon, uninvited guests arrived at the protagonist's estate. Sukmi Ryong greeted her brother and said that they had not seen each other for a long time. Suk Jin was unhappy and asked why she arrived without warning and also brought a dangerous person with her. Some guy stood behind and silently listened to unpleasant words addressed to him. The girl asked if the main character was too rude to him. Suk Jin replied that it was clear that the stranger was from the Tan family from Seikyeonsong and therefore the guy was not going to be friendly with him. From what he heard, the guests seemed to be struck by lightning. The stranger replied that he had his own reasons for being here. The protagonist accepted these words without much enthusiasm. The guy continued to say that he asked the girl because he wanted to meet Suk Jin, after which he asked for some time and assured that the main character had nothing to worry about. The fourth young master thought that the stranger was different from the people from the Tang family he had met before. Moreover, he also behaved politely. Suk Jin agreed to listen to them because they had come all this way and he could not help but let them in. After that, he turned around and led the guests into the house. Soon they were in the office. The stranger respectfully introduced himself and said that his name was Tang Myung and he was from the Seishantan family. The main character also respectfully said that his name was Suk Jinho and he was from the Suk clan. Tang Myung thought that he had heard that a water dragon had appeared in Hehuai province and now he was personally convinced of it. He also thought that the main character knew him but was not nervous at all. The man looked at Suk Jinho's hands, which didn't have a single callus on them, and suggested that he was unlikely to have gone through a transformation. But most of all, Tang Myung was alarmed by the look of his interlocutor because even his nephew was scared when he saw him, unlike the main character who looked straight into his eyes. Suk Jinho asked permission to first ask the man a question. Tang Myung allowed and prepared to answer. The main character looked serious and asked the guests how they knew about the 100-year-old red letters and why they needed them. Sukmi Ryong became nervous and asked how her brother knew about this. Suk Jin assumed that Tang Myung found out about them and therefore turned to his sister. The main character continued to say that this information would not have reached Seishan if the girl had not spilled the beans. Therefore the guy was wondering how she knew about this. Tang Myung agreed to tell about everything but first asked permission to clarify the situation. The man said that he did not come here to ask for the 100-year-old red writings. Tang Myung said that what he needed was a 1,000-year-old pink oyster. Tang Myung said that what he was looking for was a huge 1,000-year-old oyster. Suk Jinho said that it was not just a 100-year-old but a 1,000-year-old pearl mollusk. The guy said that the man had great ambitions and suggested that he was trying to gain immortality. Tang Myung said that his niece was poisoned and was lying in bed. He found a method of treatment in ancient books but could not find the most important ingredient. The man was driven crazy by the fact that he knew the method but did not have the ingredients, so when he heard that the daughter of the head of the Sakya sect had received a 100-year-old clam, he came here. Tang Myung knew that his visit could be seen as rude, but he had no other choice. Suk Jin understood that it was a matter of life and death. The man asked if the main character could find a 1,000-year-old pearl mollusk. The guy replied that he would try, but such rarities could only be found by luck. Tang jumped up and said loudly that if he could find this oyster, he would support Suk Jinho in everything. The main character repeated once again that he could not guarantee success. The man understood this but still said that even if he did not succeed he would still never forget his help. Suk Jinho smiled slyly and thought that the Sichuan house always paid its debts and therefore it would be nice to incur another debt in this case. Our heroes went to the sea coast. Calm waves washed the sandy beach. Tang looked at the horizon and thought that they tried every day, but so far everything was unsuccessful, and there was little time left. Suddenly someone came and addressed the man, thereby distracting him from his thoughts. It was Sukmi, the girl came with you to cheer up Tang. She said that Suk Jinho always exceeded expectations and therefore one could hope for the best but had to wait a little longer. The man agreed with this and accepted the fact that he would have to trust them and just wait. Meanwhile, it was already evening. A huge fireball smoothly went beyond the horizon. Suddenly Tang saw a boat approaching the shore and thought that Suk Jinho was already returning. The next moment the man was dumbfounded by what he saw. The main character was approaching closer and closer to the shore, and now it was clearly visible that in his hands he was holding that same 1,000-year-old mollusk. Tang was happy and could not believe it. When Suk Jinho stepped ashore, a joyful man and Tang older sister immediately ran up to him and thanked the guy for a really good job. The main character asked the man to step back a little because this mollusk was very capricious and strong. Sukmi suggested that his brother was holding him back with his inner strength. Suk Jinho confirmed this and added that otherwise the oyster would have torn off his hand. The main character tapped on the shell and turned to Tang and told him not to trust others and to personally deal with it to the end. Suk Jinho added that although the oyster would not die without water for another day or two, it was better to leave immediately. Tang replied that he would leave immediately. After that, the man handed the guy a sign and asked him to take it. Suk Jinho replied that everything was in order and asked him to return after saving his niece. Also, the main character said that when the man arrived, he didn't even think of coming empty-handed but took something valuable with him. Tang laughed at this but agreed. After that, Suk Jinho handed the huge pearl oyster to the man. But as soon as Tang took it in his hands, the clam immediately escaped and fell to the ground. He began to quickly open and close his shell, trying to bite the man. With strength and concentration, the man managed to calm the oyster and take her in his arms. Tang did not even suspect that this mollusk would be so capricious. The man suggested that if he made a mistake in using his inner strength, he would lose his hands or kill the oyster. After that, he looked at Suk Jinho and thought that the ability to hold such a clam in his hands without much effort indicated that the guy's skills were superior to many masters. After that, Sukmi said that they could leave because the cart was already ready for departure. Tang told the main character that he would thank him properly later and asked him to wait for him. Suk Jinho agreed with this. The guy looked at his guests and exhaled with relief because he wanted to rest a little. Suk Jinho jumped into the boat again and it seemed that he would go to the open sea again. But this was not so. The guy opened a wooden box in which lay a huge shrimp and thought that its appearance did not give him peace. With a smile, he took his prey in his hands in order to take a good look at the main character. He was wondering what the shrimp tasted like. After some time, Suk Jinho was already at home and sat quietly at the table with Yoon and Ma Ryong. The main character said that sales in the tavern had recently increased greatly and asked his subordinates why this was so. Ma Ryong explained that recently strangers appeared in the establishment and started riots, but Yoon drove them away and now there were rumors that the tavern was safe. Yoon added that there were so many visitors that now there were not enough rooms, so the guy proposed expanding the tavern. Suk Jinho seriously thought about these words. Ma Ryong said that now this was not a problem, but it was difficult to increase the number of rooms, and even the tavern owner was concerned about the increase in the number of guests. Suk Jinho suddenly offered to buy a new tavern. Ma Ryong and Yoon were very surprised by this decision. The main character said that money was of no use if you didn't use it, so he offered to buy a large tavern and turn it into a second branch. Suk Jinho said that this was the best way. Although he was not sure, his subordinates supported their master in his decision. Suddenly the nanny turned to the main character and said that everything was ready. The girl was holding a huge dish of shrimp in her hands. Appa and Sosol also helped her set the table. Ma Ryong was very surprised. He did not understand what kind of dish it was and assumed that it looked like shrimp, but they were large and fragrant. The nanny explained that it was a shrimp that their master called chode ha, super large shrimp. The girl asked to try everything and choose which one could be made into a signature dish. Suk Jinho suggested trying all the dishes because the reviews had to be honest. His subordinates agreed with him. Ma Ryong was the first to try, of course, a huge shrimp fried in tempura. The guy took a large bite with extraordinary zeal. He was amazed by its taste and said that the shrimp was not only big but also incredibly elastic and tender. Yoon confirmed this by saying that the taste was truly divine. The guy could not believe that such shrimp existed. At this time, the main character tried dumplings. The nanny was looking forward to his assessment. Suk Jin replied that it was a bad idea. The taste was good, but if you chop up a large shrimp, the guests might think that it was an ordinary shrimp. But the main character highly praised the fried and stewed shrimp and suggested that they could be made a signature dish. The nanny was very happy to hear this. After that, the girl asked where her master found such ingredients. Ma Ryong was also interesting because he had never seen such shrimps, although he dived deep. Suk Jin said that he found them when he was looking for a 1,000-year-old pearl clam. It was an ideal ingredient for a signature dish because even knowing about shrimp, no one can get them from great depths. The girl asked if it would be difficult for the gentleman because he would have to dive for the ingredients himself. The main character asked not to worry and said that they would only sell them a few times a month. Suk Jin also said that if his subordinates didn't like it, then they should quickly develop a new signature dish. Nanny promised to do it. Finally, the main character suggested that we talk about everything later because first we should have enjoyed the delicious food. All those present supported their master. As Suk Jinho expected, the signature dishes from Chode Ha quickly became popular and attracted many guests. Competitors tried to get such shrimp themselves and repeat the dish but still could not compare with the dishes from the Hajong Tavern. Thus the hot season passed, and when the morning and evening winds became cold, new guests came to the Rising Sky Pavilion. Two girls stood at the threshold of the martial arts school. One of them said that she had heard that the building was old, but she did not expect that it would be so dilapidated. The second girl asked her sister not to say that and to maintain decency. Two girls stood at the threshold of the Rising Sky Pavilion. One of them said that she had heard that the building was old, but she did not expect that everything would be so bad. The head of the Sichuan clan Tang Gongman also arrived with the girls. He was also dissatisfied with the fact that the building was old and tiny. Tang Gong Myong said that what was more important was how many people studied here. The guests were personally greeted by Suk Jinho, but he was unhappy that they criticized his estate. The main character asked Tan Gun Myung why he came with such an accompaniment. The man said that there were reasons for this. Suk Jinho did not keep the guests outside for long and invited everyone to come inside. The main character showed his hospitality and poured tea for everyone. This began a long conversation. Tang Gun Myung said that first of all he wanted to apologize for not warning about the other guests in time because initially he planned to come alone. Suddenly Tang Gunman interrupted the man and introduced himself, saying that he came here to thank Suk Jin for saving his daughter. The main character modestly replied that the emu was just lucky because it was impossible to get a heavenly amulet with difficulty, but the guy did not expect that the head of the clan himself would come to him. The man replied that there were good reasons for this. At that moment, one of the girls became embarrassed and prepared to say something. The girl stood up from the table and bowed, respectfully expressing her gratitude to the main character. After that, she introduced herself and said that her name was Tang Heron. Suk Jin was a little surprised, but he introduced himself and then said that he was also glad to meet the girl. Tang Heron beamed with happiness and said that she came here to repay for the salvation. After which she vowed to serve Suk Jin all her life. The guy was surprised by this. Tang Gunmyong explained that Heron herself insisted on this and he could not stop her from wanting to repay for saving. Tang Gunman was very unhappy with this. The main character was puzzled. He knew that the Sichuan clan had strong principles, but he did not expect this. Now Suk Jin understood why everyone had such strange faces from the very beginning. Everyone except Tang Heron, who was very happy about this meeting. Finally, the main character asked if he could choose the payment for saving the girl. Tang Gun Myung was nervous but asked the guy to express all his wishes. Suk Jin asked that Miss Tang stay here last for 5 years, and in exchange for this the guy wanted to receive help from the Sichuan clan during this period. Tang Gunman thought about this proposal and said that 5 years was not so bad. Tang Gunmyong promised that the clan would of course provide help. Tang Heron was not happy about this, so she asked if she would be taken away by force if she did not want to leave in 5 years. Suk Jinho said that if after 5 years the girl still wants to stay, he will not insist on her leaving. Tang Heron agreed to these conditions. The main character thought that having a girl from the Tang clan would bring a lot of benefits. In addition, the guy believed that in 5 years she would get homesick and leave on her own. Tang Gunman suggested ending the matter with Heron, after which the man turned to the main character and invited him to fight. Suk Jin was surprised but could not refuse. Soon the main character and his opponent stood face to face in the arena and prepared for the fight. Suk Jin's students heatedly discussed the upcoming battle. They were delighted that Tang Gunman, who was also known as the king of the underworld, would fight against their teacher. Appa wondered how long Mr. Suk could hold out. Even Ma Ryung was interested. Tang Gunman turned to his opponent and said that he would concede the first 3 blows, after which he asked if the guy had any other wishes. Suk Jin replied that it was not necessary to concede so many. The man, smiling broadly, said that it was a good mood and suggested getting down to business. At the same moment, the main character took off and ran towards Tang Gunman in order to attack him. The first attack was strong but was not successful. The man managed to dodge. Then Suk Jinho felt that he should have acted more decisively, and therefore he concentrated the chi energy in his sword. In the next moment, the main character released many streams of energy that flew at the enemy. It was strange to see how the unarmed Tang Gunman put his hand forward in order to protect himself from deadly attacks. But by running his hand through the air, the man managed to form a stream of energy that protected him from the attacks of the protagonist. Tang Gunman asked if the guy could show anything else. Having assessed the abilities of his opponent, Suk Jinho was now serious about this fight. The guy took off with great speed, thinking at the same time that he had not fought at full strength for a long time. The main character was getting closer and closer to his opponent, leaving huge clouds behind him. Tang Gunman immediately noticed that Suk Jinho's movements had changed. From the collision of 2 opponents, there was a loud explosion that was raised by a strong wind. The wind almost knocked down Suk Jin's students, who were standing very close. Ma Ryong tried to protect himself from the flying dust and told everyone to look carefully and not miss anything. Suk Jinho again tried to attack his opponent by launching several streams of chi energy at him. Fighting off the attacks, Tang Gunman could not believe that the guy continued to use his inner strength and only became stronger, because at this level even 6 dragons would be defeated. The man prepared for the attack and at the same time thought that Suk Jin's blows were aimed at vital points and even knocked him down. Tang Gunman was going to attack directly in the chest of the main character. The man was also interested in who the guy's teacher was. The man attacked, but Suk Jin managed to cover his heart with his sword and thereby escape. Tang Gunman was amazed that at that age the guy had such skills. After this, the main character again concentrated energy in the sword, from which it began to sparkle like lightning. Seeing this, the man thought that few people used the technique with thunderstrikes. Tang Gunman believed that everything would soon become clear and prepared to attack his opponent. Despite the fact that the man attacked only with his hands, it was much more dangerous than any weapon, so when she approached Suk Jin, the guy tensed. In the next moment, the main character managed to arch his back in order to avoid the blow. Tang Gunman smiled insidiously because this was an excellent chance for the next attack. The man instantly began throwing many punches at his opponent. Dodging the attacks, Suk Jin thought that he did not expect anything else from the king of the underworld, and even without poison and hidden weapons he was very dangerous. The dangerous hand of Tang Gunmano again flew at great speed and tried to hit the main character in the heart. Suk Jinho managed to expose the blade of his sword in time and defend himself, but thought that it was time to end this. The main character jumped back, believing that if he continued he would certainly win, but then he would have to recover for several months and there was no point. The next moment the guy hid the sword in his ankle and thanked the enemy for a good lesson. Tang Gunman did not understand why the main character stopped, because he still had some strength left. It seemed to Suk Jin that this was enough because he had already proven his qualifications. The man laughed and said that the guy didn't have a snake inside but a dragon. The main character smiled and replied that he did not try to hide it. Suk Jin understood that this was not just a training but a test to see if he could be trusted with Tang Heron. The man asked who the guy's teacher was. The main character replied that it was a little-known place and therefore the man hardly knew him. Tang Gunman said that he had never seen such techniques, which is why he asked. Suk Jinho repeated once again that this was a little-known place. The man realized that it was useless to ask further. After that, Tang Heron turned to Suk Jinho, calling him Kanju, and asked if everything was okay with him. The guy replied that there was nothing to worry about. The main character asked the girl to call him not Kanju but simply Suk Jinho or Mr. Sok. Tang Heron was embarrassed but agreed. Watching this conversation, Tang Gunman felt uneasy because his daughter cared about the main character more than about her father. The man was getting worse and worse. He said that everything was fading before his eyes, and it seemed to him that he was the first in the Tang clan to experience such a state. Gun Myung tried to support his brother. The sun, which had set behind the horizon, painted the sky orange. Peace and serenity wafted from everywhere. The protagonist's guests retired to one of the rooms and drank Tang Gong tea. Myung asked the clan leader if he had any worries. The man did not give a specific answer. Then Tang Gong Myung assumed that his brother was worried about Tang Heron. The clan leader agreed with this, but there was something that worried him much more. Tang Gunson recently recalled the battle with Suk Jinho. It seemed strange to him, and no matter how much he thought about it, he couldn't calm down. The man remembered the calm look of the main character after their fight together. It was the look of a man who did not admit defeat. This expression on his face indicated that if the guy wanted to, he could even defeat the head of Sichuan. The man was very interested in what trump card the main character had revealed to be so self-confident. Suddenly Tang Gong Myung asked if the clan leader thought that Suk Jinho and Tang Heron were a good match. This question shocked the man. Tang knew it seemed like a good idea since the heirs of respected families or schools usually had arranged marriages, so none of them would consider the position of son-in-law of their clan. The man continued to say that the clan leader seemed like an ideal candidate for the role of son-in-law in terms of the conditions and Tang's fighting skills. Gunson didn't like this conversation because it concerned his daughter. Tang Gong Myung, he reminded that Tang Heron was also his niece and that relationships between men and women could be unpredictable. The very next day, it was time for our heroes to say goodbye. The carriage was already ready, and Suk Jinho, the hospitable host, came out to say goodbye to his guests. Tan Gunson approached the fourth prince and wished that he would definitely come to Seishan someday. The boy accepted this invitation. Tang Gong Myung said goodbye to the main character, after which he bowed respectfully to him and asked him to take care of himself on the road. The next moment Suk Jinho looked at Sister Tang Heron, who was calmly standing next to him, and was very surprised. The girl noticed the fourth young gentleman's puzzled look and asked what happened. Suk Jinho asked if the girl hadn't left with her father and uncle. The girl replied that she had decided to stay here with her sister, after which she rudely asked if there was any problem with that. Tang Heron was very surprised by this and did not understand why her sister stayed here. The girl replied that she had already talked about everything with her father yesterday evening. The girl continued to say that she couldn't leave her sister alone because she and Suk Jinho weren't even married. Meanwhile, the carriage had already set off. Tang Heron apologized to the main character for this surprise and said that she herself did not know about it. The guy replied that everything was fine and understood why the girl decided to stay. The main character also remembered that he and the girl had not yet met, and so he introduced himself and said that his name was Suk Jinho. Tang Heron's sister was unhappy that the guy remembered this only now and said that her name was Tang Heron and she was counting on his help. After this, the fourth young gentleman said that he would go about his business because he needed to train the students. The girls decided to take a little walk. After the main character left, Tang Heron told her sister that she didn't like this guy anyway because he didn't even know her name before. Tang Heron justified the guy by saying that the girl had to leave so he did not pay attention to her. After that, she asked not to call him that guy because he was the head of the clan. Tang Heron didn't like her sister's moralizing and asked her not to talk to her like she was a little girl since they were twins anyway. After that, Tang Heron said that the main character was an amazing person. Sister admitted that this was because saving the ancient artifact already said a lot and his combat skills were really impressive. Aaron also suggested that Suk Jinho would have defeated even their brother. Then the girl wanted to praise the guy again but stopped abruptly. The girl was gorgeous because she defended this guy. She continued to say that she still didn't like him because with such abilities he could have become famous, but he lived in the wilderness. To this, Tang Heron replied with a smile that it was better to be capable but without ambition than to be ambitious and untalented. Suddenly something caught the girl's attention, causing her to immediately stop talking and look ahead in surprise. The reason for this was a black cat who upon seeing his friends meowed as if greeting them. Tang Heron was surprised that the pet came here because Suk Jinho was not here. Then the girl assumed that it was a magical beast and he knew that she and her sister would now live with him under the same roof. She also thought the cat was cute. The cat willingly allowed the girl to pet him, so Tang Heron assumed that he liked her. Then Aaron called the pet to her in order to pet him too. Churnish was distracted from enjoying himself and began to carefully examine the girl. Tang Aaron looked at the cat with admiration and waited for him to come up to her at any moment. But this did not happen. The pet demonstratively turned away from her, making it clear that he did not like the girl. Tang Aaron was very upset by this and wondered why the cat did not want to approach her. Then her sister suggested that it was because she spoke badly about the cat's owner, and if the girl wanted to be friends with Churnish, then she would have to befriend Suk Jinho. Tang Aaron thought that it was unfair. Then her sister suggested that after the walk they stop by the farm because there were 3 fluffy little wolf cubs there, but the girl wanted to play with the cat. Before some guests had even left, the next group was already hurrying to the main character's estate. Suk Fun looked thoughtfully at the trees running past and thought carefully about the upcoming meeting with Suk Jinho. He suddenly said that time had flown by faster than he thought and hoped that at least someone had made progress. Doc Volt replied that they would see for themselves when they arrived. The man continued to say that even 6 months of training at a big school did not always bring noticeable results, so he did not really hope for any big progress. After some time, the carriage arrived at the estate of Suk Jinho along with his subordinates, and students respectfully greeted the arriving guests. The next moment, the protagonist's students as one also greeted the arriving men. Doc Volt and his companion were shocked by what they saw, which left them speechless for a while. They couldn't believe that these were the same guys they had left behind for training, because now they looked completely different. Suk Jinho didn't understand why his guests were so surprised, because they should have known that soldiers would become stronger after studying at his school. Doc Volt replied that he was worried because he had waited too long for this day. Then she asked the main character what kind of magic he had used to achieve such a result. Suk Jinho said that he simply strengthened his students' basic skills and taught them how to use their bodies correctly. The guy continued to say that their strength remained at about the same level as 6 months ago, but if they continue training, they will become even stronger. Suddenly Sok Fun turned to his subordinate and asked if he could handle 5 opponents alone. The man with the scar on his face replied that he was a first-class security guard and therefore would have no problem handling this task. Sok Fun praised the man for his self-confidence, but since they were now supposed to check the results of the training, the fight would be unknown. Hearing this, Suk Jinho suggested that in that case they should not waste time and quickly begin the inspection. Very soon the students together with the teacher and guests gathered in a large square. Suk Jinho asked his uncle if the people who came with him were also newbies. The man replied that he brought them for training and thought that if they saw the results it would motivate them. The main character replied that there would be enough motivation. The man was surprised why it was so noisy here, and turning his head was taken aback by the surprise. He saw Nanny Suk Jinho along with So Sol and the Tang sisters, who also came to the square. The woman approached the owner of the estate and said that they would also be interested in watching the fight, so she asked if he objected. The guy allowed them to attend. Tang Heron also asked Suk Jinho if she and her sister would disturb him. The main characters allowed them to be present as well. Doc Volt was surprised to see these girls and asked his comrade if they were the daughters of the Sichuan clan. The man assumed that most likely it was so. The main character noticed how his guests became interested in this topic and promised that he would explain everything later, but first he suggested getting down to business. The man with the scar on his face who arrived with the guests looked defiant and probably thought that his opponent was not his equal. Suk Jinho's student, on the other hand, was calm and focused. It was important for him to participate in this fight to show what he could achieve. The next moment, the 4th young master ordered the battle to begin. The guy was calm because he was confident in his student. The man with the scar on his face who arrived with the guests looked defiant and probably thought that his opponent was not his equal. Suk Jinho's student, on the other hand, was calm and focused. It was important for him to participate in this fight to show what he could achieve. The next moment, the 4th young master ordered the battle to begin. The guy was calm because he was confident in his student. The young man holding a large sharp sword in his hands looked at his opponent and remembered the teacher's words that a warrior should always be ready to fight a superior enemy. Having easily defeated his student, the main character advised him to think ahead because he needed to quickly assess his strengths and weaknesses and use this on the battlefield. The guy continued to look at the enemy who was armed with a spear and thought that he would act as his mentor told him and would definitely find a way to win. However, he reasoned sensibly that fighting face-to-face with a spearmaster was reckless since his weapon was heavier and his strength and skill were superior to his. The warrior who arrived with the guests smiled sarcastically and said that since other opponents were waiting for him, he would start this fight first. The next moment, the man rushed at his opponent with great speed in order to close the distance between them. The protagonist's student did not stand still and wait to be attacked, but instead rushed into the attack thinking that he had only one way to gain an advantage. The guy figured he needed to close the distance and deprive his opponent of the spear's advantage, which he successfully did, catching the man off guard. The next moment, the student tried to attack the master, but he managed to react in time and dodge. After this, it was the guest's turn to attack his opponent, but he failed to achieve his goal. After this, the man realized that simple blows would not work, and in order to fight the rest of the students, he would need to use his inner strength and quickly end the fight. At this time, the student thought that before the sight of a spear was enough to make him tremble, but now he understood what it meant to think ahead, as his mentor had told him. After this, the guy again rushed into the attack, warning his opponent about this. The man happily accepted the challenge and, using his inner strength, rushed towards him in order to end the fight as quickly as possible. A moment later, the opponent's weapons hit each other, causing columns of dust to rise around them, and the ringing sound of metal striking metal was heard. The master's spear turned out to be much stronger than the student's iron sword, which was covered in cracks from the strong blow. The guy noticed this and thought that if this continued, he would certainly be defeated. He quickly pushed these thoughts away and thought that the only thing he could do now was to quickly attack his opponent in order to win. The man was surprised by such a sharp change in his opponent's fighting style and immediately realized that the student had decided to take a risk, so the master decided that it was time to end this fight. During another attack by the student, he suddenly realized that the handle of the spear was about to hit him in the chest. It turned out that the master, choosing the right moment, used the length of his spear to simultaneously defend against the sword and to attack. The next moment, the surprised student, having received a blow, quickly flew back. However, he quickly came to his senses and thought that nothing else could be expected from the master. The boy realized that his quick attacks would not work, but despite the fact that his sword was damaged, it had not yet broken, which meant that the student could continue the fight. Suddenly, a loud command was given to stop. Doc Volt and his comrade decided that they had seen enough. The student began to say that he could still continue the fight to the end regardless of the outcome, but he was denied this because the men saw everything they wanted. Doc Volt said that the student's level had grown so much that he was able to hold out against a first-class master, and even in a losing situation, the guy did not stay and continued to attack. The man continued to say that, moreover, the guy's last attack was so precise that he was literally just a little short of success. Therefore, the man believed that this would be enough to strengthen the reputation of his clan. Suk Jinho agreed with this conclusion. After this, the master turned to his recent opponent and suggested leaving all doubts for next time because he needed to prepare for the next opponent. Hearing this, the boy bowed respectfully and thanked the master for the instruction. After this, the fights continued for some time until all of Suk Jinho's students passed the test for professional suitability and proved that their training had not been in vain. Soon our heroes went to the Hajong Tavern to relax after a hard day. The establishment, as always, was filled with people because it was very popular. The guests only ordered those same shrimps despite the large selection of other dishes. These shrimps were unique and were a great attractant to customers because other establishments did not prepare anything like this. Suk Jinho poured drinks for his guests, and Doc Volt was amazed at the aroma of this jiraji root liqueur. The aroma was so deep that one might think it was ginseng tincture. The guests were surprised that this liqueur was sold in a tavern because it could not be bought even for money. Suk Jinho said that he accidentally found jiraji in the mountains and saved it for the men to treat them. They were very happy about this and thanked the young master. The man also remembered the story that Suk Jinho was supposed to tell them. The guy began to tell that Myungwon's eldest daughter was on the verge of death due to the lack of thousand-year-old ginseng. After that, they together with Tang Mayan got it and sent it to the head of the clan, and now the girl came to personally express her gratitude and stayed here with her younger sister. Suk Fun was surprised by this story. Suk Jinho added that he knew that he would have to deal with the Tang clan, but he did not expect that it would be related to their daughter. Unexpectedly, Doc Volt asked if the main character was going to get married before him. His friend laughed at this and said that everything was already clear here. The young master swore that there was no relationship between him and Miss Tang, and that this situation only arose because the Tang clan was responsible in its debts. Suk Fun reminded the boy that the girl's father was called the King of Fate, and if he didn't like the young master, he would have found another way to repay him for saving his daughter. The guy replied that he couldn't have liked him because he lost in a fight with him. The man thought that the leader had arranged the fight to choose a groom who could become the head of the martial arts school. Jin's marriage, the man suddenly remembered that all 3 daughters of the Peng family were currently in a closed training session. The main character suggested leaving these conversations and talking about business instead, since the men had not come all this way to discuss his marriage. The clan leader agreed with this and said that he was surprised at how professionally their students had grown, after which he asked how much they would improve their skills in a year and not in 6 months. The protagonist replied that he wanted the students to have a year-long course of study, but the effectiveness for the same amount of money was questionable. The guy could lay a good foundation, but then everything would depend on personal motivation, which was different for everyone in the group, while training internal strength required patience. Hearing this, Sok Fun suggested that it was better to train key warriors separately from the group because finding a master was much more difficult. Doc Volt asked if it was possible to make top-level masters invincible instead of raising the beginners to intermediate level. Suk Jinho replied that of course it was possible to do that. There was an opinion that a warrior had 2 main obstacles. The first of them was the Wailing Wall, which stopped many when moving to the highest level. The second was the Wall of Despair that even the greatest masters could not overcome when moving to the level of Superman. Suk Fun was very surprised because Suk Jinho intended to help his soldiers overcome the Wailing Wall and believed that such a thing was possible. The guy replied that the method was quite simple, namely to hit until you break through, because unlike the Wall of Despair, the Wailing Wall was easier to overcome if you simply didn't give up. The man immediately asked how long it would take and suggested that 2 or 3 years would be enough. Suk Jinho would like to shorten this period, so he suggested calling it an intensive course. The Gondong clan, which had its headquarters high up, was hosting another guest within its walls. The clan's first disciple, Jin Jiang, looked sternly at the guest and asked if he had really asked him to deal with some unknown person. Palm One Gang, who bowed before the clan leader, said that this man had defeated the great warrior Ho Chai and had recently received the nickname Thunder of the Wind. Hearing this, Jin Jiang became nervous but continued to say that even if it was so, it was none of his business. Unexpectedly, the guest took out a heavy bag in which something was ringing loudly and demonstratively showed it to the head of the clan. After that, Palm One Gang said that his father asked him to convey his regards to the clan leader, but he forgot to do so because of his stupidity. After that, he opened the bag, which contained gold coins, and continued to say that his father wanted to help the Gongdong clan a little in strengthening its reputation in the martial arts world. Seeing the big money, Jin Jiang began to smile slyly and remembered that he needed to go down from the mountains and therefore he could stop by Huanghua for a minute on the way. Tang Erin played with the wolf cubs and was very happy that when she came here she felt how her soul calmed down. Tang Heron was also happy to watch this fight. It is necessary that her sister loves animals. Erin thought that it would be great if Churnish could trust and cuddle up to her. Suddenly someone's voice was heard which reported that his master was glad to finally find the girls here. It was the main character's nanny who came with the black cat. Tang Erin was glad to see the woman. The girl was also happy to see the black cat and already wanted to pet him, but the pet did not reciprocate her feelings and stopped this attempt. The nanny warned that Churnish was not very friendly with people, but Tang Heron thought that her sister was simply too intrusive, so he stayed away from her. After this, the woman asked how the girls lived here and whether they were bored. Karine began to deny this, saying that she liked everything very much. The girl continued to say that training with Suk Jinho was very beneficial and that cooking with him was fun and that it reminded her of handling poison. The nanny was also glad that the girls lived with them because thanks to them she also learned a lot, and no one would have thought that it was possible to combine herbs and cooking. Suddenly the wolf cubs seemed to sense danger and began to growl, informing people about it. Tang Erin did not understand what was happening to them. Finally, she suggested that they had guests. Tang Heron agreed with this and added that these guests were uninvited. Jin Kyung and Palm One Gang arrived at the protagonist's estate and began loudly announcing that the first student from Kongdong School had arrived. The man continued to shout loudly, ordering the head of this school to immediately appear before him. Strong sound waves quickly spread throughout the estate and forced all the people they reached to quickly cover their ears with their hands so as not to go deaf. Yoon was outraged by the behavior of the uninvited guest and asked Ma what he was doing. Ryan was also unhappy and asked if the man understood where he was. In response to this, Jin Kyung asked if the guy was ashamed that he couldn't stand just a loud sound. The man continued to say that he came here to guide people on the right path as an elder in the world of martial arts, so he was outraged that a nobody was trying to get in his way. Palm-One watching this was already happy that today would be Suk Jin's last day, and even if the guy was as strong as 6 dragons, he was just a puppy in front of the master. The man was interrupted from these thoughts by the voice of the main character, who addressed him and was surprised at who dared to make such a fuss on the territory of his estate. Evil Suk Jin went to meet the head of Baekma Pyaguka, asked if the man really needed his father's help since he had brought people from the main clan. Jin Jaeyoung thought that the main character was rude because he did not greet his elders. Suk Jin was surprised that the one who caused a commotion on someone else's territory also demanded a greeting. The young master was still very angry and felt that the manners of the Kongdong school were so high that he could not keep up with them. Jin Jaeyoung heard this and was very offended, and the impudent behavior of the main character only made him angry. The next moment the man drew his sword and loudly asked how the boy dared to insult his clan. Suk Jin explained that he only wanted to create an excuse to piss the man off, and he just helped him stop this pretense. Jin Jaeyoung decided that it was time to end this conversation and rushed to attack the guy, threatening that he would teach him manners. Just a moment later, a sharp blade reached the protagonist's neck, which didn't even give him time to be surprised. Seeing this, Palm-One gang already began to rejoice that everything was over, and although he did not have time to humiliate and mock the guy as he planned, this was also not bad. For the man, the most important thing was that he finally finished this matter and took revenge on Suk Jin for his humiliation. Suddenly, the main character's body began to scatter in the wind. This greatly surprised the uninvited guests. Suddenly, out of nowhere, the protagonist's voice was heard suggesting that his opponents, judging by the disappointment on their faces, expected him to fall dead. Everyone was very surprised and looked around for the guy. Jin Kyung realized that he had been deceived because the targets he attacked were illusory projections. The man thought that this was a good ability. However, he believed that Suk Jin could not hide his strength, and therefore all his tricks were useless. The man felt like he knew where his opponent was and was preparing to attack. Suddenly, the main character appeared right behind Jin Jaeyoung and said that he did not understand anything. The man was very surprised by this. He couldn't understand what had happened and assumed that the guy had somehow managed to deceive his senses or quickly move while he was assessing the situation. In any case, Jin Jaeyoung thought that he shouldn't show that he was confused and needed to kill the guy immediately. For this, the man squeezed the sword tighter with his trembling hand. The man assumed that it was impossible to come to an agreement with the 4th young master and therefore tried to attack him. The sword flew at great speed right past Suk Jin's head. Jin Jaeyoung was surprised that his opponent was slippery like an eel, but he did not stop attacking and continued to strike blow after blow, trying to reach his target. All these attempts were unsuccessful, but the man believed that his opponent would soon get tired of shortening and this moment would be his last. After this, the first student of the Kongdong school delivered a whole series of blows from which the main character had to dodge. However, Suk Jin noticed that his opponent's attacks had become clumsy and assumed that the man was in a hurry to end this fight. The next moment, Jin Jaeyoung jumped high into the air and swung his weapon to win this fight with one blow. The main character could not believe that it would happen so soon, but he quickly realized that it was a trick because his opponent's movements were strange. After thinking for a while, Suk Jin came to the conclusion that the man wanted to use his subordinates and students so that he could not shorten himself. The guy thought that this was a dirty trick. Meanwhile, Jin Jaeyoung had already launched several energy streams towards the main character and told the guy to try to dodge this time. After all, if the young master starts to evade, then his students and subordinates will take the brunt of the blow. Seeing this, Ma Ryan asked Yoon to prepare to defend himself. Despite the general panic, Suk Jin was completely calm and focused. It was as if he already had some kind of plan, so any worries were unnecessary. The next moment, the young gentleman waved his hand and managed to stop the energy flows that threatened to harm him and his comrades with his bare hands. Seeing this, Jin Jaeyoung was taken aback by the surprise, as he did not expect such skill from his opponent. Yoon and his other subordinates were surprised that their master decided to stop the attack alone. At this time Suk Jin's whole appearance showed that it was bad to joke around with him. The ominous aura that hung in the air around the guy added to the danger. Jin Jiyoung was scared, but he tried to hide it. The man admitted that this time his opponent managed to repel his attacks. However, he had no intention of giving up, and swinging the ball again suggested that the young gentleman try to parry this blow as well. Suddenly the main character appeared right next to the man and hit him on the hand so that he could not carry out his plan. It didn't end there. The guy quickly swung his hand to attack his opponent again. The next moment Suk Jin struck Jin Jiyoung straight in the heart, causing him to feel as if he had been struck by lightning. Very soon a terrible pain spread throughout the man's body, causing him to roll his eyes and start coughing up blood. The blow, which looked completely insignificant, turned out to be so powerful that it sent the first student of the Hongdong school flying far back. After this the man fell to the ground with a crash, dropping his weapon, and now could barely get to his feet. Suk Jin turned to his opponent and said that the energy flow in his body must have been disrupted by now, which must have been excruciating. Jin Jiyoung thought that only a person who had reached a high level could attack in such a way as not to rupture the energy points. The man also blamed the mercenaries from the White Horse Caravan for deceiving him. Suddenly the main character began to approach the man, which made him tremble with fear, and put his hands forward, hoping to somehow stop the guy. Jin Jiyoung asked the young master not to get excited because they could discuss everything and solve the problem with words. Suk Jin was surprised that the man wanted to talk to him after he had intimidated his young disciple, sprayed poison around him, and even tried to kill him with a sword. Jin Kyung understood that he was now in a losing position and admitted that it was all a misunderstanding. Suddenly the man started asking what the guy was going to do and whether he wanted to harm the disciple of Hongdong, because then his clan would not leave the main character alone. Suk Jin agreed with his opponent's words and was confident that it would not be difficult for Hongdong to destroy his small school. Jin Jiyoung continued to say that the guy would not be able to escape punishment. Suddenly Tang appeared out of nowhere and asked the man not to worry about it because she and her sister vouched for the main character with the honor of their Sakajang clan. Jin Jiyoung was very surprised by what he heard and did not understand why Sakajang was here now. Suk Jin looked at the surprised man and was very pleased to see how nervous he was. Suddenly Tang appeared out of nowhere and asked the man not to worry about it because she and her sister vouched for the main character with the honor of their Sakajang clan. Jin Jiyoung was very surprised by what he heard and did not understand why Sakajang was here now. Suk Jin looked at the surprised man and was very pleased to see how nervous he was. Palm One Gang was very scared and couldn't believe that those women were from the Sakajang clan. Jin Jiyoung ordered him to be quiet. The man continued to say that it was clear that they were the daughters of the Sakajang clan. He also knew that until recently they had been poisoned and did not understand why they were here now. Tang said that she did not expect that the disciples of the great Gondong would stoop to such meanness and disgrace the reputation of the Aaron clan, and asked her sister not to provoke the man because he could attack them. Suddenly the main character turned to Ma Ryonu, and Yunu's subordinates immediately prepared to listen to their master's order. Suk Jin asked them to take the students inside and examine their condition. The boys immediately complied. After this, the main character turned to his opponent and asked how the warrior could attack a student who had just begun his journey in the world of martial arts. Jin Kyung apologized for his behavior and asked to resolve the matter peacefully, without having to go to extremes. The next moment the main character kicked the man in the chin with all his might, causing him to immediately fall silent. The blow was so strong that the first disciple of the great clan flew back and hit his head on the ground. After this, the fourth young gentleman grabbed his opponent by the mustache and said that he had a different point of view. Looking at the man with a crazy look, he reminded him that he had burst in here to kill the student, and after that he had offered to resolve everything peacefully. The man asked only once to show generosity. Hearing this, Suk Jin gritted his teeth in anger and asked if Jin Jiyoung would spare him, the one who came to kill him. Hearing this question, the man realized that everything would not end the way he wanted. After which he screamed loudly and tears appeared in his eyes. The next moment the protagonist delivered his final blow, which took the life of his opponent. One Gang was shocked by this and thought that the guy was a real madman. Head of Pikma Pyaguka can't believe that Suk Jin actually dared to kill the first disciple of the Gongdong clan. The young gentleman stood over the lifeless body of his opponent and said that this was not the first attempt on his life. After that he turned and looked angrily at One Gang, asking if he really didn't think about the consequences. The man and his subordinates were scared because they realized that now it was their turn to answer for the invasion of the martial arts school's territory. The next moment One Gang began to run away, ordering his guards to kill everyone here. The subordinates were shocked by their master's actions. To the head of Pikma Pyaguka didn't care. He ran away and thought about how he needed to gain time to run away further. Suddenly someone grabbed the man by the collar, thereby stopping him. Suk Jin calmly asked where the man was in such a hurry. One Gang was surprised and loudly asked his subordinates what they were doing there. The main character suggested that the man see for himself what happened to them. Head of Pikma Pyaguka was shocked by what he saw. Smoke was flying around his subordinates, and the men themselves did not understand why their energy was dissipating, assuming that it was the effect of some kind of poison. Tang covered her mouth and nose and sprayed poison and began to say that men were fools because they always had to be careful if there was someone from the Sakajang clan in front of them. Very soon One Gang's subordinates fell to the ground from exhaustion. Suk Jin thanked the girl for this. Tang replied that it was their duty at this time. The head of Bekma Piaguk was very scared because he did not want to share the fate of Jin Jiang. The man began to beg for mercy from the main character, promising to repay him for saving his life. Suk Jin didn't want anything from this vile man, so he asked him to shut up and then struck him several times in different parts of his body. One Gang's face immediately twisted in pain. What made the situation worse was that he could no longer use his internal powers. Suddenly the main character started saying that it would be good if there was someone talkative here. One Gang's guards immediately realized that this was a chance for salvation. They immediately bowed to the guy and said that they would tell the great warrior everything they knew. Then Suk Jin asked if the head of the White Horse was involved in this. One of the guards said that all of this was started by the junior master, but without the permission of the head, it would have been impossible for the disciples of the general clan to receive so much money. After that he said that the younger gentleman had proof of this because he took with him the letters that they exchanged in case he did not fulfill the conditions. The main character praised the man for the good information. Hearing this, the guard was already glad that perhaps he was in for mercy. The next moment Suk Jin swung his hand to attack his enemies. Several precise blows were delivered to the most important points of the body, namely the head, neck, and heart. Immediately after this, the men began to cough up blood and lose consciousness. Tang thought that the main character was soft-hearted because she would have poisoned them with the most painful poison. The guy replied that since he had received evidence, he needed to reward them. The girl looked at the young gentleman in surprise and did not expect that he was quite determined, although without any ambitions. After that she asked if he would let One go. The young master replied that he usually did not leave enemies alive, but he would spare him for a while because he had plans for him. After that Tang said that their clan would like to help the guy in this matter. The main character thanked the girl for this because he knew that getting involved in Hongdong's affairs was not easy. The girl added that their clan was one of the 5 great houses and could not turn a blind eye to the lawlessness of the great Suk Jin clan. She said that she would gladly accept this help. The 9 great clans and 5 great houses are the 15 major schools and clans of the Central World. The joint action of the Great Clan and the White Horse caused a wave of indignation. This incident shocked everyone in the martial arts world. The conspiracies and ill will that began with the Black Whip led to a general shock. The Great Clan declared that this was the personal initiative of the late Qingyok. The fall of this clan was as sudden as it was inevitable for the White Horse, who had no excuse. This clan was disgraced even though Sukajang and Sukbang Pyoguk had been putting a lot of pressure on them even before their fall. The protagonist's interlocutor said that few people believed the words of the Great Clan because it was their students who founded the White Horse. The guy added that they wanted to complete the matter in order to save the face of the Great House. The man advised his son to be careful for a while because Chinjioka's teacher was the elder of a great clan, and no one knew what he was capable of despite his loyalty. Suk Jin thanked him for his concern, but he had already thought everything through and now he had to protect the people here. The man agreed that he was worrying in vain. After that, the head of the Sok clan said that on the way here, he noticed that the main character's palace was rather modest and suggested expanding it because more and more people were coming here. To this Suk Jin replied that they did not allow impudent and uncultured people here, so everything was fine. The man praised the guy for knowing how to use his position. After that, the clan leader asked if the students that the young master was currently training were from Sukpungpyeoguk. The guy confirmed this. The man heard this and began to say that the eyes of these students were glowing and they believed their mentor. This impressed him and therefore he wanted to offer his students as well. Suk Jin thanked his father for the high marks but said that there were other masters to whom he could turn. The man replied that they were not his relatives as a boyfriend. But the main character replied that he was not going to return to Sogajin, and if the head of the clan came to him to talk about this, then he would like to end the conversation. Understood everything, but he still wanted to entrust the training of his students to Suk Jin. After which he added that he was ready to pay double the price for it. The protagonist thought that this was a waste of money and asked if the clan leader knew that he had already signed a contract with Sukpungpyeoguk. The man replied that he didn't care because Sukpungpyeoguk and Sogajin were one family. Hearing this, Suk Jin thought for a while. Still, the guy said that he would think about this proposal some more and then inform the head of the clan. The man hoped that the answer would be positive. Then the main character said that he had a return gift for his guest, after which he called Yoon and Ma. The subordinates entered the room holding a small wooden chest in their hands. Turned out that there was a 1,000-year-old oyster in it. The protagonist explained that this gift was a token of gratitude for help in matters with the White Horse and hoped that Sukpungpyeoguk would also receive a similar gift to strengthen their bond. Suddenly the man said that, to be honest, he was a little offended that the guy spoke to his father like that, but he understood everything and could not be angry about it. After this, the head of the clan thought that he was taking a step towards getting closer to his son. The man also thought that the oyster he had given was too generous a gift for the help he had provided. The protagonist's father looked at his son and believed that the past could no longer be changed, but they could create a better future and gradually become closer. A small sailing ship briskly rocked on the sea waves. The weather was clear, which allowed the people on board not to worry about the storm. The little wolf cub decided to take a swim in the cool water, while his brothers watched what was happening with interest. At the very last moment, Ma Ryan managed to catch the pet. The guy did not believe that the wolf cub was going to jump into such deep water. Suk Jin turned to his comrade and said that even if he was young, it was not so easy to control 3 wolves. The guy agreed with this. Suddenly, out of nowhere, Churnish appeared and meowed, as if he was addressing Ma. Ryonu asked him to let the wolf cub go. After this, the cat stayed close to the wolf cubs and began to watch them so that nothing like this would happen again. The guy was glad that they had such a cat. After this, Yoon prepared everything necessary and suggested to his comrades to try to catch a big fish. The nanny began to say that she never thought that she would fish from a large ship and thanked the main character for the fact that now she was enjoying luxury. Op turned to his sister and promised to catch her the biggest fish. So Sol asked if her brother could catch more than Mr. Suk. The boy thought that it would not be easy. Tang Heron noticed that everyone looked very happy. Suk Jin said that after all the hardships they had been through, it was good to relax and enjoy the moment. Erin shared her thoughts that when they arrived here, some people did not recognize them, which was strange. Her sister explained that this was because it was a small area far from Sichuan. Suddenly, Tang Erin remembered that she had been worried about one question for a long time and asked the main character for permission to ask him. Suk Jin was surprised but allowed him to ask. The girl asked why he decided to live in such a place, because if he wanted to, he could easily become famous. To this, the guy asked if it was necessary for him to become famous. Tang Erin replied that being famous in the martial arts world was every warrior's dream, and so the boy should also have such ambitions. Tang Heron immediately apologized for her sister speaking too boldly. The main character was not offended because he knew what kind of character the girl had. After that, the guy began to tell that he determined his goal and standards in life himself. He understood the girl's curiosity but did not want to receive instructions. Tang Erin was very warmed up when she heard such a confident and tough answer. After this, Tang Heron turned to her sister and asked her to apologize because she was rude to the main character. The girl immediately asked for forgiveness. This conversation was interrupted by the nanny, who was alarmed by the fact that the fish suddenly began to bite and the woman did not know what to do. She was very surprised when a swordfish began to emerge from the water and asked the young master to help her. Soon the fishing ended. Late in the evening, Suk Jin thought about how more and more guests were coming to the tavern to try kdatahu, so she needed to figure out how to increase the volume of the catch. The guy was also worried about the fact that the military was showing interest in protecting the Siku clan, so it was necessary to specify short-term training courses. The main character's thoughts were suddenly interrupted by something. He heard some strange sounds on the street and was surprised by this because it was already late. The guy was surprised that his students were still training, so he decided to see who it was because you couldn't be cruel to those who worked hard. These were a few guys who were training hard with wooden swords and practicing the knowledge they had acquired during the day. Ma Ryan also heard sounds outside, so he went out to see what was going on. He was very surprised when he saw that his students were still training. The boy asked them if they were training too late because at their age they needed to sleep to grow up. The students knew about this, but they felt that they were lagging behind the others. Hearing this, Ma Ryan, he said that he understood their feelings and admitted that he himself had once been like that. The guy was very surprised when a voice came out of nowhere saying that Ma Ryan was once very slow. Suddenly Suk Jinho appeared right in front of the students. The boys were very surprised to see him. The protagonist explained that he heard that someone was training late and so he decided to watch. Hearing this, the students began to get nervous. The next moment, they simultaneously apologized for making noise. The young master calmed them down by saying that he had not come to reproach them, but to see who had trained so hard. The protagonist quickly examined his students and realized that all three had weak physiques. Because of this, it could be said that they were the weakest among all the students. But Suk Jinho was pleased that they had tenacity and it was visible in their eyes. The guy looked at the weapon rack and thought that Tai Chi was the best choice to strengthen the body, but he could not pass on the secret techniques to the students. Nevertheless, the main character decided to help the guys a little and took a weapon for this that looked like nunchucks but was much longer. After that, he turned to the guys and asked them to try to attack him simultaneously as a threesome while he stood still and did not move. The students were very surprised by this request and did not believe that their master would be able to withstand the attack of three opponents at once. One of the guys suggested that his comrades take the left, right, and center positions so that they could succeed. The students doubted this but decided to try. The next moment, the protagonist decided to hurry his students and attacked first. A long iron chain flashed past the boys' heads, which really scared them. At this moment, the third disciple thought that this was a great opportunity to attack the master and pounced on him from behind. The chain quickly turned around and returned to its owner with great speed in order to protect him. After that, she hit the guy who was attacking Suk Jinho and thus prevented his attempt to attack. The students were very surprised that the trajectory of this weapon changed at the very last moment, and now they did not know how to act. Suddenly, the main character told the guys that it was too early for them to get distracted, after which he swung his weapon again. One of the students did not know how to defend himself from this chain, which is why he immediately received a blow to the head. The second student was hit on the leg. The guy didn't understand how the chain got there so quickly. A few seconds later, all three boys were neutralized and lay on the ground. One of the students said that even at the very last moment, he did not understand where he would be hit. The others agreed with him. After that, they thought that even if they tried to attack again, the result would be the same. Suk Jinho asked the students if his blows were too strong. The guys agreed with each other that the blows were not strong and even the remote place did not hurt much. In addition, the speed of the blow was not very fast. Then the main character asked why the students couldn't block his blows if they weren't strong or fast. The guys were puzzled by this question. After that, the guy asked if they could stop him if he used a sword. The student replied that they could probably stop the first blow, but then he would suddenly change trajectory. Suk Jinho said that this answer was correct and that was what he didn't want to show them. The main character continued to say that each person had their own talents and if someone had a weak body, it did not mean that they had to give up martial arts. The guy continued to say that it was better to move slowly but not stand still, and Ma Ryan was a great example of this. Then the young gentleman said that if the students wanted to become stronger, they needed to pay attention to one more thing. One of the guys suggested that it was about finding the enemy's weak points. Suk Jinho clarified that in battle it was necessary to use the mind while hiding one's own movements and observing the enemy. This would help to overcome the difference in skills at the right moment. The students were inspired by these words and concluded by saying that they needed to know their enemy and act quickly in unexpected situations using their minds. The main character warned that this did not mean that they could skip training because the higher their skill level, the more details they would be able to notice in the enemy. After this, the young master asked the students to go to bed because tomorrow morning they would have training again. The boys bowed respectfully and thanked the teacher for this lesson. As Suk Jin left, he thought about how he had noticed someone when he was following Jodaha and thought that this moment was perfect. The next day, the main character again went out into the blue sea in a small boat. Looking at the sea surface, the young gentleman was happy because he thought that the search would take much more time. Through the depths of the water, the dark silhouette of some kind of sea animal similar to a large long snake was clearly visible. It was precisely this that was Suk Jin's target. Suk Jin jumped from his boat and dove deep into the water, going lower and lower. The main character is shown that the sea monster noticed him, but this did not frighten the guy because the snake's level was not the highest. The next moment the fish turned around and swam at great speed towards the young gentleman, thinking that this was easy prey for it. Suk Jin prepared to repel the attack, thinking that if the monster could not assess the strength of its opponent, then it was far from being called a wise creature. After this, an energy charge in the form of a huge hand headed towards the fish, cutting through the water along the way. Very soon an explosion was heard not far from the monster, which affected the huge sea serpent. The fish quickly wrapped itself around the protagonist and then swam back to find a better position for the next attack. Suk Jin was impressed by the creature's endurance and decided to see how long it could last, after which the guy concentrated the energy in his hand, causing lightning to sparkle around him. The next moment, the protagonist attacked the sea serpent with an electric discharge. This immediately stunned the fish, and it seemed to forget that it wanted to eat the guy. After that, she quickly headed into the sea darkness in order to hide from the dangerous enemy. Suk Jin looked at this and did not understand where she was going. The guy mentally advised his opponent not to strain himself because it wasn't worth it. After that, he pulled his hands back in order to prepare for the next action. Thanks to the energy that the young gentleman concentrated in his hands, he was able to push off strongly from the water space and fly forward at great speed. The guy was getting closer and closer to his goal and thought that even underwater he wouldn't miss it. In order to ensure his success, Suk Jin launched his sword after the fish, which covered the distance much faster. The next moment, a sharp blade pierced the creature's tail, causing the surrounding water to turn blood red. The sea monster experienced incredible pain, from which it began to writhe in place in different directions, but this did not help it get rid of the sword in its tail. Suk Jin thought that this was a great moment to attack, and so he jumped on the snake, hitting it on the head. Very soon the huge fish carcass sank to the bottom, and the main character followed it, so as not to lose his prey in the impenetrable sea darkness. The sword was still in the tail of the sea creature, causing blood to continue to stain the water around it. The main character pulled out his weapon, causing the blood to gush from the wound with renewed vigor. Suk Jin became indignant that a lot of precious blood simply flowed out and thought that it was necessary to seal the wound, after which he delivered several precise blows to the fish tail. The wound became much smaller and blood stopped flowing from the fish carcass. Suddenly something caught the attention of the young gentleman, causing him to immediately look away from his prey and away. In front of him, the guy saw the entrance to an underwater cave which was blocked by huge stones. Suk Jin thought that this tunnel looked strange because it was different from the others. After that, he assumed that the other caves were just distracting attention from this place. The guy was still able to stay underwater, and so he decided to go in and see what was there. He didn't forget about his prey either. Having thrown the sea creature onto his shoulder, the main character swam into the underwater cave without a doubt. Soon the tunnel led him to an air pocket, which Suk Jin happily took advantage of. He emerged from the water and took a deep breath of the air he had missed. After this, the guy threw the heavy load off his shoulder, simultaneously confirming his suspicions that this place was made by man. The main character stood in front of a huge door with glowing crystals and thought that most likely a strange martial arts master was hiding here. The young gentleman tried to open the gates, but they did not give in for a long time, so the guy had to concentrate energy in his hands. Finally, the doors began to slowly open, giving the protagonist the opportunity to see what was hidden behind them. Suk Jin was very surprised by what he found inside the spacious room. The large room was almost filled to the brim with gold coins, near which the body of a bald old man was leaning. The protagonist assumed that it was the greatest warrior of antiquity named Wu Ying. He once said that he would become the best in the world, but he died here alone. In addition to the gold, there was a large shelf with ancient books in the room, which made Suk Jin assume that the old man had managed to reach a certain level after all. This guess was confirmed by the fact that the warrior's body did not decompose over this long period. Seeing one of the books on the shelf, the main character was very surprised because it described the art of Chan Kuen Mu. Now the guy understood why everyone in Nangong was trying to capture her, because this book contained many rare combat techniques. Turning page after page, the young gentleman assumed that it was because of this that the great warrior of antiquity became an enemy of the martial arts world and was forced to hide. Besides the mountain of gold and ancient books, something else caught Suk Jin's attention and surprised him. On a small shelf there were various bottles and cups, looking at which the guy laughed and thought that the old man was crazy. The smell of the contents alone indicated that these were genuine high-level elixirs. The ancient warrior managed to steal everything he needed to become a martial arts master. However, the boy believed that the old man's death was full of grief, because he had dedicated his whole life to the goal of becoming a master, but was never able to achieve it fully. After this, Suk Jin honored the old man's memory because his persistence with which he continued to pursue his goal until the very end deserved respect. Very soon the main character returned home with the loot, so he loudly called Mariona and Yuna so that you can help him. The guys heard the gentleman's voice and immediately forgot about their business and happily headed towards him. They were very surprised when they saw Suk Jin holding a huge sea monster on his shoulder. The main character said that it was a creature that he noticed when he was hunting for a great snake. The guy thought that it would be useful for the wolf cubs and therefore caught it. The guy kept saying that it would have been better to deal with him while the other Ma guards were here. Ryan believed that this would bring the wolf cubs one step closer to becoming wise creatures. Suddenly the nanny and the Tang sisters approached the young master, and seeing his prey were very surprised because they did not know that such huge snakes had been here. Suk Jin said that they would eat it for dinner tonight and then ordered Ma Ryan and Yunu prepare the fish and nanny marinate it. Unexpectedly, Tang Heron asked the young master if she and her sister could examine the part of the fish that would not be used for food, to which she received positive answers. Opening the creature's mouth, the girls realized that it had no poison, but its teeth looked large and strong, so they could be used to make daggers. At this time, the main character turned to his subordinates and said that they should give everything that was not edible and not used to the girl because they would not miss a single detail. He also ordered to begin cutting up and collecting the blood of the sea creature for the wolf cubs and to divide the meat so that it could be eaten with the rest. Everyone immediately obeyed the order. Unexpectedly, Ma Ryan drew his master's attention to the wolf cubs, who were sitting nearby and anticipating an excellent dinner. Suk Jin was surprised that they were already drooling, which made him wonder if they would be able to remain quiet while his subordinates were cutting up the fish. The next moment, a black cat appeared on the roof of the building, looking menacingly at the wolf cubs and meowing, as if ordering them to sit quietly and wait. The main character praised his pet for this. After some time, having retired to his room, Suk Jin took out one of the bottles that he had taken with him from the underwater cave. Having opened the bottle, the guy took a deep breath of the aroma of the contents in order to assess its quality. It was pure jade oil that the protagonist considered a real treasure. While closing the bottle, the young gentleman suggested that perhaps he would become stronger than he had been before if he used it correctly. That evening, people from Sunshin, the Yuguan, strengthened their bodies by eating the meat of the giant eel. Although it could not be compared to real magical creatures or elixirs, it was of great benefit to students who had just begun to study martial arts. The daughters of the Tang family became interested in the huge eel that the protagonist caught and spent a long time studying its byproducts. Meanwhile, the wolf cubs on the black cat's orders drank all the blood of the sea creature. Soon after night fell, there was not a cloud in the night sky, allowing the moonlight to freely illuminate the martial arts school. At this time, Suk Jin was walking around the area and saying that this night was calm. The black cat who was walking next to him meowed as if agreeing with this. Approaching the window of one of the many rooms, the main character asked his pet to be quieter from now on. The cat meowed, making it clear that he understood everything. The next moment, the guy quietly opened the window and entered the room holding a bottle of elixir in his hands. Approaching the sleeping nanny, the young gentleman thought that he knew that he should not have sneaked in here secretly and asked the woman for forgiveness for this. Looking at the nanny's serene face, the guy continued to think that all this was for her sake. He also believed that simply knowing about the existence of Gongshin Sokyu was dangerous. After that, the guy opened the bottle intending to use its contents. The main character began to pour in the elixir, wanting the nanny to receive only benefits and he would take on all the risks. The elixir, which was more like a clot of energy, began to slowly pour into the nanny's mouth. This did not prevent her from sleeping further. After this, the young master placed his hand on her and began to concentrate energy. The glow around the hand grew stronger and stronger, and the guy wished for the woman to be happy and healthy for many years. The nanny seemed to sense the changes, which caused her cheeks to become colored, but she still hadn't woken up. Suk Jinho did what he had planned and began to leave, hoping that the woman would not be scared tomorrow morning. After this, the guy left the room through the same window and ended up on the street where a black cat had been waiting for him all this time. The unexpected pet jumped onto the main character's shoulder and began to cuddle up to him and meow as if asking for something. Suk Jinho didn't immediately realize that the cat also wanted to try the elixir, but the guy refused because the animal couldn't even fully digest bacon shape. Then the cat started meowing again, and I continued to insist on my own. The main character nevertheless agreed to give the pet 1 drop of the elixir. The next day came. There was a commotion on the territory of the protagonist's estate because the nanny was loudly giving orders to her subordinates and assistants, asking them to move faster. Then she turned to So-Sol and asked her to prepare food in reserve because it would be better if there was more extra food left at the holiday than not enough. After that, the nanny told the Tang sisters that they didn't have to help, to which Heron replied that she had recently enjoyed cooking and Mr. Suk Jinho's birthday required help. Then Erin asked her sister why she was sure that it was natural. The girl answered that those who did not work did not eat. Besides, they depended on the main character. Then the nanny said again that if the sisters were having a hard time, they could rest. Erin replied that she just wanted to help with the ladies' affairs and not just Mr. Suk Jinho's. Suddenly, the main character appeared behind the nanny and said that the woman had made a fuss after all. The nanny was glad to see her master. Everyone who was in the kitchen immediately greeted the guys and wished him a good morning. Only Erin looked at him with displeasure. She had to work for him today. Suk Jinho started saying that they could just eat together and there was no need to cook so much. Nanny suggested that guests could come, for example, from home or Sikpun. It seemed to the guy that no one except those present remembered that it was his birthday, but the woman continued to say that on such days they usually prepared extra food. The woman recalled how the last time only bones remained from the huge Moria, so a lot had to be prepared so that the students could also celebrate. Ma ran into the kitchen. Ryan started calling Mr. Suk Jinho and asked what happened, and immediately received the answer that there were a lot of guests on the street. The guy said that since the morning, people from unfamiliar families and sects had been coming to the main character's estate, and gifts had also arrived from the Pung family in Habuk. In addition, Sukmi Ryung also arrived at the celebration to congratulate her brother. The nanny, pleased with herself, immediately asked the gentleman if she was right. Suk Jinho agreed with this and promised that in the future he would listen to her. After that, the guy together with Marinam went out into the street to greet the guests, thanking all their comrades for their efforts. Hearing about Miss Pung from Habuk, Tang Heron's mood noticeably worsened. The girl seemed to start worrying about something. The nanny noticed this and immediately asked if the girl was worried. Tang Heron immediately began to deny it. She continued to say that friendship between warriors was a common thing, but the nanny hastened to say that the master did not have any special feelings for Miss Pan. Tang Erin was curious about what Pung herself thought about this. She used to consider men unworthy of even her heels, but now she herself came to Suk Jinho. Meanwhile, the main character was already receiving guests and receiving gifts from them in honor of his birthday. Sukmi Ryung, she believed that the young master was really her brother, because he so confidently took control of Wangwawahyan. Suk Jinho began to say that he only managed a martial arts school and 2 hotels. The girl explained that she said this because all of this became successful. Unexpectedly, she asked if there would be any special treats today because she wanted to try them. The guy replied that they were sold in limited quantities, so the girls had to come on time to buy them. Hearing this, Sukmi Ryung was upset, but still did not forget to give her brother her gift. At her command, the servants brought in a large box. When Suk Jinho opened it, he was very surprised and said that it was better than he expected. The girl said that expensive gifts were common, but such a gift was rare. It was clothing for students. The entire martial arts school had to have an appropriate appearance. The main character was very happy with this gift and thanked his sister. The girl saw such an expression on the guy's face for the first time and was glad that her efforts were justified. After that, Sukmi Ryung asked if Suk Jinho knew that she didn't like gratitude only in words. The guy replied that he would remember this for the future. The unexpected girl remembered something and immediately asked the young gentleman if it was time for him to review the contract with Sikpun. Suk Jinho was very surprised and asked how his sister knew about this. The girl laughed and replied that thanks to her information she did not compete with her older brothers in the fight for the inheritance. The girl continued to say that since the exclusive contract was ending, the guy should have accepted her order. Sukmi Ryung was interested in the intensive training course which was supposed to increase the level of her security. The protagonist replied that he first needed to discuss this with Sikpun Pyagok and after that make a decision, especially since he had requests from other places. Hearing this, the girl asked if the guy had forgotten about her gift. Suk Jin asked his sister not to worry because he would take this into account too. The conversation was interrupted by an unexpected knock on the door. It was Ma. Ryan, who arrived to report the news, immediately asked the young master what had happened, timidly opened the door and looked into the room and said that the main character urgently needed to go outside. Suk Jin became worried and asked if something had happened to Ma. Ryan began to deny it, but he was nervous because he had come to visit. Sukmi Ryung warned that if it was her brothers she would be angry. Ma. Ryan continued to say that for the young master there were more important guests than his sister. Finally, having overcome his excitement, the guy announced that the head of the Taisang school had arrived to see Suk Jin and was now waiting outside. The headmaster of the school, Taisang, along with his assistant, headed towards the main character's house, collecting surprised glances from other visitors along the way. The man assumed that Suk Jin was having a good time at Wangwawahian, and judging by the number of visitors he was popular. The old woman was indignant that there were not enough security guards. The man continued to say that it was necessary to start small and then expand the scale. The old man responded that the subordinate said so because it was not his grandson. Suddenly, the main character and his sister came out to meet the headmaster of Taisang School and greeted Tae. The old man congratulated his grandson on his birthday, for which he received gratitude from the guy. Sukmi Ryung was also happy to see her grandfather. The old man again began to be indignant that his granddaughter did not tell him that she was going to come, because then they could have come together. The girl promised that next time she would definitely tell him about it. After that, Tae Sanjong turned to Suk Jin and asked if he had time for a short conversation. The guy answered positively and invited the old man to follow him. Tae Sanjong laughed and said that the main character had already mastered the manners of the leader, after which he willingly followed him. The young gentleman showed his hospitality and poured tea for his grandfather, who at that time was indignant that his grandson did not congratulate him on his birthday. Suk Jin made an excuse that he was busy and forgot. Tae Sanjong replied that the guy was still the same. After that, he said that no matter what, he still heard that his grandson had not wasted his time, and now the news was reported to him separately as the head of the school. Suk Jin said that there was no need to pay special attention to this. The old man said that the guy knew their family very well and therefore these words were unnecessary. Tae Sanjong continued to say that he had already retired from business, so he was not going to interfere, but the main character's father would not leave him alone. The guy did not object to this. The old man looked at his grandson and thought that the head of the school was already pretty exhausted, although watching from the side one could imagine how hard it was for his father. After that, Tae Sanjong said that judging by the number of guests, he could not detain the guy for long. At the same time, the old man put his hand in his pocket. The next moment he placed the scroll on the table and said that it was a birthday present for Suk Jin. The main character unfolded it and began to read the text without understanding what kind of document it was. Tae Sanjong explained that it was a land deed and said that he had bought some land around the martial arts school. The young master was surprised and thought that this was not just a little bit of land. This area was 5 times larger than the current scale of the school. The guy started saying that they didn't need such a large land. The old man objected and said that in the future the school would have to be expanded, and most importantly that land never lost its value. Suk Jin thanked his grandfather for the gift and promised that he would try to use it wisely, while thinking that he had no need to refuse. In gratitude, the guy offered Tae Sanjong wanted to try the haute cuisine that was served in his tavern. The old man agreed to try this famous dish. Then the headmaster of the school, Taisang, asked his grandson not to worry about the common cause because the fight was not always only about strength. Suk Jin asked his grandfather not to worry about it because even if an elder came he could handle several of them. After this, the elderly man began to get up from the table and ask if he could stay the night. The protagonist promised to order his subordinate to prepare a room. Tae Sanjong had almost left the room, but suddenly he remembered something and decided to ask the guy about it now. Suddenly the old man asked which of the 2 girls his grandson would choose, the daughter from the Peng or Tang family. The main character answered that they were not in such a relationship. Tae Sanjong laughed at this and said that luck was clearly on the boy's side, as expected from the blood of the Suk family. Suk Jinho received guests until late in the evening. It seemed that everyone who knew him at least a little had gathered there, including the head of Sukfun and Sukdok Volt. Even brother and sister Du from Pyakuk Jong's son congratulated the main character and informed him that they were moving as they were preparing to transport goods from Hubei to Liaoning and Jilin. The celebration and festivities continued until the night. Our heroes were happy to spend another day together. Thus ended the rather lavish birthday of the main character, and the Sunshin school returned to its normal life, and very soon winter arrived. Ma Ryan was shaking from the cold and wondering when they would become strong enough to not feel him. Yoon laughed at this because it was unlikely. The boys continued to discuss that the students who would come today were going to overcome the Wailing Wall, but they should not forget that this art was only available to the chosen few. After that, Ma Ryan became indignant because even the Black Cat had already used Zeta, and the guy didn't know when he would be able to go beyond Du and reach the level of Zeta. Soon the boys decided to return to their duties, but suddenly Yoon noticed this. 3 people came out onto the territory of the martial arts school. The guy immediately realized that they had guests. Yoon looked at them and said that they looked older than those who could not overcome the Wailing Wall. Ma Ryan decided to immediately inform her master about the guests. Yoon asked the strangers where they came from. One of the men said that they were sent by Mrs. Sukmi Ryan. After hearing this, the guy led the guests inside the estate. On the way, the old man said that he heard that from Sokfun Pyakuka's people were also supposed to come. Yoon clarified that it was not the guards who were supposed to come but the messengers. After thinking for a bit, the old man said that he agreed with these words because if they came to support the express course, they were definitely not guards. After this, the man looked at the wolf cubs who were running around the area and thought about whether he and his comrades would be able to overcome the wall if they had not been able to do so before. He was also worried about the fact that if they failed this time, they would remain at the level of first-class warriors. Meanwhile, Suk Jin was already greeting his guests. The old man said he was glad to meet him and introduced himself. His name was Yul Jiang. The man on his right was called Jang Wonpil, and the man on the left was Huang. The guy thought that judging by the difference in skills, he might not take the guests seriously, but it was good that they didn't expect to be considered older just because of their age. After this, the main character said that the guests should rest today and start training tomorrow, or they could start right away at their discretion. The men stepped aside and discussed for some time which option they should choose. Finally, Yul Kyung replied that there was no point in wasting time if the goal was to get over the wall as quickly as possible, so they wanted to start training immediately. Suk Jin began to explain that the crash course was nothing special and that the men just had to fight him unknown to gain insight. The Tang sisters were watching this conversation unnoticed by everyone. They were very interested in learning how to overcome the Wailing Wall. Tang Aaron was surprised that the wall could be overcome so easily. Heron assumed that there was no other way out since neither the training of the mentors nor their own enhancements helped. This is exactly what surprised Aaron, because if she and her sister could not overcome the wall in their entire lives, then how could one fight affect this? Tang Heron laughed at these words because her sister spoke as if she had already achieved her goal, but in fact she had not advanced a single step for a whole year. Aaron reminded that her sister herself could barely cope with this wall. Karine replied that she was just joking and that her sister would definitely succeed. Still, Aaron assumed that if Suk Jin's express course worked, it would be a complete sensation. The girl continued to say that if this works, then the father will run to the guy first because in their family there are many warriors stuck on this wall. She also suggested that if the accelerated course really helps to overcome it, then the attention to this school will be much greater than it is now. At this time, the young gentleman continued to instruct his guests and asked which of them wanted to be the first to have a unknown duel. Yul Jiang volunteered first, giving his comrades the opportunity to observe how this training would look from the outside. Jang Wonpil, he said that the elders had the say, so he would gladly give Yul Jiang the opportunity to overcome the wall first. The elderly man was happy about this. Suk Jin looked at the old man and thought that he was a warrior who trained in front of the Wailing Wall for over 20 years. Yul Kyung bowed to the protagonist and said that he relied on his knowledge and skill. The guy bowed respectfully in response. Suk Jin continued to look at the old man and think that in his aura there was a sense of perseverance and desire to achieve his goal. Soon the young gentleman drew his sword and offered to begin the duel, giving his opponent the opportunity to make the first move. Yul Jiang drew his sword and said that regardless of age he would not refuse the young master's help. Flash flared up in the place where the old man stood, and the warrior himself disappeared somewhere in the blink of an eye. It turned out that the man had jumped high into the air and was now flying towards the main character swinging his sword. Kyung's legs, without any worry, not giving him the opportunity to carry out his plan. After this, the old man fell to the ground, almost losing his balance. But he didn't even think about giving up and almost immediately attacked the enemy, but this time he launched a stream of energy at him. The main character took a few steps to the side in time, after which several explosions were heard behind him. The young gentleman looked at the old man, letting him know that it was now his turn to attack. With one swing of his sword, the boy launched a stream of energy at the enemy. Yul Jiang had to only defend himself. The old man managed to parry the blow, but after that his body began to tremble from the strain. The young master continued to attack, while the old man was surprised that even without using a sword or even sword energy he could barely cope. With each blow, Yul Kyung's joints and muscles received more and more damage, but Suk Jin didn't even think about stopping. The old man couldn't believe that everything would end so senselessly, so he needed to overcome this wall in order to squeeze out everything that was left and strike one more blow. Suddenly the old man flew up and screamed loudly, launching many energy streams towards his opponent. Suk Jin was surprised by what he just saw, but nevertheless he managed to repel all the attacks. Yul Jiang didn't expect himself to be able to throw out all his remaining energy, but now he didn't know what he had to do and how it would all end. The next moment, a strong blow to the chest from the main character caught the elderly man and almost knocked him to the ground. After this, Suk Jin praised his opponent for working hard and suggested that they continue training tomorrow. Yul Jiang didn't react to these words in any way because he was completely immersed in his thoughts, which shocked him. His comrades immediately turned to the older man and asked if he was okay, assuming that he had lost consciousness, but Yul Kyung only whispered that he had seen something. The next moment, the old man's eyes widened and he declared that he saw what was behind the wall. After this, the old man, inspired by his enlightenment, turned to the main character and asked to exchange a couple more blows with him because it seemed to him that he had just found a clue. Yul Jiang also turned to his comrades and asked them to wait a little for their turn. The surprised men did not dare to argue with this. Suk Jinho raised his sword again and proposed to begin the duel right now. This time, the main character disappeared from his place, leaving behind only a small flash. The guy approached his opponent with great speed and, swinging his sword, prepared to attack him. The next moment, the two warriors clashed their swords, preventing each other from gaining an advantage. Unexpectedly, Yul Jiang screamed loudly in order to find the strength to continue this battle. Thanks to this, he was able to push Suk Jinho away from himself. The guy looked at the old man and thought that he was a real veteran who had been through a lot, and even though he had already exhausted all his energy in the last attack, he still did not give up. The main character saw Yul Jiang's gaze and realized that he definitely wasn't joking when he said that he found some kind of clue. It was the look of a man who had actually seen what was behind the wall. While he was thinking like this, Yul Jiang rushed into the attack without hesitation. The guy believed that the old man was now in a state where he was aware only of the enemy and himself. It was called the state without ego. But even in this state, not everyone was able to overcome the wall, and to do this it was necessary to find the key to one's mastery in this state. Suk Jin believed that now the old man should have mentally imagined what his technique would look like at its peak, so first it was necessary to bring him to the limit so that he would enter this state. Then the boy had to help the old man see the pinnacle of his skill, even if only for a moment. The next moment, Yul Jiang's sword was enveloped in energy and burned like a flame. Because the old man was at the limit of his abilities, he screamed loudly from the pain that pierced his body. After this, the elderly man launched several streams of energy at once at the main character, but this time they differed in their color and power. The young master understood that he would not be able to repel these attacks, so he simply dodged them and jumped up. Zhang Onepil, seeing what his comrade had just done, could not believe that he had actually managed to break through the wall. Yul Jiang, looking at his sword blazing with energy, was himself very surprised and did not believe in his success. Suk Jinho congratulated the old man on achieving his goal and said that he could see for himself. The old man continued to look at his weapon in surprise. Now he was absolutely sure that a real breakthrough had been made. The old man immediately thanked the boy for helping him fulfill his lifelong dream. Suk Jinho replied that the old man had only received a well-deserved reward under the contract. Tang was dubious about all this because the main character just let someone get over the wall, which could lead to a lot of trouble. Tang assumed that if her sister asked Suk Jinho, he would probably help her because the guy was very generous, but the girl didn't like this idea. The next day came. The training that allowed us to break through the wall continued. Suk Jinho stood calmly in place holding a sword in her hands and waited for his opponents to attack him. The next moment 3 opponents simultaneously attacked the main character, but he was unperturbed and was able to defend himself with ease. Suddenly out of nowhere Tang, who also took part in the training, appeared and was now intending to hit the guy while he was distracted. The girl was very worried because it was a crucial moment. She really wanted to strike at least one blow. Noticing the danger, Suk Jinho quickly pushed the men away from him in order to free his sword. After that, the guy moved to another place with great speed and struck Tang on the head, not giving her the opportunity to attack. The girl was shocked and did not understand when the guy managed to pull all this off. Meanwhile, the main character said that our training was over today. At that moment, the nanny approached the boy and asked him to be gentler with Mrs. To this, Suk Jinho replied that the girl should be ungrateful for such training. Understood everything but still asked to be gentler because every night she heard the girl moaning in pain. The guy promised that from tomorrow he would be gentler. Appa ran up to the young master and said in an alarmed voice that strange guests had come to see them. The boy said that Ma Ryan was now meeting them at the gate, but the atmosphere there was tense. The man in expensive clothes looked with displeasure at the person who blocked his path. He couldn't believe that they were demanding that he notify the head of the martial arts school in advance of his visit, as if he were a stranger. The man turned to Ma Ryonu, asked how he dared to say such things to the eldest son of the clan. The guy explained that if the visitor's visit was not agreed upon, then he had to wait for permission from Mr. Suk Jinho because this was not the Suk clan's family home. The eldest son's guard immediately grabbed his sword and said that the boy did not dare to insult his master only because he had learned a couple of sword techniques. Suddenly someone turned to the guard himself, drawing his attention to themselves. The main character looked at the uninvited guests with a crazy look and warned that if they pulled out their swords they would die.